Imagine a vast countryside stretching across Europe in the early 1700s. Dawn breaks over rolling fields where farmers rise with the sun, just as their ancestors had done for countless generations. The countryside is where most people live and work, with up to 90% of the population tied to the land in one way or another. Villages dot the landscape, small clusters of homes where life moves to the steady pace of agricultural cycles. In these rural communities, days are marked not by clocks but by roosters crowing and the changing position of the sun. Time has a different meaning here. Work is measured in seasons rather than hours. Spring for planting, summer for tending, autumn for harvest, and winter for mending tools and telling stories by firelight. The year is a wheel that turns with predictable certainty, and people move along with it. Inside humble cottages, families work together in what will later be called cottage industry. A mother spins thread while her daughters weave cloth on hand looms. A father carves wood while his sons learn to shape metal in a small forge. Everything is made by hand with tools that have barely changed for centuries. Production is slow, methodical, and limited by what human hands and simple tools can accomplish. A shirt might take weeks to produce from start to finish. First, sheep must be sheared for wool. The wool must be cleaned, carded, and spun into yarn. The yarn must be woven into cloth, which must then be cut and sewn. Each step requires skill passed down through generations, each piece unique in its own way. In this world, there is no such thing as mass production. Everything bears the mark of its maker. Transportation moves at the pace of hooves on dirt roads. Goods travel slowly by horse-drawn carts or on riverboats powered by wind or current. A journey that takes hours today might require days or even weeks. Villages tend to be self-sufficient out of necessity, producing most of what they need locally. Towns and cities are islands in a sea of countryside, connected by roads that turn to mud in the rain and dust in the summer. Social structure in this pre-industrial world is rigid and rooted deeply in tradition. At the top sit landowners and nobility, who control vast estates. Below them are merchants and craftsmen who form a small middle class in towns. At the bottom, and by far the most numerous, are peasant farmers and laborers who work the land. For most people, the station of birth determines the course of life. A farmer's son becomes a farmer. A blacksmith's daughter marries another tradesman's son. Knowledge travels slowly in this world. News from distant places might take months to arrive, if it arrives at all. Education is a luxury for the privileged few, with most children learning trades through apprenticeship rather than formal schooling. Books are expensive treasures, hand-copied and precious. The local church is often the center of community life and learning, with priests among the few who can read and write. Markets are local affairs where farmers bring produce and craftspeople sell their wares. Money exists, but many transactions still involve barter and trade. Banking is primitive by modern standards, with lending often done on personal relationships rather than formal institutions. Credit is scarce, and saving for purchases is the norm rather than borrowing. Yet this is not a world without innovation. Farmers experiment with crop rotation and new tools. Craftspeople refine their techniques and pass improvements to apprentices. But change comes incrementally, over generations rather than years. The grandchild might farm with slightly better tools than the grandparent, but the fundamental nature of the work remains the same. This measured pace of life would soon face an upheaval so profound that it would tear apart the fabric of this agricultural society. The steady rhythm of seasons would give way to the relentless tick of factory clocks. The intimate knowledge of crafts passed from master to apprentice would be replaced by the repetitive tasks of machine tenders. The self-sufficient village would yield to sprawling industrial cities dependent on global trade. The signs of change were already appearing on the horizon. In the fields, new methods of farming were increasing food production. In workshops, inventors were experimenting with ways to harness water and steam power. In manor houses, wealthy landowners were looking at their vast holdings with calculating eyes, wondering how to make them more profitable. The world stood at the edge of transformation, though few could see it coming. The agricultural revolution was about to set the stage for something even more profound. An industrial revolution that would reshape not just how people worked, but how they lived, thought, and related to one another. What had taken centuries to evolve would be upended in just a few short decades. The old world of field and cottage was about to give way to the new world of factory and city. The first steps of this transformation were already being taken on the land itself, where a quiet revolution in agriculture was creating the conditions that would make industrialization possible. New crops, new methods, and new ideas about land ownership were changing the countryside in ways that would soon send thousands of rural workers looking for a different kind of life. The pre-industrial world was taking its last breaths. Though its passing would not be quick or easy, its legacy would live on in culture, tradition, and memory, a simpler time that would be both romanticized and reviled by those who came after. But the wheels of change were already in motion, and there would be no turning back. The quiet fields were about to speak in a new voice. Across the countryside of England in the early 1700s, a revolution was taking root, not with banners and battle cries, but with seeds and soil. This agricultural revolution would become the hidden foundation upon which the industrial age would build its towers of steel and steam. For centuries, farming had followed ancient patterns. Fields were divided into strips where peasants grew the same crops year after year until the soil grew tired. A third of all farmland lay fallow each year to recover its strength. Harvests were often just enough to survive, with little surplus to trade or sell. A bad season meant hunger. 2 bad seasons in a row could mean starvation. But new ideas were sprouting among forward-thinking landowners and innovative farmers. They began to question age-old methods. Why let land sit unused? What if different crops could restore the soil instead? What if animals could be bred to grow larger and produce more meat or wool? These questions would lead to answers that would transform the landscape both physically and socially. One of the most important changes was the introduction of crop rotation. Instead of letting fields rest empty, farmers began planting different crops in sequence. Wheat might be followed by turnips, then barley, then clover. Each plant took different nutrients from the soil and returned others. Turnips and clover in particular restored nitrogen to the soil that grains had depleted. This new approach meant more food could be grown on the same amount of land. The clover and turnips served another purpose too. They fed livestock through winter. Before this innovation, farmers had to slaughter most of their animals in autumn because they couldn't feed them during the cold months. Now, with fodder crops, more animals could survive the winter. More animals meant more meat, more milk, more wool, and crucially, more manure to fertilize fields. Tools were changing too. In the fertile mind of Jethro Tull, an English agricultural pioneer, the seed drill was born. Before Tull's invention, farmers scattered seeds by hand, a method as old as farming itself. Many seeds were wasted, eaten by birds or blown away by wind. Tull's seed drill planted seeds in neat rows at the correct depth, covered them with soil, and used far fewer seeds to produce the same yield. His horse-drawn hoe allowed farmers to clear weeds between the rows, further increasing crop yields. Selective breeding of livestock transformed the very animals that worked and fed the countryside. Robert Bakewell led this quiet revolution by carefully choosing which sheep and cattle should mate to produce offspring with desirable traits. His methods produced sheep with more wool, cows with more milk, and cattle with more meat on their frames. Animals grew larger and more productive with each generation. Where once a mature cow might weigh 370 pounds, selective breeding would eventually produce animals weighing 800 pounds or more. Perhaps the most controversial change came in how land itself was organized and owned. For centuries, rural communities had worked common shared land where anyone in the village could graze animals or gather firewood. Fields were often divided into strips, with different families working adjacent sections. This ancient system began to crumble under new economic pressures. The Enclosure Acts passed by Parliament allowed landowners to fence off and consolidate previously open fields and commons. Fields that had once been divided into strips farmed by many families were now enclosed by hedges or stone walls and worked as single units. The commons where poor villagers had grazed a cow or gathered firewood became private property. Landowners claimed this created more efficient farms, and in purely economic terms, they were right. Larger, enclosed fields could be worked with new methods and machinery. Selective breeding was easier when animals weren't mixed together on common pastures. Crop rotation could be implemented across entire fields rather than negotiated among those who worked neighboring strips. But there was a human cost to this efficiency. Smallholders who had worked their strip of land for generations found themselves without fields to plow. Those who had kept a cow on the commons to provide milk for their children now had nowhere to pasture their animals. The landless poor who had gathered firewood and berries from common land found themselves cut off from these resources. Many rural workers, finding they could no longer sustain themselves in the countryside, began to look toward towns and cities for survival. This movement of people created a pool of workers that would soon power the factories of the industrial age. The agricultural revolution was creating not just more food, but a workforce uprooted from the land and ready to be transplanted into a new kind of labor. The numbers tell the stark story of transformation. In 1700, an English farm worker could produce enough food to feed 1.7 people. By 1800, that same worker could feed 2.6 people, and by 1900, the number would rise to 4.1. This surplus made it possible for more people to work in trades and industries rather than agriculture. The effects rippled through society. Better nutrition from increased food production led to population growth. The population of England nearly doubled during the 1700s, growing from about 5.5 million to over 9 million. More people meant more mouths to feed, but also more hands to work both on farms and increasingly in the new workshops and factories that were beginning to appear. The Agricultural Revolution and the Industrial Revolution became intertwined in a cycle of cause and effect. More efficient farming created food surpluses that allowed population growth. Population growth created both workers and consumers for new industries. These industries, in turn, would create tools that made farming even more productive. Iron plows replaced wooden ones. Horse-drawn mechanical reapers began to replace the age-old scythe. Each innovation increased yields while reducing the number of workers needed on farms. The countryside was slowly emptying as people moved toward industrial centers, pulled by the promise of wages and pushed by the lack of opportunity in their ancestral villages. By the late 1700s, the transformation of rural England was well underway. Fields that had been farmed the same way for centuries now followed new patterns of crop rotation. Animals were larger and more productive than their ancestors. Enclosed fields stretched to the horizon, marked by the straight lines of hedgerows rather than the meandering strips of traditional fields. The Agricultural Revolution was not a single invention or discovery, but a series of changes that together transformed how humans produced food. Like all revolutions, it created winners and losers. Large landowners prospered from increased production. Scientific-minded farmers found their experiments rewarded with better yields. But many rural poor found themselves displaced, their traditional ways of life no longer viable in this new, more efficient countryside. As the sun set on the changing rural landscape, it was rising on something entirely new. The Agricultural Revolution had prepared the soil in which the Industrial Revolution would take root. More food meant more people. More people meant more workers and consumers. Displaced rural families meant available labor. All that was needed now was the spark that would ignite these conditions into the blaze of industrial transformation. That spark was already being kindled in the workshops of inventive minds who were asking new questions about power, production, and possibility. The stage was set for the next great revolution, one of steam and steel, of machines and manufacturing that would transform human society even more profoundly than the changes in the fields had done. Water dripped from the ceiling of a dark mine shaft in northern England. Deep below the surface, men and boys worked by candlelight, digging for the black rocks that would fuel a revolution. Coal had always been valuable, but in the mid-1700s, it was becoming the lifeblood of a new age. The deeper miners dug for this precious fuel, the more they encountered a deadly enemy usewater that flooded the tunnels and drowned both workers and profits. Mine owners used horses walking in circles to power pumps that removed water from the mines. But horses tired, required feeding, and could only generate so much power. The challenge of keeping mines dry sparked a series of inventions that would change the world far beyond the coal pits of England. Thomas Newcomen created an early steam engine in 1712 to pump water from mines. It was massive, inefficient, and consumed enormous amounts of coal pit, but it worked better than horses. For decades, these engines wheezed and puffed above mine shafts across England. Few people imagined that this crude machine contained the seeds of a global transformation. The true turning point came when a Scottish instrument maker named James Watt was asked to repair a model of a Newcomen engine in 1764. Watt noticed how much energy was wasted, as the cylinder was repeatedly heated and cooled. After years of experiments, he created a separate condenser that made the engine vastly more efficient. This seemingly small improvement would prove to be one of the most significant innovations in human history. In 1776, as American colonists were declaring their independence, Watt and his business partner Matthew Boulton began producing steam engines that used less than half the fuel of Newcomen's design. Mine owners rushed to buy these more efficient machines, but Watt's vision extended beyond pumping water from mines. He developed a way to convert the up and down motion of the pump into rotary motion, making it possible for steam to drive wheels, gears, and other machinery. The implications were revolutionary. For all of human history, work had been powered by muscle, human or animal, or by the inconsistent forces of wind and water. Now here was a source of power that never tired, wasn't affected by drought or calm winds, and could be placed anywhere fuel could be delivered. The steam engine freed production from the river banks where water wheels had been the only reliable source of power for mills. The textile industry was the first to be transformed by this new power source. For centuries, spinning thread and weaving cloth had been done by hand in homes across the countryside. The spinning wheel and hand loom had changed little for generations, but a series of inventions in the mid-1700s had already begun to speed up textile production before steam power arrived on the scene. James Hargreaves invented the spinning jenny around 1764, allowing one worker to spin multiple threads simultaneously. Richard Arkwright created the water frame in 1769, which produced stronger thread than the jenny but required water power to operate. Samuel Crompton combined elements of both in his spinning mule of 1779, which made thread that was both fine and strong. These innovations had already begun to move textile production from cottages to factories built along rivers, but steam engines freed factory owners from reliance on waterways. Now factories could be built anywhere, particularly near coal fields and urban centers with abundant workers. As steam-powered factories spread, they pulled more and more people from the countryside into growing industrial towns. Inside these early factories, the experience of work changed dramatically. Instead of the varied tasks of farming or craft production, workers now performed repetitive actions timed to the rhythm of machines. The skills of a lifetime spent learning a craft were replaced by the ability to tend a machine that did most of the work. Children as young as 5 or 6 were employed to crawl under dangerous machinery, fixing broken threads or cleaning components too small for adult hands to reach. The factories themselves were often dark, dangerous places filled with deafening noise and air thick with cotton dust or metal particles. Workers faced injury from unguarded machinery, lung damage from contaminated air, and exhaustion from workdays that could stretch to 16 hours or more. There were no safety regulations, no minimum wage, and no compensation for injuries sustained on the job. Yet people continued to stream toward these industrial centers. Despite the harsh conditions, factory wages offered a more reliable income than the increasingly enclosed countryside. Urban life, for all its squalor, offered opportunities and experiences that were not available in rural villages. Young people in particular were drawn to the excitement and possibility of the growing industrial towns. The textile industry was just the beginning. The combination of steam power and another revolutionary material, iron, would create a feedback loop of innovation and growth. The steam engine needed iron for its components. Iron production required coal for smelting. Coal mining needed steam engines to pump water from deep mines. Each industry drove the expansion of the others. Iron had been produced for centuries in small batches, but the growing demand for machine parts and tools required much greater quantities. Abraham Darby had discovered in 1709 that coke coal that had been heated to remove impurities could replace charcoal in iron smelting. This innovation made it possible to produce iron in much larger quantities, as forests no longer limited production. By the late 1700s, iron was being produced on an unprecedented scale. In 1779, Abraham Darby III constructed the world's first iron bridge over the River Severn in Shropshire, a symbol of the new industrial age. Iron would soon be used not just for machines but for ships, railways, buildings, and countless other applications that transformed the human environment. The machines that filled the new factories were themselves products of other machines. As the production of iron components became more precise, inventors created metal lathes, drills, and other tools that could shape materials with new accuracy. These machine tools made it possible to create interchangeable parts components that could be mass-produced and assembled into complex machines. This was a profound shift from the craftsmanship of earlier eras, where each part of a clock or gun was individually made and fitted. With interchangeable parts, production could be divided into simple steps performed by less skilled workers or by machines themselves. Products became more consistent, cheaper, and available in quantities that would have been impossible under the old system of craft production. Coal, the black rock that fueled this transformation, shifted from a convenience to a necessity. Between 1700 and 1800, coal production in Britain increased from about 3 million tons annually to nearly 15 million tons. By 1900, it would reach 225 million tons. This exponential growth reflected coal's central role in powering the steam engines that drove factories, pumped mines, propelled ships, and eventually pulled trains across the countryside. The environmental impact of this coal-powered revolution was immense. Cities like Manchester, Birmingham, and Sheffield became covered in soot. The clear streams that had once powered watermills turned black with industrial waste. Forests were cleared for fuel and building materials. The relationship between humans and nature was being rewritten by the demands of industrial production. Despite these costs, the transformation unleashed by steam and steel created wealth on an unprecedented scale. The output of British factories soared, producing goods in quantities and at prices that made them available to ordinary people for the first time. Textiles, tools, household items, and countless other products that had once been luxuries or expensive necessities became increasingly affordable. But the distribution of this new wealth was far from equal. Factory owners and investors saw their fortunes multiply, while workers often struggled in poverty despite producing more goods than any previous generation. This growing gap between rich and poor would become one of the defining features of the industrial age. By the early 1800s, the Industrial Revolution was spreading beyond Britain to other parts of Europe and North America. The knowledge, technologies, and systems pioneered in British workshops and factories were being adopted and adapted elsewhere. The world was being remade by steam and steel, by coal and iron, and by the machines that harnessed these materials to multiply human productive power. What had begun as a solution to flooding coal mines had become a force transforming human society more profoundly than any political revolution. The age of muscle power was giving way to the age of fossil fuels. The rhythm of nature was being replaced by the relentless beat of machines. And this transformation was just beginning to gather speed, as new forms of transportation were about to shrink distances and connect the industrial centers in ways that would accelerate change even further. The world was getting smaller. As steam engines transformed production in mines and factories, a question began to emerge in the minds of engineers and businessmen. Could this same power be harnessed to move people and goods across the landscape? For centuries, the speed of transportation had been limited by the pace of horses on land and the vagaries of wind at sea. These ancient limitations were about to shatter. In the early 1800s, goods moved across England much as they had for centuries. On land, horse-drawn wagons struggled along muddy roads that turned to quagmires in rain and dust bowls in drought. A journey of 20 miles could take an entire day. Rivers provided better routes, but they flowed where nature dictated, not necessarily where commerce needed them. Canals had begun to connect industrial centers, but barges moved slowly, pulled by horses walking along towpaths. The first attempts to apply steam power to transportation came on water. In 1802, a Scotsman named William Symington built the Charlotte Dundas, the first practical steamboat. It proved that steam engines could propel vessels without the need for sails or oars. In America, Robert Fulton developed the idea further with his North River steamboat in 1807, later known as the Clermont. Steamboats could travel upstream against currents that had once made river travel a one-way journey, transforming inland waterways into two-way highways of commerce. But the true revolution in transportation would come on land, not water. The concept of railways had existed for centuries in a primitive form. Mines used wooden rails to guide horse-drawn carts, loaded with coal or ore. In the late 1700s, iron rails began to replace wood, providing a smoother, more durable surface that reduced friction and allowed horses to pull heavier loads. The marriage of steam power with railways would prove to be one of the most transformative combinations in human history. Richard Trevithick built the first steam locomotive in 1804, demonstrating that steam engines could be made compact and powerful enough to move themselves and a load of passengers or freight. His invention pointed the way forward, but it would take another engineer to create the first truly successful steam locomotive. That engineer was George Stephenson. Born to a poor mining family, Stephenson had no formal education, but possessed a brilliant mechanical mind. In 1814, he built his first locomotive, the Blucher, which could pull 30 tons of coal up a hill at 4 miles per hour. While modest by later standards, this achievement sparked interest in the potential of steam-powered rail transport. Stephenson continued to refine his designs. In 1825, he opened the Stockton and Darlington Railway, the world's first public railway to use steam locomotives. Initially, the locomotive was used mainly for freight, while horses still pulled passenger carriages. But the proof of concept was established, and the next step would be even more ambitious. The turning point came in 1829 at the Rainhill Trials, a competition to select the best locomotive design for the planned Liverpool and Manchester Railway. Stephenson entered a locomotive called the Rocket, which featured several innovations including a multi-tube boiler that greatly increased its power and efficiency. The Rocket won the competition handily, reaching speeds of 29 miles per hour, faster than the swiftest horse could maintain. The Liverpool and Manchester Railway opened in 1830 with the Rocket and other steam locomotives, pulling both freight and passenger carriages. For the first time in history, people could travel overland faster than a galloping horse. The age-old limitations on the speed of human movement had been broken, with profound implications for society, economy, and human psychology. The success of the Liverpool and Manchester Railway sparked a frenzy of railway construction across Britain. In 1830, Britain had just 98 miles of railways. By 1850, it had over 6,000 miles. Towns that had once been a day's journey apart were suddenly accessible in an hour or two. Perishable goods could reach distant markets while still fresh. Ideas, news, and people circulated at unprecedented speeds. Railway construction was an enormous undertaking that transformed the landscape. Thousands of workers, many of them Irish immigrants fleeing the potato famine, dug cuttings through hills, built embankments across valleys, and constructed bridges and tunnels. These navvies, as railway construction workers were called, lived in temporary shanty towns that followed the advancing tracks. The work was dangerous and difficult, with many men losing their lives to accidents, disease, and exhaustion. The completed railways were marvels of the industrial age. Isambard Kingdom Brunel's Great Western Railway from London to Bristol featured elegant stations, massive bridges, and long tunnels that showcased the new engineering capabilities of the steam age. Railway stations became the new gateways to cities, often built with the grandeur of cathedrals to impress travelers and demonstrate civic pride. For ordinary people, railways offered a revolutionary experience. Most had never traveled faster than a horse could run. Now they could sit in relative comfort as the landscape rushed by at 30 miles per hour or more. Early railway passengers reported feelings of disorientation and even fear at these unprecedented speeds. One doctor warned that human minds might not be able to process scenery moving so quickly, but people soon adapted to this new velocity, and what had seemed terrifying became routine. Railways standardized time in a way that had never before been necessary. When journeys between towns took days, local time based on the sun's position was sufficient, but railway timetables required precision. A train scheduled to leave one town at 10 o'clock couldn't arrive at another at 9:45, even if local time differed. Railway companies began to use standard time across their networks, eventually leading to the time zones we know today. The economic impact of railways was enormous. They slashed transportation costs, making it practical to ship heavy or bulky goods like coal, iron, and agricultural products over long distances. Manufacturers could reach wider markets, leading to increased production and economies of scale. Raw materials could be brought to factories from far away, freeing industry from the need to locate near sources of materials. Railways created a vast new market for iron and steel, for the locomotives themselves, and for the rails that guided them. 1 mile of railway required about 300 tons of iron just for the rails. By 1850, railways were consuming half of Britain's pig iron output. This demand spurred innovation in iron and later steel production, driving down costs and improving quality through scale and experience. The social impact of railways was equally profound. They enabled mass tourism for the first time, allowing working-class people to take day trips to the seaside or countryside. Thomas Cook organized his first tour by rail in 1841, taking 500 people on a round trip for a temperance meeting. This was the beginning of the modern tourism industry. Railways also transformed mail delivery, with dedicated mail trains sorting letters en route. News traveled faster, helping to create a more unified national culture. Perishable foods could reach cities from the countryside, improving urban diets. Even courtship and marriage patterns changed, as young people could meet potential partners from further afield. While railways were revolutionizing land transportation, steam was also transforming movement at sea. Early steamships like the Savannah, which crossed the Atlantic in 1819, still relied primarily on sails, using steam only as an auxiliary power source. But as marine steam engines improved, ships began to operate independently of wind and current. The first regular transatlantic steamship service began in 1838, when the Sirius and Great Western made the journey from England to New York, The Great Western, designed by Isambard Kingdom Brunel, completed the crossing in just 15 days, half the time of a typical sailing ship. By the 1850s, steamships were regularly crossing the Atlantic with passengers, mail, and high-value cargo. Iron hulls began to replace wooden ones, allowing ships to grow larger and more durable. Brunel's Great Britain, launched in 1843, combined an iron hull with screw propulsion rather than paddle wheels, pointing the way to modern ship design. These innovations made ocean travel more reliable, comfortable, and eventually affordable for ordinary people. The combination of railways and steamships created a global transportation network that shrunk the world as never before. Goods, people, and ideas could circulate at speeds that would have seemed miraculous to earlier generations. A journey from London to New York that might have taken 5 to 6 weeks by sailing ship in 1800 could be completed in 10 days by 1870. With the ocean crossing by steamship and land portions by rail, this transportation revolution fueled the Industrial Revolution and was fueled by it in turn. Faster, cheaper transportation expanded markets for factory goods. Larger markets justified larger factories and greater mechanization. More machines required more coal and iron, which railways made easier to transport. It was a cycle of growth and innovation that accelerated throughout the 19th century. By the 1860s, the revolution in steam-powered transportation had spread far beyond Britain. Railways were being built across Europe, North America, and parts of Asia and Latin America. American engineers developed larger, more powerful locomotives, suitable for the vast distances and varied terrain of the United States. The Transcontinental Railroad, completed in 1869, linked the Atlantic and Pacific coasts, opening the American West to settlement and development. The transformation in how humans and goods moved around the world was creating a new kind of society, and increasingly dependent on a complex web of transportation and production. The foundations were being laid for the modern world, with its global markets, rapid movement, and constant exchange of goods and ideas. Yet even as steam-powered transportation reached its zenith, new technologies were emerging that would eventually replace it. In the latter part of the 19th century, electricity and the internal combustion engine would begin their rise, pointing toward yet another revolution in how humans would power their industries and movement in the century to come. The sky over Manchester darkened at midday, not from clouds but from the smoke of 100 factory chimneys that belched coal dust into the air. Below, thousands of people hurried through narrow streets, their faces and clothes stained with the same grime that coated every building and surface. This was the new urban world of the 1840s, a place unlike anything humanity had known before. Cities had existed for thousands of years, but the industrial city was something entirely new. Traditional cities had been centers of government, religion, and trade. The new industrial cities existed primarily for production. They grew not gradually over centuries, but explosively over decades as rural workers flocked to factory jobs. Manchester's population soared from about 25,000 in 1772 to over 300,000 by 1850. Similar explosive growth transformed once small towns across Britain, Europe, and eventually North America. At the heart of these new urban centers stood the factories, large buildings filled with machinery and workers. The earliest factories had been built along rivers to harness water power for their machines. But with the spread of steam engines, factories could now be located anywhere with access to coal. They clustered together in cities, creating industrial districts where the air was thick with smoke and the ground shook with the constant motion of machines. The factory itself represented a revolution in how work was organized. Before industrialization, most production had taken place in homes or small workshops where craftspeople controlled their own pace and methods. In factories, work was dictated by machines and factory owners. Workers had to arrive at specific times, work at the pace set by the machinery, and follow strict rules about behavior and production methods. Inside these early factories, conditions were often harsh and dangerous. Cotton mills filled the air with lint that caused lung diseases in workers who breathed it day after day. Metal works exposed workers to extreme heat, flying sparks, and toxic fumes. Machinery ran without safety guards, catching clothes, hair, and limbs of unwary or exhausted workers. Accidents that maimed or killed were commonplace and usually brought no compensation to the victims or their families. The working day was punishingly long, often 14 to 16 hours, 6 days a week. Factory windows were few and small, making artificial lighting necessary even during daylight hours. Whale oil lamps and candles provided dim, flickering illumination until gaslighting began to spread in the 1820s and 1830s. The combination of poor light, dangerous machinery, and exhausted workers made accidents inevitable. Children were a significant part of the factory workforce. Their small fingers could reach into machinery to clear jams or tie broken threads, and their small bodies could crawl under machines to sweep up debris or perform maintenance. Children as young as 5 or 6 worked the same long hours as adults, often for pennies a day. By 1800, an estimated 20% of the workers in Britain's cotton mills were under the age of 13. The living conditions in these industrial cities matched the harshness of factory work. Housing was built quickly and cheaply to accommodate the flood of workers. Rows of identical brick houses lined narrow streets, often built back-to-back with no rear windows or yards. In Manchester, Liverpool, and other industrial centres, whole families might live in a single room, with several families sharing an outdoor toilet and water pump. Sanitation was primitive or non-existent. Open sewers often ran down the middle of streets. Household waste was thrown into streets or alleys. Clean water was scarce, with many people relying on wells or rivers that were increasingly polluted by industrial and human waste. These conditions led to frequent outbreaks of diseases like cholera, typhoid, and tuberculosis that swept through working-class neighborhoods. The social geography of cities reflected the new class divisions of industrial society. Factory owners and the growing middle class of managers and professionals lived in newer neighborhoods upwind of the factory smoke. Working-class families crowded into cheaper housing near the factories where they worked. This physical separation reinforced the growing economic and social divide between classes. Despite these harsh conditions, people continued to migrate from rural areas to industrial cities. The enclosure of agricultural land had left many rural workers without means of support. Factory wages, while low, offered more regular income than seasonal farm work. And cities, for all their problems, offered opportunities that were unavailable in rural villages: shops, entertainments, schools, and the possibility of advancement for the ambitious or lucky. Migration to industrial cities wasn't always a simple matter of individual choice. In some cases, entire families or communities moved together, following a local employer who had shifted from cottage industry to factory production. In other cases, orphaned or poor children were sent from rural parishes to work in urban factories, essentially as indentured laborers. The flow of humanity from countryside to city created new social patterns and disrupted traditional relationships and communities. The rapid growth of cities created unprecedented challenges. Traditional forms of governance and social support were overwhelmed by the scale and speed of urbanization. New social problems required new solutions. The early industrial city became a laboratory for both the worst abuses of unrestrained capitalism and the beginnings of reform movements that would eventually create more livable urban environments. Factory work itself was transforming human relationships with time, nature, and each other. Before industrialization, work had followed natural rhythms: daylight hours, seasons, weather. Factory work was governed by the clock and the machine, continuing regardless of darkness, season, or weather. Workers' movements were synchronized not with nature, but with mechanical processes. Time became something to be measured precisely and used efficiently. This new relationship with time required new forms of discipline. Factory owners enforced punctuality with fines, lockouts, and dismissals. Workers who had grown up in rural settings where time was measured loosely by the sun and seasons had to adapt to a world where minutes mattered and tardiness meant lost wages. Pocket watches, once luxury items for the wealthy, became essential tools for workers who needed to arrive at the factory gate before it closed. The nature of factory work also changed family dynamics. In pre-industrial households, work and family life had been integrated, with production taking place in or near the home. Factory work separated these spheres. Men, women, and often children left home for long hours, returning exhausted. Meals became rushed affairs between shifts. Childcare became a challenge, with older siblings often responsible for younger ones while parents worked. Women formed a significant portion of the early factory workforce, particularly in textile mills where their traditional spinning and weaving skills were valuable. Factory work offered women wages independent of their husbands or fathers, but also exposed them to harsh conditions and potential exploitation. As the 19th century progressed, gender divisions in factory work became more pronounced, with women increasingly concentrated in lower-paid positions. The social disruption caused by these new working and living patterns contributed to both social problems and social innovations. Alcoholism increased as workers sought escape from the harshness of their lives. Crime rates rose in overcrowded urban areas with limited policing. But new forms of mutual aid also emerged, friendly societies where workers pooled resources to help members in times of illness or injury, cooperative shops owned by workers, and early trade unions that sought to improve conditions through collective action. The factory system also created a new kind of economic vulnerability. When production was dispersed across many small workshops and homes, economic downturns affected communities unevenly and partially. When production concentrated in factories, entire communities could be devastated by a single factory closure or economic slowdown. The industrial boom and bust cycle created periods of mass unemployment and hardship that affected thousands of workers simultaneously. Religious institutions struggled to adapt to the new urban industrial reality. Traditional parish churches were overwhelmed by the influx of new residents. Working hours made Sunday attendance difficult for many factory workers. New religious movements arose that spoke more directly to working-class experiences, particularly Methodism with its emphasis on personal faith and moral discipline. Chapel communities provided social support and a sense of belonging for many migrants to industrial cities. Education was transformed by industrialization as well. Before factories, children learned skills through informal apprenticeships or from parents and relatives. The factory system disrupted these traditional methods of knowledge transmission. Basic literacy and numeracy became more important as factory work required workers to read instructions, keep simple records, and work with increasingly complex machines. Sunday schools, originally focused on religious instruction, began to provide basic education to working children who had no other opportunity to learn. As the 19th century progressed, reformers began to address the worst abuses of the factory system. The Factory Acts, beginning in 1833, gradually limited child labor and working hours. The Public Health Acts addressed sanitation and water quality in urban areas. Model housing developments, often led by enlightened industrialists like Robert Owen, demonstrated that worker housing could be decent and affordable. Labor unions grew stronger, giving workers collective power to negotiate for better conditions. By the mid-19th century, the industrial city was evolving from its early chaotic form. Parks provided green space amidst urban density. Public buildings like libraries and town halls created civic centers. Gaslighting made streets safer at night. Horse-drawn omnibuses and later trams provided public transportation. Water and sewer systems improved public health. These improvements came slowly and unevenly, benefiting middle-class neighborhoods before reaching working-class areas, but they began the long process of making industrial cities livable. The factory itself was evolving too. Early factories had been built with little consideration for worker comfort or safety. As the century progressed, more factories included better lighting, ventilation, and basic safety features. This wasn't just humanitarian progress. Factory owners realized that better conditions could reduce accidents, increase productivity, and reduce worker turnover. Still, conditions remained harsh by modern standards, and improvements came slowly and unevenly. The social tensions created by industrialization found expression in political movements. Chartism in Britain demanded political rights for working men. Socialism offered a critique of capitalism and a vision of worker control. Trade unions fought for specific improvements in wages and conditions. These movements gave political voice to the new urban working class and began to shape society's responses to the challenges of industrialization. By the 1860s, the industrial city had become the dominant urban form across much of Europe and parts of North America. The transformation from rural to urban society was well underway, creating both new problems and new possibilities. The harshest edges of early industrialization were beginning to soften through reform and regulation, but the basic structure of industrial capitalism, factories, wage labor, urban concentrations was firmly established. The rise of the industrial city represented one of the most profound shifts in human living patterns since the adoption of agriculture, thousands of years earlier. In just a few generations, millions of people had moved from rural villages to urban centers, from agricultural to industrial work, from traditional to modern lifestyles. This massive social experiment was creating the world we still inhabit today, with its dense cities, complex economies, and constant technological change. A young boy stood transfixed at the Great Exhibition of 1851 in London. All around him, inside the massive glass and iron structure nicknamed the Crystal Palace, were wonders from around the world. Steam engines hissed and pounded. Telegraphs clicked with messages seemingly sent by magic. Machines spun cotton, cut metal, and performed tasks that would have required dozens of human hands just decades earlier. The Crystal Palace was a temple to human ingenuity, a showcase of what the combination of science, technology, and industrial might could achieve. The Great Exhibition captured the spirit of the age, a growing belief that through science and invention, humanity was entering a new era of progress and possibility. This was a profound shift from earlier times when change came slowly and traditions were valued above innovation. Now change itself was celebrated. New was better than old. The latest invention was superior to what had come before. The future promised to be brighter than the past. This spirit of innovation wasn't limited to technology. It extended to how people thought about nature, society, and humanity's place in the world. The scientific method, careful observation, hypothesis, experiment, and analysis was being applied not just in laboratories but to social problems, economic questions, and even religious beliefs. This was the age of reason, of empirical evidence, of facts over faith or tradition. The scientific revolution that had begun in the 17th century, with figures like Newton and Galileo, was now bearing practical fruit in the workshops and factories of the industrial age. Science was no longer just the pursuit of knowledge for its own sake. It had become the engine of technological and economic transformation. Theoretical discoveries quickly led to practical applications that changed how people lived and worked. Chemistry was one field that blossomed during this period. The understanding of chemical processes led to new industrial techniques and materials. In 1800, Humphrey Davy began using electricity to separate chemical elements, discovering several new ones including sodium and potassium. His assistant, Michael Faraday, would go on to make profound discoveries about electricity and magnetism that would form the foundation for later electrical technologies. The chemical industry grew rapidly, producing new dyes, explosives, medicines, and fertilizers. A German chemist named Justus von Liebig pioneered the use of chemical fertilizers in agriculture. The synthetic dye industry, beginning with William Perkins' accidental discovery of mauve in 1856, transformed textile production and eventually led to the pharmaceutical industry. Advances in medicine were changing human relationships with disease and death. Edward Jenner's smallpox vaccine, developed at the end of the 18th century, showed that deadly diseases could be prevented. Throughout the 19th century, medical knowledge expanded through careful observation and experiment. The stethoscope, invented by René Laennec in 1816, allowed doctors to listen to internal body sounds. Anesthetics like ether and chloroform, first used in the 1840s, made surgery less traumatic and more precise. The understanding of disease was transforming too. John Snow's investigation of a cholera outbreak in London in 1854 established that the disease was waterborne, not spread through miasma or bad air as previously believed. This discovery eventually led to improved water systems and sanitation that saved countless lives. Louis Pasteur's germ theory, developed in the 1860s, finally explained how diseases spread and led to antiseptic surgical techniques pioneered by Joseph Lister. Energy was perhaps the most transformative field of scientific and technological progress. The steam engine had already revolutionized production and transportation, but new forms of energy were emerging. Gas lighting, first demonstrated publicly in London in 1807, gradually replaced oil lamps and candles in homes, factories, and streetlights. This extension of the day beyond natural daylight changed social patterns and increased productivity. Electricity was moving from scientific curiosity to practical technology. Faraday's discoveries about electromagnetic induction in the 1830s laid the groundwork for electrical generators and motors. By the 1870s, arc lights were illuminating public spaces, and some factories with a brightness that made gas lighting seem dim by comparison. The development of the practical incandescent light bulb by Thomas Edison and others in the late 1870s would eventually bring electric lighting into homes and smaller spaces. Communication was being revolutionized by new technologies that conquered distance and time. The telegraph, developed in the 1830s and 1840s by inventors including Samuel Morse. By 1851, the first submarine telegraph cable connected England and France. The completion of the transatlantic telegraph cable in 1866 meant that messages that once took weeks to cross the ocean could now be sent in minutes. Samuel Morse's famous message, "What hath God wrought?" sent in the first public demonstration of the telegraph in 1844, captured the almost religious awe that these new technologies inspired. Human voices and thoughts could now travel at the speed of electricity. News that once took days or weeks to spread could now be known across continents within hours. Markets, governments, and military commands all operated on new timescales. The world was becoming smaller and faster. Transportation continued to evolve beyond the railway. The bicycle, developed in various forms throughout the 19th century, provided individual mechanical transportation for the first time. What began as the wooden running machine, or velocipede, in the 1810s evolved into the penny-farthing high-wheel bicycle of the 1870s, and finally the modern safety bicycle with equal-sized wheels and chain drive in the 1880s. The bicycle gave people, especially women, new independence in travel and helped change social norms about clothing and female mobility. The internal combustion engine, developed in practical form in the 1860s and 1870s, pointed toward the next transportation revolution. Carl Benz's three-wheeled motor wagon of 1885, powered by a gasoline engine, is often considered the first true automobile. While still a curiosity at the end of the 19th century, the automobile would eventually transform cities, landscapes, and patterns of life even more profoundly than the railway had done. The spirit of invention extended to communications beyond the telegraph. Alexander Graham Bell patented the telephone in 1876, allowing voice communication over wires. Thomas Edison invented the phonograph in 1877, recording sound for the first time. These technologies began to bring the world's voices, music, and sounds into homes and businesses, creating new forms of connection and entertainment. Photography, invented in the early 19th century and steadily improved throughout the period, changed how people saw themselves and their world. For the first time, images could be captured exactly as they appeared, without the interpretation of an artist's hand. Family portraits, once a luxury for the wealthy, became accessible to the middle class. News events could be documented visually. The world's distant places and famous sites could be viewed by those who would never travel to see them in person. These scientific and technological advances were not just changing what people could do, they were changing how people thought about the world and their place in it. The success of the scientific method in explaining natural phenomena and creating useful technologies led to a belief that all problems, even social, political, and economic ones, could be solved through rational analysis and engineering approaches. This mindset produced social innovations as well as technological ones. Statistical methods were applied to social questions, creating the field of epidemiology that tracked disease outbreaks and demographics that quantified population changes. Charles Booth's maps of London poverty in the 1880s and 1890s used data to visualize social conditions, helping to make abstract problems concrete and visible. Education expanded to meet the needs of an increasingly technical society. Technical schools and institutes taught applied science and engineering. Public education gradually expanded, driven by the recognition that modern industry and society required a literate, numerate workforce. Libraries, museums, and public lectures made knowledge more accessible to those outside formal educational institutions. The culture of invention was supported by new legal and institutional frameworks. Patent systems protected inventors' rights to profit from their creations, providing economic incentives for innovation. Scientific societies and professional organizations allowed researchers and inventors to share knowledge and build on each other's work. Technical journals and magazines spread information about new discoveries and techniques. World's fairs and international exhibitions, like the Great Exhibition of 1851 in London, and later expositions in Paris, Chicago, and other cities, celebrated technological progress and spread knowledge of the latest innovations. These spectacular events drew millions of visitors and showcased everything from massive steam engines to tiny mechanical watches, from colonial resources to industrial products. The spirit of progress wasn't confined to the workshops and laboratories of Europe and America. It was a global phenomenon, though one that spread unevenly and often through colonial relationships. Telegraph lines soon connected major cities across Asia, Africa, and Latin America. Railways penetrated continents. Western medicine, both beneficial and sometimes culturally disruptive, was introduced to societies with their own healing traditions. Not everyone embraced this culture of constant innovation and change. The Luddites, Textile workers who destroyed machinery in the 1810s represented an early resistance to technologies that threatened traditional livelihoods. Throughout the 19th century, artists, philosophers, and social critics questioned whether material progress equaled moral or spiritual improvement. Movements like the arts and crafts revival, led by William Morris, aimed to preserve handcraft traditions against industrial standardization. Religious thinkers struggled to reconcile traditional beliefs with scientific discoveries. Charles Darwin's theory of evolution by natural selection, published in On the Origin of Species in 1859, challenged literal interpretations of creation stories and sparked debates that continue today. Some religious communities rejected aspects of modern science, while others sought to integrate scientific and spiritual understandings of the world. The environmental costs of industrial progress were becoming visible, though few recognized their full implications. Cities choked in coal smoke. Rivers became contaminated with industrial waste. Forests were cleared for timber and farmland. Wildlife diminished. The same scientific mindset that created new technologies was beginning to document these changes, laying the groundwork for later environmental awareness. By the end of the 19th century, the pace of scientific discovery and technological innovation was accelerating. Physicist J.J. Thomson discovered the electron in 1897, beginning the modern understanding of atomic structure. The Wright brothers were experimenting with flying machines. Guglielmo Marconi was developing wireless telegraphy. Marie and Pierre Curie were investigating radioactivity. Albert Einstein was a young student preparing to reshape physics. The industrial world stood on the threshold of another wave of transformative technologies. Electricity would soon replace steam as the dominant form of industrial power. The internal combustion engine would transform transportation. Radio, cinema, and later television would create new forms of mass communication and culture. Airplanes would conquer the sky as steamships had conquered the oceans. The scientific discoveries and technological inventions of the Industrial Revolution had set in motion forces that would continuously reshape human society. The belief in progress through reason and technology had become a central part of modern identity. The expectation that tomorrow would bring new discoveries and improved technologies was now embedded in how people understood the world. The boy standing in wonder at the Crystal Palace in 1851 would, as an old man at the dawn of the 20th century, have witnessed more technological change in a single lifetime than humans had seen in many previous centuries combined. That acceleration of change, driven by the systematic application of science to practical problems, remains one of the defining features of modern life, a legacy of the age of invention that grew alongside the factories, railways, and cities of the Industrial Revolution. The contrast could not have been more stark. In one part of Manchester, a factory owner's mansion rose in elegant splendor, its rooms filled with fine furniture, artwork, and the latest luxuries. Just a mile away, dozens of workers who operated the machines in his factory crowded into damp, dark rooms, sharing beds and shifts, their children hollow-eyed from hunger and exhaustion. Both scenes were products of the same industrial system, a system that was creating unprecedented wealth alongside unprecedented inequality. The Industrial Revolution transformed not just how goods were produced, but who controlled production and who performed the labor. Before industrialization, many craftspeople owned their tools and controlled their work process. A carpenter, weaver, or blacksmith might not be wealthy, but they had a measure of independence and dignity in their work. The new industrial system changed this relationship fundamentally, creating distinct classes with very different experiences and interests. At the top of this new industrial hierarchy stood the factory owners and industrialists, a new kind of wealthy elite. Unlike the landed aristocracy whose wealth came from agriculture and had accumulated over generations, these industrial capitalists often rose from humble beginnings. Richard Arkwright, who helped revolutionize textile production, began as a wigmaker's apprentice. Andrew Carnegie, who would build a steel empire in America, started as a bobbin boy in a cotton mill. These self-made men became the heroes of the new industrial order, living proof of the opportunities that industrial capitalism supposedly offered to anyone with ambition and ability. Their rags-to-riches stories were celebrated in the popular press and held up as examples for others to follow. The fact that for every successful industrialist, thousands of workers remained in poverty was rarely mentioned in these inspirational narratives. The wealth accumulated by successful industrialists was staggering. Families like the Rothschilds in banking, the Krupps in steel, and later the Rockefellers in oil amassed fortunes that dwarfed those of many traditional aristocrats. This new industrial elite built mansions, collected art, endowed universities, and sometimes even married into aristocratic families, blending the old and new forms of wealth and power. The factory owners were part of a larger bourgeoisie or middle class that expanded dramatically during the Industrial Revolution. This group included factory managers, engineers, merchants, bankers, doctors, lawyers, and other professionals whose services were increasingly in demand in the complex industrial economy. They lived in comfortable homes, employed servants, educated their children, and enjoyed many of the material benefits of industrial progress. The visible consumption of the wealthy fueled the consumer goods industries that were an increasingly important part of industrial production. Fine clothing, furniture, and household goods were manufactured not just for export but for domestic consumption by the growing middle class. Department stores began to appear in major cities, offering an ever-expanding array of products. Shopping became a leisure activity as well as a necessity, particularly for middle-class women. In sharp contrast to this world of comfort and consumption stood the lives of the working class. Factory workers typically worked 12 to 14 hours a day, 6 days a week, in conditions that were often dangerous and unhealthy. Wages were low, barely enough for subsistence. When injuries, illness, or economic downturns occurred, workers had little or no safety net. Unemployment could quickly lead to destitution, homelessness, or the workhouse. Children formed a significant part of the industrial workforce. Their small size made them useful for tasks like cleaning machinery or crawling through narrow mine shafts. Their small hands were valued in textile mills for tying broken threads. Most importantly to factory owners, children could be paid less than adults, often just a fraction of an adult's already meager wage. By 1800, an estimated 20% of the workers in Britain's cotton mills were under the age of 30. Working conditions in early factories were brutal by modern standards. Workers had no protection from dangerous machinery. The air was often filled with lint, dust, or chemical fumes. Noise levels were deafening. Temperatures could be extreme, stifling in textile mills that needed warmth and humidity for the thread, or blazing hot near furnaces and metal works. Workers who complained or tried to improve conditions could be fired and replaced from the abundant pool of desperate job seekers. The power imbalance between employers and workers was enormous. Factory owners could set wages and conditions with little constraint. Workers could theoretically refuse to accept these terms, but with limited alternatives and pressing needs, most had little real choice. This unequal relationship was reinforced by laws that favored employers such as the Master and Servant Acts in Britain, which made breach of employment contracts by workers a criminal offence. Against these challenging odds, workers began to organize to improve their conditions. The earliest labor organizations in the industrial era were often informal groups of workers in a particular trade or factory who joined together to seek better wages or conditions. These early efforts faced significant obstacles, including laws that prohibited worker combinations as conspiracies to restrict trade. In Britain, the Combination Acts of 1799 and 1800 explicitly banned workers from organizing to seek higher wages or better conditions. Similar legal restrictions existed in other industrializing countries. Despite these barriers, workers continued to organize secretly, using friendly societies, funeral clubs, and other legal associations as covers for their labor organizing. Gradually, these restrictions eased. The Combination Acts were repealed in 1824, though other legal constraints on union activity remained. Throughout the 19th century, workers' organizations grew in size, strength, and sophistication, evolving from local trade clubs to citywide unions, then to national organizations representing workers across entire industries or trades. The tactics of these early labor organizations evolved as well. Strike Spot, the collective withholding of labor, became an important tool, though a risky one in an era when striking workers had no legal protection and could face not just dismissal but criminal charges. Mutual aid was another key function, with workers pooling resources to support members during illness, injury, or strikes. Some of the most dramatic moments in early labor history came when worker frustration erupted into direct action against the machinery that seemed to threaten their livelihoods. The Luddite movement of 1811 to 1816 saw textile workers in England smashing the mechanical looms that were replacing skilled handloom weavers. The government responded with harsh measures, eventually making machine breaking a capital offence. Many Luddites were executed or transported to penal colonies. While the Luddites are often portrayed as simple opponents of technology, their movement was more complex. They were not against machinery in general, but against specific uses of machinery that destroyed skilled jobs and the communities that depended on them. They also objected to the poor quality of machine-made goods compared to handcrafted items. The Luddites represented one strand of resistance to industrialization that continued in various forms throughout the industrial era. As the 19th century progressed, workers' struggles increasingly entered the political realm. In Britain, the Chartist movement of the 1830s and 1840s sought political reforms, including universal male suffrage, that would give working-class men a voice in government. Though unsuccessful in its immediate aims, Chartism represented an important development in working-class political consciousness and organization. The development of socialist thought provided a theoretical framework for workers' struggles. Early socialist thinkers like Robert Owen envisioned cooperative communities where workers would share the fruits of their labor more equally. Owen put his ideas into practice at his mill in New Lanark, Scotland, providing decent housing, education, and working conditions for his employees and their families. More radical critiques of industrial capitalism emerged from thinkers like Karl Marx and Friedrich Engels. Engels' The Condition of the Working Class in England, published in 1845, provided a devastating portrait of industrial poverty based on his observations in Manchester. Marx and Engels' Communist Manifesto, published in 1848, called for workers of all countries to unite against a capitalist system that they argued inevitably exploited labor for the benefit of capital. The growth of the socialist movement varied across countries. In Germany, the Social Democratic Party became a significant political force by the late 19th century, winning seats in parliament and advocating for worker-friendly policies. In Britain, the Labour Party emerged later but would eventually displace the Liberal Party as the main opposition to the Conservatives. In the United States, where frontier expansion and greater social mobility provided some safety valves for discontent, socialist movements gained less traction. Reform came gradually and unevenly. Factory Acts in Britain beginning in the 1830s began to regulate child labor, limit working hours for women and children, and require basic safety measures in factories. Similar legislation followed in other industrializing countries, though enforcement was often weak. These reforms represented not just humanitarian concerns, but recognition by some members of the middle and upper classes that unregulated capitalism threatened social stability. Some industrialists themselves recognized the value of better conditions for workers. Robert Owen has already been mentioned. Later in the century, companies like Cadbury and Rowntree in Britain, Krupp in Germany, and National Cash Register in the United States built model worker housing, provided education and healthcare, and implemented enlightened labor practices. These efforts, while significant for the workers involved, remained exceptional rather than typical. The conflict between capital and labor was not the only social divide in industrial society. Divisions of gender, ethnicity, and skill level created complex patterns of advantage and disadvantage within the working class itself. Skilled male workers in trades like printing, metalworking, or construction often formed the backbone of early union movements and secured better wages and conditions than unskilled laborers or most women workers. Women's work in the industrial economy was often underpaid and undervalued. While women worked in factories, particularly in textiles, they were typically paid significantly less than men for the same work. As the 19th century progressed, industrial work became increasingly gender segregated, with women concentrated in lower-paid positions. Many women combined factory work with responsibility for household management and childcare, creating double burdens. Immigrant workers often faced discrimination and were frequently used as strikebreakers, creating tensions within the working class. In the United States, these divisions were particularly pronounced, with Irish, Italian, Eastern European, Chinese, and other immigrant groups often pitted against each other and against native-born workers. These ethnic and racial divisions sometimes prevented the development of working-class solidarity. The relationship between capital and labor was not static but evolved throughout the industrial era. Early industrialization was marked by extreme exploitation, with few constraints on employer power. By the late 19th century, a degree of balance was emerging in some industries and regions. Trade unions had gained legal recognition and sometimes significant power. Progressive reforms had addressed some of the worst abuses. Workers' living standards in some industrialized countries were beginning to improve, though very unevenly. The development of mass production techniques, exemplified by Henry Ford's automobile assembly line in the early 20th century, represented a new phase in this relationship. Ford famously doubled his workers' wages to $5 a day in 1914, arguing that workers should be able to afford the products they made. This concept, later known as Fordism, recognized that workers were also consumers, and that mass production required mass consumption to be sustainable. By the early 20th century, the most advanced industrial economies were beginning to see the emergence of what would later be called the consumer society, where rising wages allowed working-class families to purchase not just necessities, but some comforts and luxuries. This trend would accelerate dramatically after World War II, but its foundations were laid in the later phases of the Industrial Revolution. The legacy of the struggles between capital and labor during the Industrial Revolution continues to shape our world today. Modern labor laws, social safety nets, and collective bargaining rights all have their roots in the organized resistance of workers to early industrial exploitation. The political divides between left and right, socialist and capitalist, labor and conservative parties still reflect the fundamental tensions that emerged when industrial capitalism created new forms of wealth and new forms of deprivation. The dark satanic mills of Manchester cast long shadows. They stretched first across the English Channel to continental Europe, then across the Atlantic to North America, and eventually around the globe to Asia and beyond. What had begun as a British phenomenon was becoming a worldwide transformation. By the mid-19th century, the Industrial Revolution was breaking free of its island birthplace and reshaping societies across continents. Britain's early industrial dominance was no accident. A unique combination of factors had made it the perfect cradle for industrialization. Its political stability, growing colonial empire, strong banking system, and abundant coal and iron resources created ideal conditions for industrial growth. Britain also benefited from a head start of several decades, a period during which it jealously guarded its industrial secrets. The British government initially tried to prevent the spread of industrial technology to potential rivals. Laws prohibited the export of machinery and the emigration of skilled workers who might share their knowledge abroad. Industrial espionage became common as other nations sought to acquire British technical expertise. Samuel Slater, an apprentice in an English textile mill, memorized the designs of spinning machinery before leaving for America in 1789, where he helped establish the first successful water-powered cotton spinning mill in the United States. Despite these efforts at secrecy, industrialization began to take root in other countries by the early 19th century. Belgium, with its rich coal deposits and iron ore, became the first continental European country to industrialize, following a path similar to Britain's. French industrialization proceeded more slowly and unevenly, concentrated in regions like Alsace and around Paris, while much of the country remained agricultural. The German states, still politically fragmented until unification in 1871, saw industrialization begin in areas like the Ruhr Valley and Saxony. Each country's industrial revolution followed a unique pattern shaped by local resources, political systems, and cultural factors. France developed strengths in luxury goods and fashion alongside heavier industries. German industrialization, when it accelerated after unification, emphasized chemicals, electrical equipment, and precision engineering, supported by excellent technical education. The United States combined abundant natural resources with a vast internal market and a pragmatic culture of innovation to develop its own industrial style. Transportation played a crucial role in this global spread. Railways, which had transformed Britain's economic geography, did the same across Europe and North America. The first railway on the European continent opened in Belgium in 1835. By 1850, France had over 1,800 miles of track, and by 1870, Germany had over 11,000 miles. The United States, with its vast distances, embraced railway technology enthusiastically, building over 30,000 miles of track by 1860 and nearly 200,000 miles by 1900. These expanding railway networks created integrated national markets and spurred demand for coal, iron, and steel. They allowed raw materials to reach factories and finished goods to reach consumers more quickly and cheaply than ever before. Railways themselves became a major industry, requiring massive investments in infrastructure, equipment, and operations. They also served as symbols of national pride and technological progress, much as airports or space programs would in later eras. Government policies shaped how industrialization unfolded in different countries. While Britain had industrialized with minimal state intervention, Later developers often took a more active approach. In France, the government built and owned railways and telegraph lines. In Germany, the state sponsored technical education and research. In the United States, high tariffs protected growing industries from foreign competition, while government land grants supported railway construction. Prussia, and later United Germany, developed a model of industrialization that featured close cooperation between government, banks, and industry. German banks took a direct role in industrial development, not just lending money but taking ownership stakes in companies and helping to coordinate their activities. This system helped Germany rapidly catch up to Britain in industries like steel, chemicals, and electrical equipment in the late 19th century. Japan offers perhaps the most dramatic example of state-led industrialization. After centuries of isolation, Japan was forced to open to Western trade in the 1850s. The Meiji Restoration of 1868 brought to power a government determined to modernize Japan and make it competitive with Western powers. The Meiji government sent students abroad to learn Western technologies, hired foreign experts, built railways and telegraph lines, and established model factories that were later sold to private entrepreneurs. Japan's slogan of "Rich Country, Strong Army" captured the dual goals of many late industrializing countries: economic development and military power. Industrial capacity became increasingly tied to military strength as warfare itself industrialized. Steel production, chemical industries, and railway networks were seen not just as economic assets, but as vital national security interests. This connection between industry and military power would reach its terrible culmination in the world wars of the 20th century. The global spread of industrialization created a new international division of labor. Britain, the first industrial nation, initially dominated manufacturing while importing raw materials from its colonies and other less industrialized regions. As other countries industrialized, they too sought sources of raw materials and markets for their manufactured goods, often through colonial expansion. This helped drive the scramble for Africa in the late 19th century, when European powers divided up the continent into colonies. Colonial relationships were fundamentally shaped by the industrial needs of European powers. Colonies became sources of raw materials like cotton, rubber, minerals, and agricultural products, while serving as markets for manufactured goods from the colonizing country. Colonial railways, ports, and telegraph lines were built primarily to serve these extraction and export functions, rather than balanced economic development. This created distorted economies dependent on a few export commodities and vulnerable to price fluctuations. India, as Britain's largest colony, illustrated these patterns clearly. Once a major producer of textiles, India was transformed into an importer of British cloth and an exporter of raw cotton. Indian handloom weavers were devastated by competition from British factory goods, while Indian agriculture was increasingly oriented toward export crops. Railways built by the British connected ports to interior regions rich in resources, but did little to connect different parts of India to each other. Even in formerly independent countries like China and the Ottoman Empire, European powers used their industrial and military advantages to secure trade privileges and economic concessions. These semi-colonial relationships allowed Western powers to exploit resources and markets without the cost and responsibility of formal colonial rule. The economic subordination of much of the world to industrial powers created patterns of development and underdevelopment that would persist long after the colonial era ended. Not all regions experienced industrialization in the 19th century. Large parts of Africa, Asia, and Latin America remained primarily agricultural, their economies oriented toward providing raw materials to industrial centers rather than developing their own manufacturing capacity. This division between industrialized and non-industrialized regions created economic inequalities between nations that in many ways paralleled the class divisions within industrial societies. The social impact of industrialization varied across countries but showed some common patterns. Urbanization accelerated as people moved from rural areas to industrial centers. New middle and working classes emerged, often with political aspirations that challenged traditional elites. Family structures and gender roles shifted as work moved from homes to factories. These changes often created social tensions as traditional values and ways of life clashed with the demands and opportunities of industrial society. Religion and culture responded differently to industrialization in different societies. Protestant countries like Britain, Germany, and the United States seemed to adapt more readily to industrial capitalism, perhaps reflecting what sociologist Max Weber called the Protestant work ethic. Catholic countries like France and Italy industrialized somewhat later and differently. Non-Western societies like Japan and later China faced the challenge of adapting industrial methods without wholesale adoption of Western cultural values. The environmental impact of industrialization became increasingly global. Coal smoke from factories darkened skies in Manchester, Pittsburgh, and later Tokyo and Shanghai. Forests were cleared for timber and fuel. Rivers were polluted with industrial waste. Mining left scars on landscapes from Wales to West Virginia to the Witwatersrand Rand. As industrialization spread, so did these environmental changes, creating the first truly global environmental transformations caused by human activity. Knowledge and technology transfer played a crucial role in the global spread of industrialization. Technical knowledge moved through multiple channels: published materials, training of foreign students, migration of skilled workers, purchase of machinery, and industrial espionage. The great international exhibitions, beginning with London's Crystal Palace exhibition in 1851, served as showcases for industrial technology and helped spread knowledge across borders. As industrialization spread, it accelerated. The time required for new industrial powers to emerge decreased with each generation. Britain's Industrial Revolution took decades to mature. Germany and the United States industrialized more rapidly in the mid-19th century. Japan transformed from a feudal society to an industrial power in a single generation at the end of the 19th century. This acceleration reflected both the growing pool of available knowledge and technology and the increasingly organized efforts of governments to promote industrial development. By 1900, the industrial landscape had changed dramatically from a century earlier. Britain, though still powerful, had lost its industrial dominance. The United States had become the world's largest industrial producer, with Germany close behind. Both were challenging Britain in industries where it had once led, like steel, shipbuilding, and textiles. New industrial powers like Japan were emerging in Asia. Russia, though still largely agricultural, had pockets of advanced industry, especially around Moscow and St. Petersburg. This changing industrial balance was reflected in the products that symbolized each industrial power. Britain had led with textiles, iron, and steam engines. The United States became known for mass-produced consumer goods, agricultural machinery, and later automobiles. Germany excelled in chemicals, electrical equipment, and precision instruments. These industrial specializations reflected each country's resources, educational systems, and cultural priorities. The global spread of industrialization was not simply a matter of other countries copying Britain's example. Each new industrial power adapted the process to its own circumstances and often improved upon earlier models. Germany's chemical industry, for example, quickly surpassed Britain's through superior technical education and research. American mass production techniques created new economies of scale beyond what European factories had achieved. By the early 20th century, industrialization was creating a more interconnected, but also more competitive world. Global trade had increased dramatically, linking producers and consumers across continents. Yet this growing interconnection was accompanied by rising economic nationalism as countries sought to protect their industries and secure resources. The competition for markets and raw materials contributed to the international tensions that would eventually explode in World War I. The industrial powers' quest for secure access to resources, markets, and transportation routes drove imperialism and colonialism to new heights in the late 19th century. The British Empire expanded to cover a quarter of the Earth's land surface. France, Germany, Belgium, and other European powers carved out colonial territories. The United States extended its influence in Latin America and acquired colonies in the Pacific and Caribbean. Japan began building its own empire in Asia. This imperial competition reflected the stakes of industrial development in an age when military power was increasingly tied to industrial capacity. Steel produced in the Ruhr Valley became German battleships challenging British naval supremacy. Coal mined in Pennsylvania powered American factories producing goods that competed with European products in global markets. The Industrial Revolution had become not just an economic transformation, but a geopolitical force reshaping the world order. As the 20th century dawned, the global pattern of industrialization was still highly uneven. Fully industrialized regions with diverse manufacturing sectors included much of Western Europe, the northeastern United States, and parts of Japan. Partially industrialized areas with significant industrial development alongside large agricultural sectors included southern and eastern Europe, the American South and West, and parts of Russia and Latin America. Much of Asia, Africa and the Middle East remained primarily agricultural, though often integrated into the global industrial economy as suppliers of raw materials. This uneven development created hierarchies of economic power that would shape international relations throughout the 20th century. It also established patterns of economic specialization and dependency that many post-colonial nations would struggle to overcome after achieving political independence. The global spread of industrialization had created not only new productive capacities, but new forms of inequality between and within nations. A young clerk in a London office in the 1880s lived in a world profoundly different from that of his grandfather, who had been a rural craftsman. The clerk rode to work on an omnibus or underground railway, worked under gaslight in a large building with hundreds of other workers, read daily newspapers filled with telegraphed news from around the world, and returned home to a suburban row house where his family enjoyed factory-made furnishings and machine-produced food. His life, from his clothing to his entertainment to his sense of time and space, had been reshaped by the Industrial Revolution. The social and cultural changes brought by industrialization were as profound as the economic and technological transformations. Traditional social structures built around land, heredity, and custom gave way to new arrangements based on money, skill, and adaptability. A world once governed by the rhythms of nature and the authority of tradition now moved to the beat of factory whistles and the logic of scientific rationality. These changes affected every aspect of life, from family dynamics to education, from entertainment to identity. Among the most significant social developments of the industrial era was the rise of a new middle class. This group included a broad range of occupations: factory managers, engineers, accountants, shopkeepers, teachers, clerks, civil servants, and various professionals. What united them was their position between the wealthy elite of industrialists and the mass of manual workers. The middle class grew dramatically during the 19th century, becoming a major social and political force. This emerging middle class developed distinctive values and lifestyles. They emphasized hard work, thrift, self-improvement, and respectability. Family life became increasingly privatized and sentimentalized, with the home seen as a refuge from the competitive world of business. Middle-class women were often expected to create this domestic haven, while being excluded from many educational and professional opportunities. Middle-class identity was expressed through consumption, and the right clothes, furnishings, and social activities signaled one's place in society. Education expanded dramatically to meet the needs of this growing middle class and the increasingly complex industrial economy. Basic literacy, once limited to a minority, became nearly universal in the most industrialized countries by the late 19th century. Secondary education grew, and universities began to admit students beyond the traditional elite. Technical and professional education expanded to provide the specialized knowledge needed for engineering, accounting, medicine, and other fields. The content of education changed along with its reach. Scientific and technical subjects gained importance alongside classical learning. History, geography, and modern languages prepared students for a more interconnected world. Mathematics and accounting equipped future managers and clerks for business life. This shift toward practical education reflected the utilitarian values of industrial society, where knowledge was increasingly valued for its usefulness rather than for tradition or prestige. Family life and gender roles underwent significant transformations. The pre-industrial family had often functioned as an economic unit, with all members contributing to household production. Industrialization separated work from home for many people, creating a sharper division between public and private spheres. This separation often reinforced gender divisions, with men working outside the home for wages while women maintained the household and cared for children. Reality was more complex than this idealized division of spheres, especially for working-class families. Many women and children worked for wages out of economic necessity. Single women, widows, and wives of low-earning men had no choice but to seek employment, often in factories, domestic service, or informal sectors like taking in laundry or lodgers. Working-class family economics remained a complex balance of multiple income sources and careful management of limited resources. Middle-class women, while usually not employed in formal jobs, began to create new roles for themselves within the constraints of Victorian gender norms. Charitable work allowed them to enter public life under the guise of extending female nurturing beyond the home. Women's education improved, though often with an emphasis on accomplishments rather than careers. By the late 19th century, some pioneering women were entering professions like teaching, nursing, and eventually medicine, journalism, and social work. The women's rights movement emerged from these changing circumstances. Early feminists like Mary Wollstonecraft had argued for women's equality since the late 18th century, but organized movements for women's suffrage and legal rights gained strength in the industrial era. The Seneca Falls Convention in 1848 in the United States, and the formation of women's suffrage societies in Britain in the 1860s marked the beginning of sustained campaigns for women's political rights that would eventually succeed in the early 20th century. Children's lives changed dramatically. Child labor, while not new, took harsher forms in factories and mines. At the same time, a new concept of childhood as a protected period of development gained strength, first in the middle class and gradually extending to working class children. School attendance gradually replaced work as the normal activity for children, with compulsory education laws passed in most industrialized countries by the late 19th century. Toys, books, and clothing specifically designed for children became common consumer items. Urbanization transformed how people lived and related to each other. By 1851, more people in Britain lived in cities than in rural areas, or the first in human history. Other industrializing countries followed this pattern. City life created new forms of social interaction and organization. People encountered more strangers and had to navigate more complex social environments than in village life. Urban anonymity could be both liberating and isolating, offering freedom from traditional constraints, but also weakening community bonds. New forms of urban entertainment emerged to serve city populations. Music halls and vaudeville theaters offered variety shows that appealed across class lines. Professional sports like soccer in Britain and baseball in the United States developed standardized rules and attracted large followings. Amusement parks, department stores, and later cinema provided new leisure experiences. These mass entertainments created shared cultural references across diverse urban populations. Improved transportation and communication enabled new patterns of tourism and migration. Working-class families could take day trips to seaside resorts on excursion trains. Middle-class travelers explored their own countries and ventured abroad in growing numbers. Guidebooks, travel agencies, and hotels catered to this new mobility. At the same time, millions migrated permanently from rural areas to cities, and from Europe to the Americas, Australia, and elsewhere, creating diasporic communities that maintained connections across vast distances. Religion faced new challenges in the industrial era. Traditional religious authorities had less direct control over urban populations than they had exercised in rural parishes. Scientific discoveries and rational thinking seemed to challenge some religious teachings. Many workers, especially men, drifted away from regular religious practice. Yet religion remained a powerful force, adapting to industrial conditions rather than disappearing. New religious movements, missionary work, and social gospel efforts to address industrial poverty all demonstrated religion's continued vitality. Architecture and urban design reflected the new industrial reality. Factory buildings with their distinctive chimneys dominated many urban landscapes. Railway stations became the new gateways to cities, often built on a grand scale. Housing showed sharp class divisions, from elegant terraces and garden suburbs for the middle class to overcrowded tenements for the poor. Public buildings like town halls, libraries, and museums expressed civic pride and the cultural aspirations of industrial cities. The arts responded to industrialization in complex ways. Some writers and artists celebrated industrial progress and modern urban life. Others criticized the harshness of factory conditions, the alienation of industrial work, or the environmental degradation caused by industry. The Romantic movement, with its emphasis on nature, emotion, and individual expression, can be seen partly as a reaction against industrial rationality and standardization. Later movements like realism and naturalism sought to depict the actual conditions of industrial society. Literature reflected these changing social realities. Charles Dickens, Elizabeth Gaskell, and Émile Zola depicted the conditions of industrial cities and the lives of both workers and the new middle class. Their novels made the abstract processes of industrialization concrete and human, helping readers understand the rapid changes transforming their world. Mass literacy and cheaper printing created a much larger market for books, newspapers, and magazines, allowing literature to reach unprecedented audiences. Visual arts underwent similar transformations. The literal and figurative darkness of industrial cities appeared in paintings by artists like Gustave Doré, whose images of London showed overcrowded slums in perpetual shadow. The Impressionists captured the new leisure activities and changing landscapes of industrial France. Photography, itself a product of industrial technology, documented social conditions and created a new visual language. As the 19th century progressed, art moved increasingly away from realistic representation towards styles that reflected the fragmentation and acceleration of modern experience. Science became increasingly professionalized and specialized. The gentleman amateur gave way to the professional scientist working in universities, government agencies, or industrial laboratories. Scientific disciplines became more clearly defined, with their own methodologies, journals, and professional organizations. The prestige of science rose as its practical applications in industry and medicine demonstrated its utility. Scientific thinking spread beyond technical fields, influencing how people understood society, the mind, and even art and literature. Medical knowledge and practice improved dramatically, though benefits were unevenly distributed. Anesthetics and antiseptic techniques made surgery less painful and dangerous. Vaccination reduced the impact of some infectious diseases. Understanding of germ theory led to improved sanitation and public health measures. These advances gradually increased life expectancy and reduced infant mortality, first in the middle class and eventually more broadly. Public health emerged as a major concern in industrial cities. The concentration of population in urban areas made disease outbreaks more devastating but also more visible to authorities. Cholera epidemics in particular spurred investigation and reform. Clean water supplies, sewer systems, garbage collection, building regulations, and food safety measures were gradually implemented, often after prolonged political struggles. These public health improvements probably saved more lives than direct medical care during this period. Political ideologies evolved in response to industrial conditions. Liberalism emphasized individual rights, free markets, and limited government, appealing to the middle class and some industrialists. Conservatism defended traditional institutions and sometimes the interests of the landed aristocracy against industrial change. Socialism in various forms advocated for worker control or state regulation of industry. Nationalism gained strength, often connected to industrial competition between countries. These ideological divisions still shape political landscapes today. Time itself was experienced differently in industrial society. Pre-industrial time had been marked by natural cycles of day and night, seasons, and agricultural tasks. Industrial time was mechanical, measured by clocks, and divided into standardized units. Factory whistles and punch clocks regulated the workday. Railway schedules required standardized time across regions. This shift from natural to mechanical time disciplined bodies and minds to the requirements of industrial production and created new forms of temporal consciousness. Space, too, was transformed. Railways and later automobiles compressed distances, making previously remote places accessible. Telegraph and telephone enabled communication across vast distances almost instantaneously. These technologies changed perceptions of geography and connection. Local identities remained important, but were increasingly complemented or challenged by national and sometimes international perspectives. The world became smaller and more interconnected, though still sharply divided by class, race, and national power. Identity itself took new forms in industrial society. Pre-industrial identities had been largely determined by birth, the family, village, and social station one was born into. Industrial society offered more fluid identities based on occupation, education, consumption patterns, and voluntary associations. People could reinvent themselves by moving to cities, acquiring new skills, or adopting new styles and behaviors. This fluidity created both opportunity and anxiety, as traditional markers of identity and status became less reliable. Consumer culture emerged as both an economic necessity and a new arena for identity formation. Mass production required mass consumption to be sustainable. Advertising, department stores, mail-order catalogs, and consumer credit all developed to encourage and facilitate consumption. People increasingly expressed their identities through what they purchased and displayed. Clothing, home furnishings, and leisure activities all became markers of taste and status in a more anonymous urban world. The pace of life accelerated noticeably. Transportation and communication happened at speeds unimaginable, in pre-industrial times. News from around the world arrived daily rather than taking weeks or months. Fashion cycles shortened as mass production made new styles quickly and widely available. Technological innovation created a sense that the world was constantly changing, requiring continual adaptation. Many people experienced this acceleration as both exhilarating and disorienting. By the end of the 19th century, these social and cultural changes had created societies that would be recognizable to us today in many ways. Mass media, consumer culture, professional specialization, standardized education, organized sports and entertainment, public health systems, and many other features of modern life were established or emerging. The gulf between this industrial world and the pre-industrial past was enormous, comparable to the distance between our digital age and the industrial era. The transition was far from complete, however. Many aspects of pre-industrial life persisted alongside industrial innovations. Rural areas maintained traditional practices, even as they were increasingly integrated into industrial economies. Religious beliefs and family structures adapted but retained much of their traditional character. Class hierarchies were transformed but not eliminated. The Industrial Revolution had created a new kind of society, but one built upon and still connected to what had come before. The social and cultural changes of industrialization set the stage for the 20th century, when industrial technology would reach its zenith and then begin to give way to new forms of information technology and service economies. The institutions, identities, and cultural forms that emerged during the Industrial Revolution would continue to evolve, but much of their basic structure remains recognizable in our world today, testimony to the profound and lasting impact of this period of transformation. The smokestacks still rise above Manchester and Pittsburgh, Birmingham and the Ruhr Valley, but now they stand mostly silent. Industrial cathedrals transformed into museums and art spaces. The factory whistles no longer call workers to their shifts. The rhythmic pounding of steam-powered machines has faded. Yet we still live in a world profoundly shaped by the Industrial Revolution, its legacy embedded in our cities, economies, environments, and even in how we think about ourselves and our future. As we step into the 21st century, looking back at the Industrial Revolution reveals not just a historical period, but the birth of the modern world. The processes set in motion by those early factories, railways, and telegraphs continue to unfold today in forms both familiar and new. Understanding this ongoing legacy helps us comprehend our own place in history, as both inheritors of the industrial past and creators of whatever comes next. The most visible legacy of industrialization lies in our physical environment. Urban landscapes across the globe bear the imprint of industrial development. Cities expanded horizontally through railway suburbs and later automobile-dependent sprawl. They grew vertically through new building technologies like steel frames and elevators. Industrial cities formed the template for modern urban life, with their commercial downtowns, residential neighborhoods, industrial districts, and public spaces. Many cities still struggle with the environmental legacies of their industrial past. Contaminated soil and water from factories closed decades ago require expensive cleanup. Former industrial sites, waterfronts, railway yards, manufacturing districts have been transformed into parks, cultural facilities, and mixed-use developments. The process of deindustrialization, as manufacturing moved to new locations or declined altogether, left many cities with challenges of economic transition and repurposing of industrial infrastructure. Transportation systems built during the industrial era continue to shape how we move and where we live. Railway networks, though often reduced from their peak extent, still form critical infrastructure in many countries. Road systems developed for early automobiles were expanded into highway networks that define metropolitan regions. Ports built for steamships were adapted for container ships. The geography of mobility created during industrialization still channels the flow of people and goods, though at greater speeds and volumes. Economically, we live in what might be called the late industrial or post-industrial age in developed countries. Manufacturing, while still important, employs a shrinking percentage of workers as automation increases productivity, and many jobs move to developing regions. Service sectors, information technology, finance, and knowledge work have grown in economic importance. Yet these newer economic activities often build upon industrial foundations, physical infrastructure, organizational methods, and technological systems developed during the industrial era. The global economic geography established during industrialization continues to evolve, but maintains many of its basic patterns. The initial divide between industrialized and non-industrialized regions has shifted as manufacturing spread to previously agricultural economies. Countries once on the periphery of the industrial system, like China, South Korea, and Brazil, have developed their own industrial capacity. Yet disparities in wealth and development persist, often following patterns established during the colonial era when industrial powers dominated global trade and resource extraction. Technologically, we have moved beyond steam engines and mechanical looms, but the innovation systems developed during industrialization continue to drive technological change. Research and development has become more institutionalized in corporate laboratories, universities, and government agencies. The patent system has expanded globally. Technical education and engineering disciplines have grown in scope and specialization. The basic relationship between scientific knowledge, technological application, and commercial development established in the industrial era still characterizes innovation today. Our relationship with energy and resources remains profoundly shaped by industrialization's legacies. The fossil fuel economy, born with coal-powered steam engines, expanded with oil and natural gas, creating the carbon emissions now driving climate change. Extractive industries developed during the Industrial Revolution grew in scale and global reach. Patterns of high resource consumption established in early industrial societies spread worldwide as more countries industrialized. These embedded systems and habits now present challenges as we face resource limitations and environmental impacts. Climate change itself represents perhaps the most significant environmental legacy of industrialization. The burning of fossil fuels that powered industrial development has increased atmospheric carbon dioxide from about 280 parts per million before industrialization to over 410 parts per million today. The resulting warming of the planet threatens to disrupt agricultural systems, raise sea levels, increase extreme weather events, and harm biodiversity. Addressing this challenge requires fundamental changes to energy and transportation systems established during the industrial era. Socially and culturally, many patterns established during industrialization have become normalized features of modern life. The separation of work and home, the standardization of education, the emphasis on expertise and credentials, the dominance of clock time, and the centrality of consumption to identity. All these aspects of contemporary life have roots in the industrial transformation. They have become so familiar that we rarely question their historical origins or consider alternatives. Class structures created during industrialization have evolved but not disappeared. While the industrial working class has shrunk in developed economies, economic inequality persists in new forms. Knowledge workers, service employees, and the marginally employed have replaced factory workers in many economies, but divisions of wealth, opportunity, and power remain. The middle class, that distinctive creation of industrial society, faces new pressures from automation, globalization, and changing employment patterns. Gender roles and family structures continue to evolve from their industrial era forms. Women have gained legal rights and entered the workforce in large numbers, though gender inequality persists in pay, opportunity, and domestic responsibilities. Family forms have diversified beyond the nuclear family model that became dominant during industrialization. Childhood continues to be defined primarily through education, rather than work in developed countries, though child labor persists in less developed regions. Political systems established or reformed during the industrial era continue to shape governance today. Representative democracy, though often transformed in its specifics, remains the predominant political form in developed countries. Political parties with roots in industrial era ideological divisions, conservative, liberal, socialist, continue to compete for power, though their positions have evolved. The nation-state, strengthened through industrial development and the standardization it enabled, remains the primary unit of political organization, despite pressures from both global and local forces. Intellectual frameworks developed to understand and manage industrial society still influence how we think today. Statistics, surveys, and other quantitative methods developed to measure industrial populations and economies have expanded to track almost every aspect of life. Management techniques created for factories have been adapted for schools, hospitals, and other institutions. Economic theories focused on growth, productivity, and market mechanisms continue to shape policy and planning. These ways of thinking have become so embedded that they often seem like common sense rather than historical products. The psychological impact of industrialization continues in our relationship with technology and change. The Industrial Revolution accustomed people to continuous technological innovation and the constant obsolescence of skills, products, and methods. This created both an expectation of progress and anxieties about keeping pace with change. Today's concerns about technological unemployment, digital disruption, and the need for lifelong learning echo similar concerns from earlier phases of industrialization. As we face the challenges of the 21st century, climate change, resource limitations, technological disruption, economic inequality, we are both enabled and constrained by the industrial legacy. The scientific knowledge, technological capabilities, and organizational systems developed during industrialization provide tools for addressing these challenges. Yet the habits of thought, institutional structures, and physical infrastructure inherited from the industrial era can make fundamental change difficult. Looking back at the Industrial Revolution from our current perspective, we can see both its achievements and its costs more clearly than those who lived through it. The material abundance, technological capabilities, and scientific understanding it created have improved many lives. Yet these benefits came with environmental damage, colonial exploitation, and human suffering that continue to shape our world. This complex legacy requires neither uncritical celebration nor total rejection, but thoughtful engagement with both its gifts and its burdens. Perhaps the most important lesson from the Industrial Revolution is that profound social and technological transformation is possible within a relatively short period of historical time. In just a few generations, humans fundamentally changed how they produced goods, organized communities, and related to the natural world. This capacity for transformation, for better and worse, remains with us today as we face our own era's challenges. The Industrial Revolution never really ended. It evolved, spread globally, and continued to unfold in new forms. The digital technologies that increasingly define our contemporary world build upon industrial foundations while transforming them. Artificial intelligence, robotics, biotechnology, and other emerging fields represent not a break with the industrial past, but its ongoing evolution. We are not post-industrial so much as differently industrial, still working through the implications of the transformation that began with steam engines and mechanical looms. For those born into the digital age, the Industrial Revolution might seem like ancient history, as distant and foreign as the Agricultural Revolution must have seemed to factory workers in Manchester or Pittsburgh. Yet its legacy surrounds us in the physical infrastructure of our cities, the organization of our workplaces and schools, the global networks of trade and communication, and the environmental challenges we face. Understanding this legacy helps us recognize both the possibilities and limitations we inherit. As new technologies and social arrangements emerge, they interact with industrial-era systems rather than simply replacing them. Electric cars run on road networks built for gasoline-powered vehicles. Digital platforms organize industrial-scale production and distribution. Remote work relies on communication infrastructure that evolved from industrial-era telegraphs and telephones. The future grows from the past rather than erasing it. The story of the Industrial Revolution reminds us that technological and economic systems are not separate from social, political, and cultural life, but deeply intertwined with them. The steam engine was not just a technical device, but part of a reorganization of work, a redistribution of economic power, a transformation of landscapes, and a shift in how people understood their relationship with nature and each other. Today's digital technologies similarly reshape not just how we communicate or work, but how we think, relate, and identify ourselves. It also reminds us that major transformations create both winners and losers, opportunities and dislocations. The ability of societies to manage change, to distribute its benefits widely while mitigating its harms, depends on political choices and social values as much as on technical capabilities. The harsh conditions of early industrialization gradually improved not simply through market forces or technological progress, but through organized demands for reform, regulatory frameworks, and collective action. As we face our own era's transitions, whether called the digital revolution, the green transformation, or something else, the history of industrialization offers perspective. The scale of change we contemplate today, shifting from fossil fuels to renewable energy, or from material growth to sustainable prosperity, is comparable to the shift from agricultural to industrial society. The Industrial Revolution shows that such fundamental change is possible, though never simple or painless. The smoke has cleared from the industrial cities of the 19th century. The deafening noise of the factories has quieted, yet we still live in the world the Industrial Revolution created, still working through its consequences, still using its technologies in evolved forms, still organizing our lives according to patterns it established. Understanding this continuity helps us see our place in the ongoing human story of technological and social transformation, not as the end point of progress, but as one moment in a continuing revolution. The tale of the Silk Road begins in the shadows of ancient mountains, where caravans of camels once trudged through deserts and over peaks, carrying treasures more valuable than gold. This network of routes stretched across the vast expanse of Eurasia, connecting civilizations that had barely known of each other's existence. It was not a single road paved with stones, but rather a web of paths beaten by countless footsteps over thousands of years. The story of these paths is the story of human connection, of how people from different worlds found each other across seemingly impossible distances. 2,000 years ago, in the palaces of imperial China, emperors of the Han dynasty wore robes of a material so fine and lustrous that it seemed to glow with an inner light. This was silk, a fabric so precious that its production method was China's most closely guarded secret. The Chinese had discovered that the cocoons of certain caterpillars could be unwound to create threads of remarkable strength and beauty. For centuries they alone knew the art of silk making, carefully tending to the mulberry trees that fed the silkworms and developing looms to weave the delicate threads. Word of this magical cloth spread westward. Merchants would speak in hushed tones of a land far to the east where men wore garments that shimmered like water and felt softer than the finest wool. These stories reached the ears of nobles in Persia, India, and eventually the Roman Empire. In Rome, senators and their wives began to crave this exotic fabric, paying its weight in gold for even small pieces. Roman writers complained that vast fortunes were being drained from the empire to purchase what they considered an unnecessary luxury from the mysterious land they called Serica, the land of silk. The demand created opportunity. Bold merchants began to organize journeys eastward, while Chinese traders ventured west. They faced dangers that would terrify most: bandits hiding in mountain passes, deserts where the sun could kill as surely as any weapon, and foreign peoples with unfamiliar languages and customs. Yet the promise of wealth drove them forward, establishing routes that would bring not just silk but 1,000 other goods across continents. Under the Han dynasty of China, particularly during the reign of Emperor Wu in the 2nd century BCE, these trade connections gained imperial support. The emperor sent his trusted diplomat Jiang Qian on missions to the west, seeking to form alliances against common enemies and to learn about distant lands. Jiang Qian traveled for years, was captured and held prisoner, escaped, and eventually returned with valuable knowledge about Central Asia. His journeys opened diplomatic channels that would soon become trade routes. Caravans began to form, with merchants pooling their resources to hire guards and guides. They loaded their pack animals with silk, jade, and bronze from China. As they traveled west, they would trade these goods for new merchandise: spices from India, glassware from Rome, gold from Persia. Each item might change hands dozens of times before reaching its final destination, its price increasing with every transaction. Villages that once had been isolated specks on vast landscapes grew into wealthy cities as they became stopping points on the great trade route. The route itself was never fixed. Travelers would adjust their paths based on weather, political stability, and reports of bandit activity. Some sections became well established. The path through the Gansu corridor in western China, for instance, or the routes through the oasis cities of Central Asia. Other segments might shift with the seasons or as new powers rose and fell along the way. It was not until thousands of years later, in the 19th century, that the German geographer Ferdinand von Richthofen would give this ancient network of routes the name we now know it by: the Silk Road. This name captures the importance of silk in stimulating this trade, but in truth the routes carried much more than this single commodity. They transmitted ideas, religions, technologies, and even diseases across continents. The roads themselves were not paved or marked. They existed in the knowledge of guides, in the stories told by merchants, and in the growing connections between East and West. The earliest traders on these routes faced challenges we can scarcely imagine today. They navigated without maps, relying on landmarks and oral directions. They crossed the formidable Taklamakan Desert, a name that some claim means "go in and you won't come out" in the local language. They climbed mountain passes in the Pamirs and the Tian Shan that reached toward the heavens, where the air grew thin and the cold could freeze a man in his sleep. Yet they persisted, driven by the promise of wealth and adventure. As they traveled, they carried not just goods but stories, techniques, and beliefs. A Chinese merchant might return home with tales of the mighty Roman Empire far to the west. A Persian trader might bring back the secret of papermaking along with his bales of silk. These exchanges would reshape the world in ways that would outlast the trade routes themselves. As the 1st century CA approached, these once tenuous connections had grown into a complex network binding east and west. Regular caravans now made their way across Central Asia. Maps were crude but improving. Knowledge of what lay beyond the next mountain range or desert was spreading. The stage was set for the Silk Road to become one of history's greatest channels for the exchange of goods, technologies, and ideas between distant civilizations, a golden thread connecting worlds that had once seemed forever separate. Dawn broke over the watchtowers of the Great Wall as Han soldiers scanned the horizon for signs of nomadic horsemen. This massive barrier, stretching across northern China like a stone dragon, marked more than just a physical boundary, and it represented the edge of the known world to many Chinese. Beyond lay mysterious lands of fierce warriors and untold riches. Yet under the ambitious Han dynasty, China would no longer remain isolated behind its protective walls. Instead, it would reach outward, establishing control over the vital eastern portions of what would become the Silk Road. The Han dynasty had risen to power in 206 BCE, after the fall of the harsh but short-lived Qin Empire. Under rulers like Emperor Wu, who reigned for an impressive 54 years, China grew in both military might and cultural sophistication. Emperor Wu was not content to simply defend China's borders. He dreamed of expansion and influence over the western regions now known as Xinjiang and parts of Central Asia. These lands were critical, for they formed the first steps of any journey between China and the distant Western civilizations. The push westward began in earnest with the journeys of Zhang Quan, a court official whose travels would change the course of history. In 138 BCE, Emperor Wu sent Zhang Quan on a diplomatic mission to seek allies against the Xiongnu, fierce nomadic warriors who threatened China's northern borders. What followed was an epic journey filled with hardship and discovery. Zhang Quan was captured by the very Xiongnu he hoped to outmaneuver, and spent 10 years as their captive before escaping and continuing his mission. When Zhang Quan finally returned to China in 126 BCE, he brought back not military alliances but something perhaps more valuable. He had traveled farther west than any Chinese official before him, reaching as far as the kingdom of Bactria in what is now Afghanistan. His reports described dozens of previously unknown kingdoms, strange customs, remarkable products, and most importantly, potential trade partners. He spoke of heavenly horses in Fergana, of jade in Khotan, and of curious foods and goods in lands with unpronounceable names. Emperor Wu listened with growing excitement. Here was an opportunity not just for trade but for expanding Chinese influence. He soon dispatched more missions westward, some diplomatic, some military. The Han armies pushed into the Tarim Basin, establishing garrisons and commanderies to secure the routes. Chinese farmers and merchants followed the soldiers, settling in these distant outposts and bringing Chinese culture with them. The challenges of controlling these distant territories were immense. The terrain itself was hostile in the fearsome Taklamakan Desert to the south, and the windswept steppes to the north, with only a narrow corridor of habitable land between. The local peoples were not always welcoming of Chinese authority, and always there were the Xiongnu and other nomadic groups, watching from the grasslands, ready to raid vulnerable caravans or settlements. To protect this vital corridor, the Han built a system of walls, watchtowers, and beacon fires that extended the Great Wall westward. Soldiers stationed at these remote outposts lived harsh lives, far from the comforts of Chinese civilization. Yet their presence secured the routes that would bring silk and other Chinese luxuries to the west and Western goods and ideas back to China. One of the most important of these garrison towns was Dunhuang, established at the eastern edge of the Taklamakan Desert. Here all travelers heading west faced a crucial decision, whether to take the northern route around the desert, via Turfan and Kucha, or the southern route via Kutan and Yarkand. Both paths were perilous, but both led eventually to the great markets of Central Asia. Dunhuang became known as the Blazing Beacon, a last outpost of Chinese civilization before the unknown lands beyond. As Chinese control expanded, so did the flow of goods. Silk remained the most famous export, but it was joined by paper, bronze work, lacquerware, and fine porcelain. Chinese artisans had mastered techniques unknown in the West, creating objects of both beauty and utility. Imperial workshops produced silk specifically for export, with designs and colors tailored to Western tastes. The silk itself traveled in tightly packed bales protected from dust and moisture, each worth a small fortune. From the West came new goods that fascinated the Chinese elite: glassware that seemed as clear as water yet hard as stone, woolen textiles with vivid patterns, gold and silver work of exquisite craftsmanship, and strange plants that could be used as medicine or spice. Perhaps most valued were the heavenly horses of Fergannon, larger, stronger, and faster than Chinese breeds. They were said to sweat blood, likely due to a parasitic condition that caused blood to appear in their sweat. Emperor Wu was so determined to acquire these horses that he launched 2 military campaigns to secure them. Beyond physical goods, the routes enabled by hand control brought new ideas into China. Buddhist missionaries began to arrive from India, bringing their faith to Chinese soil for the first time. New musical instruments and styles reached the Chinese court. Astronomers exchanged knowledge of the stars, while physicians shared medical techniques. The Chinese calendar was refined with mathematical concepts from the West. This flow of people and ideas was not without controversy. Conservative Confucian scholars often complained about foreign influences corrupting Chinese culture. They saw the pursuit of Western luxury goods as decadent and wasteful. Yet the allure of the Silk Road proved too strong to resist. The Han emperors continued to support the Western trade routes, seeing in them both economic benefit and strategic advantage. By the 1st century CE, Chinese influence extended deep into Central Asia. Han coins have been found as far west as the Caspian Sea. Chinese-style artifacts appeared in tombs throughout the region. The routes became more established, with regular way stations and markets developing at key points. Maps were created, guides became more knowledgeable, and the dangers, while still real, became more predictable. This golden age of the early Silk Road would not last forever. The Han dynasty itself began to weaken in the later 1st century CE, with court intrigues and economic problems sapping its strength. Control over the distant western regions became more tenuous, yet the connections established during this period would endure. The pathways opened by Zhang Qian and secured by Han soldiers would remain vital arteries of commerce and communication, ready for the next powers to arise and claim control of the eastern gate to the Silk Road. A line of dark shapes moved slowly across the vast emptiness of the Taklamakan Desert. From a distance, they might have been mistaken for a mirage, wavering in the heat, rising from the sand. But as they drew closer, the shapes revealed themselves as a caravan of 2 humped Bactrian camels, their bodies swaying with a steady rhythm that had carried goods across Asia for centuries. Leading them were men with faces wrapped against the sun and sand, their eyes constantly scanning the horizon for landmarks, threats, or the welcome sight of an oasis. Life on the Silk Road was defined by movement and by the harsh realities of some of the most challenging landscapes on Earth. The caravans that traversed these ancient routes were marvels of human organization and endurance. A typical trading caravan might consist of anywhere from a dozen to several hundred camels, each capable of carrying up to 500 pounds of merchandise. These patient beasts were the true heroes of the Silk Road, uniquely adapted to survive in both the scorching deserts and the freezing mountain passes that marked the journey. The Bactrian camel, with its 2 humps storing fat rather than water, could go for a week without drinking and withstand temperature swings from 120 degrees Fahrenheit in the day to below freezing at night. Their wide, padded feet prevented them from sinking into the sand. Even their nostrils could close against blowing sand, and their thick eyelashes protected their eyes from dust storms. The Arabs called them ships of the desert, and no more apt description existed. The humans who led these caravans were equally remarkable. Many were professional caravan leaders, men who had spent their entire lives on the road. They memorized routes across seemingly featureless deserts, knew which mountain passes would be blocked by snow in certain months, and could predict the weather by watching the behavior of birds or the color of the sunset. They spoke multiple languages, or at least knew enough words to trade and negotiate in the diverse lands they crossed. Some families had been in the caravan business for generations, passing down precious knowledge of routes and trading contacts from father to son. A typical day on the road began before dawn. Travelers would rise while the air was still cool, eat a simple meal of dried fruit, nuts and flat bread, then load the camels and begin walking. The caravan leader would set a careful pace. Too slow and they would run out of supplies before reaching the next settlement. Too fast and the camels would tire or be injured. By midday, when the sun was at its fiercest, they might stop briefly in whatever shade they could find, but usually they pressed on until evening. After making camp, they would eat, tend to the animals, and perhaps tell stories or sing songs around a small fire before sleeping under the stars. The dangers they faced were numerous. Sandstorms could arise suddenly, blinding travelers and burying their tracks. Bandits lurked in mountain passes, ready to raid unprotected caravans. In the deserts, water sources could dry up unexpectedly, dooming those who had counted on them. Winter snowstorms in the high mountains could freeze a caravan in place, while summer heat in the deserts could kill the unwary. Even in good conditions, accidents occurred. Camels might stumble and break legs, men might fall ill far from any healer, and loads could shift and be damaged. To minimize these risks, merchants rarely traveled the entire length of the Silk Road. Instead, goods changed hands multiple times, sold and resold at the markets of oasis cities that emerged like jewels in the harsh landscape. These cities were lifelines for travelers, places to rest, resupply, trade, and gather information about conditions ahead. They grew wealthy on the taxes and fees they collected from the constant flow of caravans passing through their gates. The most famous of these oasis cities dotted the rim of the Taklamakan Desert in what is now western China. Kashgar at the western edge was a major hub where routes from China, India, and Central Asia converged. Its Sunday market remains famous even today, a direct descendant of the trading traditions established thousands of years ago. Khotan on the southern edge of the desert was renowned for its jade, while Turfan to the north was famous for its fruits, especially grapes and melons that thrived thanks to an ingenious underground irrigation system called Karez. Further west lay Samarkand, perhaps the greatest of all Silk Road cities. Located in modern Uzbekistan, Samarkand sat at a crucial crossroads where routes from China, India, Persia, and the steppes of Central Asia met. Its markets overflowed with goods from across the known world: Chinese silks, Indian spices, Persian carpets, Russian furs, and Byzantine glassware. Its architecture blended styles from many cultures, and its streets echoed with dozens of languages. At the heart of these oasis cities were the caravanserais, combination inn, warehouse, and trading post. These structures usually followed a standard design, a large rectangular building with a single fortified entrance, leading to an open courtyard surrounded by 2 levels of rooms. The ground floor held stables for animals and storage for goods, while the upper floor provided sleeping quarters for travelers. The thick walls offered protection from both bandits and the elements, while the central courtyard served as a meeting place where merchants could negotiate deals. Inside a caravanserai, a weary traveler could find basic but welcome comforts: a place to sleep out of the wind and sand, food and water, perhaps a bath, and the company of fellow travelers. News and information were traded as eagerly as goods, with merchants sharing tales of road conditions, political changes, or market prices in distant cities. Many caravanserais also included small prayer rooms, accommodating the spiritual needs of travelers from various faiths. The diversity of people found in these way stations was remarkable. A visitor might encounter Han Chinese merchants with their precious silk, Sogdian traders from Central Asia, dark-skinned merchants from India, bearded Persians, fair-skinned Byzantines, and nomadic Turkic or Mongol travelers from the steppes. Some were regulars on certain sections of the route, recognized and welcomed year after year. Others were making once-in-a-lifetime journeys, perhaps as pilgrims or as representatives of distant rulers. Alongside the merchants traveled other characters who made the Silk Road a channel not just for goods but for ideas and culture. Buddhist monks from India headed east to spread their faith in China. Nestorian Christian missionaries journeyed to Central Asia. Scholars sought ancient texts or new knowledge. Musicians and entertainers found appreciative audiences in distant lands. All relied on the same network of routes and rest stops that served the trade caravans. Languages blended at these crossroads, creating unique pidgins that allowed basic communication between people with no common tongue. Money changers did brisk business, as different regions used different currencies: Chinese copper coins with square holes, Persian silver coins, or even paper money in some periods. Goods were carefully weighed on standardized scales to ensure fair trades. Translators and middlemen made themselves indispensable, facilitating deals between merchants who could not directly understand one another. Life in the oasis cities had a rhythm dictated by the seasons and by the coming and going of caravans. Spring and fall saw the busiest traffic, as travelers avoided both the winter cold in the mountains and the summer heat of the deserts. The arrival of a large caravan was cause for excitement. New goods would appear in the markets, news would spread of distant events, and the city's coffers would fill with taxes and fees. Then the caravan would depart, perhaps with new members or with a different mix of goods, and the city would await the next arrival. These cities were not just commercial centers but cultural melting pots. In Dunhuang, cave temples were carved into cliffs and filled with Buddhist artwork showing a unique blend of Indian, Central Asian, and Chinese influences. In Bukhara and Samarkand, architecture combined Persian, Turkic, and Chinese elements. Foods, music, clothing, and customs all reflected the mix of peoples who passed through or settled in these crossroad communities. This cultural fusion was perhaps the most lasting legacy of the Silk Road, new ideas and arts that transcended the boundaries of any single civilization. A monk walked alone along the dusty path, his orange robes bright against the desert landscape. In one hand he carried a walking stick, in the other, a bundle of precious manuscripts wrapped in oiled cloth to protect them from the elements. His head was shaved, his feet were bare, and his face showed the determination of a man on a sacred mission. He was one of thousands of spiritual travelers who used the same roads as the silk merchants, but sought treasures of a different kind. For while the Silk Road carried precious goods from east to west and back again, perhaps its most lasting cargo was invisible: the ideas, beliefs, and faiths that transformed civilizations. Buddhism was among the first major religions to travel the Silk Road, making its way from its birthplace in India toward China and beyond. The journey began around the 1st century CE, when Buddhist monks began to venture northward out of India into Central Asia. They traveled light, carrying little more than their robes, begging bowls, and sacred texts. Their goal was not personal wealth but the spread of the Buddha's teachings to new lands. These early Buddhist missionaries faced enormous challenges. Many did not speak the languages of the lands they entered. The harsh conditions of the road claimed the lives of some, others disappeared into the vastness of Central Asia, never to be heard from again. Yet enough succeeded to plant the seeds of their faith in the oasis cities along the route. In Kutan, Kucha, and other towns on the edges of the Taklamakan Desert, Buddhist communities took root, building monasteries that served both as spiritual centers and as shelters for traveling monks. From these Central Asian bases, Buddhism moved eastward into China. The Chinese, initially suspicious of this foreign faith, gradually became more receptive. By the 4th and 5th centuries CE, Buddhist temples were rising across the Chinese landscape. Pilgrimages between China and India became common, with Chinese monks traveling west to study Buddhism at its source, while Indian teachers journeyed east to spread their knowledge. The most famous of these pilgrims was Xuanzang, a Chinese monk who set out in 629 CE on an epic 16-year journey to India. Traveling westward along the Silk Road, he studied in the great Buddhist centers of learning, collected hundreds of texts, and returned to China as a hero. His detailed account of his travels, Great Tang Records on the Western regions, became not only a spiritual text but also a practical guide for later travelers. Buddhism was not the only faith to travel these ancient routes. Christianity reached China via the Silk Road as early as the 7th century CE, though in a form that might seem strange to modern Christians. Nestorian Christianity, declared heretical by the main churches of the West, found new life in the East. Nestorian missionaries established churches in oasis cities and eventually reached the Chinese capital. A stone stele discovered in Xi'an, dating from 781 CE, bears inscriptions in both Chinese and Syriac describing the arrival of Nestorian Christianity in China. Manichaeism, a now extinct religion founded in Persia by the prophet Mani, also spread along the trade routes, claiming to be the completion and fulfillment of several earlier faiths, including Zoroastrianism, Buddhism, and Christianity. Manichaeism appealed to traders who encountered many religions in their travels. Its stark dualism, the eternal battle between light and darkness, good and evil, offered a simple framework for understanding a complex world. Zoroastrianism, one of the world's oldest continuously practiced religions, also spread from its Persian homeland along the Silk Road. With its emphasis on the moral choice between truth and lie, good and evil, it influenced other faiths and left its mark on communities from the Mediterranean to China. But perhaps the most dramatic religious transformation along the Silk Road came with the spread of Islam. Beginning in the 7th century CE, Arab armies carried their new faith eastward through conquest. Yet the deeper penetration of Islam into Central Asia, China, and Southeast Asia owed as much to merchants as to warriors. Muslim traders, known for their commercial skills and connections across vast regions, established communities and cities along the routes. Local rulers often found it advantageous to convert to Islam to facilitate trade with these merchants. By the 14th century, many of the great Silk Road cities had become predominantly Muslim. Magnificent mosques replaced or stood alongside older Buddhist temples. Islamic art, architecture, and scholarship flourished in places like Bukhara and Samarkand. The Arabic script spread widely, used for writing languages from Persian to Uyghur. What made the Silk Road such a powerful conduit for religious ideas? Part of the answer lies in the nature of the road itself. Unlike modern highways that allow travelers to speed through regions with minimal interaction, the Silk Road forced slow, extended contact between different peoples. Merchants might spend weeks or months in an oasis city waiting for the right season to travel or for new trading partners to arrive. During these long stays, they observed local religious practices, listened to sermons or teachings, and engaged in conversations about faith and philosophy. The physical evidence of this religious exchange remains visible today in the archaeological sites along the ancient routes. In the Mogao caves near Dunhuang, China, thousands of Buddhist paintings and sculptures span a period of 1,000 years, showing the evolution of religious art as different influences met and merged. Earlier caves show strong Indian and Central Asian styles, while later ones reflect increasing Chinese aesthetic sensibilities. Perhaps the most remarkable testament to the Silk Road's role in religious transmission was discovered in 1900 when a Taoist monk named Wang Yuanlu stumbled upon a sealed cave at Mogao. Inside was a library of some 50,000 manuscripts in multiple languages: Chinese, Tibetan, Sanskrit, Sogdian, Uyghur, and more. There were Buddhist texts, of course, but also Nestorian Christian prayers, Manichaean hymns, Jewish texts, and Taoist writings. This library cave had been sealed around 1000 CE, preserving a snapshot of the religious diversity that flowed along the Silk Road. Beyond organized religions, other ideas and philosophies traveled these same routes. Medical knowledge passed between China, India, and the Islamic world. Doctors in different traditions exchanged information about herbs, surgical techniques, and diagnostic methods. The Persian scholar Ibn Sina's Canon of Medicine, written in the early 11th century, incorporated elements of Greek, Indian, and Chinese medical thinking, and later influenced European medicine through Latin translations. Mathematical concepts also moved along the trade routes. The Indian numerical system, including the concept of zero, traveled to the Islamic world and then to Europe, revolutionizing calculation and commerce. Astronomical observations were shared among Chinese, Indian, Persian, and eventually European stargazers, improving calendars and navigation. Even artistic ideas flowed along with the traders and pilgrims. Greco-Buddhist art from Gandhara in modern Pakistan and Afghanistan showed the Buddha in flowing robes reminiscent of Greek statues of Apollo. This artistic style traveled eastward, influencing depictions of the Buddha in China, Korea, and Japan. Musical instruments and playing techniques passed from culture to culture, creating new harmonies and rhythms at each stop along the way. As these diverse ideas met and mingled in the oasis cities, something remarkable happened. Rather than simple replacement of one set of beliefs with another, the result was often syncretism, the blending of different traditions. A traveler might encounter a Buddhist temple with architectural elements reminiscent of Persian designs, or hear a sermon that incorporated concepts from multiple faiths. People found ways to combine new religious ideas with older local traditions, creating unique variations of major religions. This exchange was rarely without tension. Religious conflicts erupted at various times and places along the Silk Road. Buddhist monasteries were destroyed during periods of persecution in China. Nestorian Christians sometimes faced hostility from both mainstream Christians and from followers of other faiths. As Islam spread, adherents of older religions sometimes found themselves marginalized or pressured to convert. Yet overall, the story of religion on the Silk Road is one of remarkable adaptation and coexistence. In many oasis cities, multiple faiths flourished side by side for centuries. Travelers described cities with mosques, Buddhist temples, Christian churches, and Zoroastrian fire temples, all within the same walls. This religious diversity reflected the cosmopolitan nature of these crossroad communities, where pragmatic tolerance often prevailed over ideological purity. The market square in Samarkand buzzed with activity as merchants unveiled their treasures before eager crowds. A Chinese trader carefully unwrapped a bolt of silk, so fine it seemed to float on the air. Nearby, a Persian displayed glassware that caught the sun in colors never seen in local pottery. An Indian merchant measured fragrant spices into small cloth bags, the scents of cardamom, cinnamon, and pepper mixing in the air. This was the Silk Road at its most vibrant, a place where the rarest and most desired goods from across the known world changed hands, fueling a network of trade that stretched across continents. Silk was indeed the star attraction, the luxury good that gave the road its modern name. For centuries, China held a monopoly on silk production, keeping the process a carefully guarded secret. The Chinese knew that the fine threads came from the cocoons of silkworms, which fed on mulberry leaves. The worms were cultivated in specialized houses where temperature and humidity were carefully controlled. The process of unraveling the cocoons, treating the threads, and weaving them into fabric required tremendous skill and specialized knowledge. This Chinese monopoly made silk worth its weight in gold in distant markets. Roman senators and their wives paid enormous sums for silk garments, prompting complaints from moralists about wasted wealth and revealing clothing. According to legend, the Chinese secret was finally broken when two Nestorian monks smuggled silkworm eggs out of China in hollow walking sticks, bringing them to the Byzantine Emperor Justinian around 550 CE. Whether true or not, silk production did eventually spread to Persia, Byzantium, and later to the Mediterranean world. Yet even as the secret spread, Chinese silk maintained its reputation for superior quality. Different regions of China specialized in particular types of silk, brocades with intricate patterns, light gauzy silks for summer garments, or heavy silks for winter wear. Imperial workshops produced especially fine pieces reserved for the emperor and high officials, while commercial workshops created silk specifically for export, with colors and patterns designed to appeal to Central Asian, Persian, or Roman tastes. Though silk dominated the luxury trade heading westward, it was far from the only Chinese good in demand. Porcelain, with its glass-like finish and clear ring when struck, amazed those used to rougher earthenware. Fine Chinese paper, stronger and more suitable for writing than papyrus or parchment, gradually spread westward. Tea, originally consumed as medicine in China, became increasingly popular along the routes. Jade, especially the white jade from Khotan, was prized not only for its beauty but for its supposed spiritual properties. Moving eastward came a different set of treasures. Glassware from Rome, and later Byzantium, astonished the Chinese, who had not mastered the techniques of glass blowing and creating transparent vessels. Roman craftsmen could create glasses of remarkable thinness and clarity, often colored with minerals to produce striking blues, greens, or reds. These delicate pieces survived the long journey wrapped in soft materials and packed in wooden boxes. From the forests and mountains of Central Asia came furs that kept wealthy Chinese warm during cold northern winters. Sable, fox, and marten pelts softer and more luxurious than any local options. From the steppes came horses, particularly the famous blood-sweating horses of Fergana, larger and faster than Chinese breeds and highly valued for military purposes. The Chinese valued these horses so highly that they sometimes paid for them with silk equal to many times the horse's weight. India contributed luxury goods of its own to the Great Exchange. Spices like pepper, cinnamon, and cardamom transformed ordinary meals into exotic feasts. Fragrant woods like sandalwood were carved into decorative items or burned as incense. Cotton textiles, more comfortable in hot weather than silk or wool, moved both east and west from their Indian origin. Ivory from Indian elephants was carved into intricate figurines, combs, and game pieces by skilled artisans. Persian goods were equally coveted. Carpets woven with geometric or floral patterns in vibrant colors adorned the floors of palaces from Constantinople to Chang'an. Metalwork from Persian craftsmen, inlaid with gold or silver, etched with calligraphy, or scenes of hunters and animals, set the standard for luxury tableware. Persian glassmakers created their own styles to compete with Roman wares. Perhaps most valuable were Persian pearls from the Persian Gulf, which adorned the jewelry of elites across Eurasia. From the Mediterranean world came olive oil and wine, flavors unknown in East Asia, but gradually appreciated by cosmopolitan elites along the route. Perfumes and unguents, often containing amber or myrrh from Arabia, traveled in small precious containers. Coral, rare in eastern waters, was fashioned into jewelry or used in medicine. Amber from the Baltic region, having already traveled across Europe to reach Mediterranean ports, continued eastward as decorative pieces believed to hold magical properties. Not all trade goods were luxuries for the elite. Ordinary people along the routes participated in trade for practical items that improved daily life. Iron tools made in certain regions were known for their durability. Medicines from various healing traditions traveled along with the caravans, as did dyes for textiles, alum for treating leather, and seeds for new food crops. The movement of everyday technologies, better irrigation methods, new types of water wheels, improved harnesses for draft animals, may have had a greater impact on ordinary lives than all the silk and spices. Food crops deserve special mention, as their movement along the trade routes gradually transformed diets across Eurasia. Peaches and apricots, originally from China, spread westward. Walnuts and other nuts moved from Central Asia in multiple directions. Vegetables like spinach traveled from Persia toward both east and west. Citrus fruits spread gradually from their Southeast Asian origins. These new foods enriched cuisine and improved nutrition in regions far from their native lands. The list of goods that traveled the Silk Road is nearly endless, but the mechanics of their movement requires explanation. Few merchants traveled the entire length of the routes from China to the Mediterranean. Instead, goods changed hands multiple times at the markets of oasis cities. A bolt of silk might start its journey in a Chinese workshop, be carried by Chinese merchants to Dunhuang, sold to Sogdian traders who took it to Samarkand, then purchased by Persian merchants who carried it to Baghdad, where it was bought by Arab traders who sold it in Damascus, where Byzantine merchants acquired it for resale in Constantinople. At each exchange, the price increased to cover the costs and profits of the middlemen. By the time Chinese silk reached Rome, its price had multiplied many times from its original value. This system of relayed trade explains why luxury goods dominated long-distance exchange. Only items with a high value-to-weight ratio could absorb the costs of multiple transactions and still find willing buyers at the far end of the routes. The physical movement of these goods required careful packing and protection. Silk traveled in tightly wrapped bales, often coated with wax for waterproofing. Porcelain was nested in straw or other soft material inside wooden crates. Spices were sealed in leather bags to preserve their aromas. Glassware was wrapped in soft textiles and packed in boxes filled with straw or wool. Despite these precautions, breakage and damage were common. Merchants factored these losses into their prices, and buyers understood that goods that had traveled thousands of miles might bear the marks of their journey. Beyond the legitimate trade in desirable goods, the Silk Road also saw commerce in more controversial items. Slaves were transported in many directions. Fair-skinned people from the Caucasus region were particularly valued in the Islamic world and China, while specialist craftsmen or performers might be sold to distant courts regardless of their origin. Opium moved eastward from its sources in the Middle East, initially as medicine but increasingly as an addictive substance. Weapons and military technology transferred between regions, sometimes changing the balance of power. Perhaps the most significant unintentional cargo of the Silk Road was disease. The same caravanserais and crowded markets that facilitated trade also allowed pathogens to spread. The most devastating example was the bubonic plague or Black Death of the 14th century, which likely originated in Central or East Asia and followed trade routes westward, killing perhaps a third of Europe's population. Earlier, smallpox, measles, and other diseases had moved along the same paths, causing similar if less documented devastation. Yet despite these darker exchanges, the overwhelming impact of Silk Road trade was positive. The movement of goods satisfied human desires for beauty, flavor, and comfort. New foods improved health and pleasure. Technologies spread that made life easier or more productive. Most importantly, the trade in physical goods facilitated the exchange of something even more valuable, knowledge and ideas that transformed societies far from their origins. The precious silks might eventually wear out, the spices be consumed, the porcelains break, but the exchange of innovations, beliefs, and cultural practices would leave a permanent mark on human civilization. The royal messenger galloped through the gates of the Tang dynasty capital of Chang'an, his horse lathered with sweat after days of hard riding. He carried news from the western frontiers. Tibetan forces had seized control of key mountain passes along the southern Silk Road routes. Within hours, court officials were debating their response. Should they dispatch troops to reclaim these vital arteries of trade, negotiate with the Tibetan king, or develop alternative northern routes that bypassed the troubled region entirely? Such was the constant struggle for control over the Silk Road, a contest of empires and kingdoms that shaped the destiny of Eurasia for over 1,000 years. The story of power over the Silk Road is in many ways the story of the great empires that rose and fell along its length. These massive states recognized that whoever controlled the trade routes controlled not just commerce but information, military access, and cultural influence. For ambitious rulers, the Silk Road was both a prize and a tool, a source of wealth and a means of projecting power far beyond their borders. The Chinese empires were among the most persistent in their efforts to secure the eastern portions of the routes. Under the Han Dynasty, 206 BCE to 220 CE, Chinese armies pushed westward into Central Asia, establishing garrisons and administrative centers in the Tarim Basin. They appointed officials to oversee trade, collect taxes, and maintain security along the roads. Chinese farmers were encouraged to settle in these distant regions, bringing their agricultural techniques and gradually extending Chinese cultural influence. This pattern of expansion, consolidation, and cultural diffusion would be repeated by later Chinese dynasties, most notably the Tang 618–907 CE. At its height, Tang control extended far into Central Asia, with Chinese authority recognized as far west as the borders of Persia. The Tang capital of Chang'an became the eastern terminus of the Silk Road and one of the world's greatest cities, home to over 1 million people, including thousands of foreign merchants, monks, and diplomats. The Tang established a system of post stations along the main routes, where official couriers could change horses and find shelter. This network allowed information to travel rapidly across vast distances. A military threat or diplomatic opportunity in the West could be reported to the imperial court within days. The same system facilitated trade by providing security and infrastructure for merchants. At key points, the Tang maintained garrisons whose soldiers patrolled the routes, protected caravans from bandits, and ensured that taxes were collected on goods passing through their territory. At the western end of the Silk Road, the Roman Empire and its successor, the Byzantine Empire, played similar roles. Roman demand for silk and other Eastern luxuries drove much of the long-distance trade, while Roman coins found as far east as China testify to the reach of Mediterranean commerce. Byzantine emperors attempted to break the Chinese silk monopoly by establishing their own silk industry, eventually succeeding when silkworm eggs were smuggled out of China in the 6th century CE. The Byzantines exercised control over their end of the trade routes through diplomacy, as much as military power. They negotiated agreements with Persian rulers to facilitate the movement of goods, established trading posts in Central Asian cities, and sent embassies to distant courts. When direct military control wasn't possible, they relied on alliances with local powers who could secure the routes in exchange for Byzantine gold or political support. Between these eastern and western anchor points stood the Persian empires, first the Parthians, then the Sassanids, who controlled the central portions of the Silk Road from the 3rd century BCE to the 7th century CE. The Persians were masters of the middleman position, profiting enormously from trade passing through their territory. They built caravanserais, maintained roads, and established a sophisticated system of customs posts. The Sassanid Persians were particularly adept at managing this central position. They developed agreements with the Chinese and Byzantines that allowed trade to flow, while ensuring Persian middlemen captured much of the profit. Their capital at Ctesiphon became a major commercial hub where goods from east and west were exchanged. Persian silver coins were accepted currency throughout much of the route, facilitating transactions across cultural and linguistic boundaries. This relatively stable system of divided control was shattered in the 7th century CE with the rise of Arab Muslim power. Within a century of the Prophet Muhammad's death in 632 CE, Arab armies had conquered the entire Sassanid Empire and much of the Byzantine territories in the Middle East and North Africa. This created a new imperial power stretching from Spain to the borders of China, united by religion and eventually by a common administrative language, Arabic. Under the Umayyad and Abbasid caliphates, Arab and Persian Muslims became the new masters of the central Silk Road. The Abbasid capital at Baghdad replaced Caliphate as the great central marketplace where Eastern and Western goods were exchanged. Muslim merchants benefiting from networks of co-religionists across vast territories came to dominate much of the long-distance trade. Islamic legal codes provided a common framework for commercial transactions, while the Hajj pilgrimage to Mecca created an annual gathering where merchants from across the Islamic world could meet and make deals. Control of the routes was never absolute or unchallenged. In Central Asia, local kingdoms like Sogdia maintained significant autonomy, even while acknowledging the suzerainty of larger empires. The Tibetan Empire periodically seized control of southern routes through the Himalayas. Turkic nomads from the steppes raided the northern routes when central authority weakened. The struggle for control was constant, with power shifting as empires expanded and contracted. This complex balance of power was transformed dramatically in the 13th century with the rise of the Mongol Empire. Beginning with Genghis Khan's unification of the Mongol tribes in 1206 CE, the Mongols embarked on a campaign of conquest unparalleled in human history. Within decades, they had established control over territories stretching from Korea to Eastern Europe, including nearly all of the Silk Road routes. For the first time, the entire length of the Silk Road came under the rule of a single power. The Mongols understood the value of trade and took deliberate steps to facilitate it. They established a system called the Yam, a network of post stations similar to those of earlier empires, but on a much larger scale. Merchants carrying official passes could use these stations, finding fresh horses, food and shelter at regular intervals across the entire expanse of the Mongol domains. The Mongols also imposed a harsh but effective peace across their territories. Their reputation for brutally punishing banditry and their practice of holding local officials responsible for any crimes in their areas made the roads safer than they had been for centuries. Marco Polo, traveling from Venice to China in the late 13th century, marveled at the security of the routes, noting that merchants could travel vast distances without fear. This period, sometimes called the Pax Mongolica, Mongol Peace, represented the golden age of the Silk Road. Trade volume reached unprecedented levels, as merchants could now travel from China to the Black Sea without crossing a political boundary. Cultural exchange accelerated as well, with artists, scholars, and religious figures moving freely across Eurasia. The Mongols themselves, though relatively few in number, adopted and adapted elements from all the cultures they encountered, becoming transmitters of ideas and technologies. The Mongol Empire eventually fragmented into 4 major khanates, each controlling different sections of the Silk Road. Though they maintained familial ties and generally peaceful relations with each other, the unity of the routes was broken. By the mid-14th century, the decline of Mongol power was accelerated by the devastating impact of the Black Death, which likely spread along the very trade routes the Mongols had secured. As Mongol rule weakened, new powers emerged to contest control of the routes. The Ming dynasty reasserted Chinese authority in the east, while the Ottoman Turks gradually expanded their control in the west. In Central Asia, Timur Tamerlane built a new empire centered on Samarkand in the late 14th century, briefly reviving the glory of the Silk Road cities. His descendants, the Timurids, maintained control of key Central Asian segments of the route until the 16th century. The methods of controlling the Silk Road remained remarkably consistent across different empires and eras. Military force secured key choke points like mountain passes and desert oases. Administrative systems collected taxes and customs duties from merchants. Infrastructure investments, roads, bridges, caravanserais, water sources, made travel possible and attracted traders to certain routes over others. Diplomatic agreements between neighboring powers established frameworks for dealing with disputes and facilitating cross-border movement. The economics of controlling the Silk Road were straightforward but lucrative. Empires derived revenue in multiple ways: direct taxes on goods entering or leaving their territory, fees for protection and use of facilities, profits from state monopolies on certain high-value goods, and the general economic benefits of increased commerce within their domains. For cash-strapped rulers, the temptation to increase these levies was always present, but the savviest understood that excessive taxation would simply drive merchants to seek alternative routes. Beyond economic benefits, control of the Silk Road offered significant political advantages. Rulers could gather intelligence about distant regions from merchants and travelers. They could restrict the movement of potential enemies or control the flow of strategic materials like metals for weapons. They could project cultural and religious influence far beyond their borders through the movement of texts, art, and missionaries along the routes they controlled. The management of different cultural and religious groups along the routes posed challenges for every empire. The most successful adopted policies of relative tolerance, recognizing that diverse merchants and travelers were essential to the functioning of long-distance trade. The Tang Chinese generally allowed foreign merchants to maintain their own customs and religious practices in special quarters of Chang'an and other cities. The Mongols famously exempted religious leaders of all faiths from taxation and granted them various privileges. The Abbasid caliphs, while promoting Islam, allowed Christian, Jewish, and Zoroastrian communities to maintain their identities as people of the book. This pragmatic tolerance was never absolute. Even the most open empires imposed certain limits on foreign activities and maintained hierarchies that privileged their own people. During periods of political instability or religious fervor, tolerance could give way to persecution. Yet compared to the rigid exclusivity that would characterize many later imperial systems, the major Silk Road empires displayed remarkable flexibility in accommodating diversity, a necessity for controlling routes that inherently connected different worlds. The vast steppes of Central Asia turned from brown to white as winter descended. A lone rider appeared on the horizon, traveling at a pace that seemed impossible for the harsh conditions. He wore layers of furs and felt, carried minimal provisions, and rode a sturdy Mongol horse bred for endurance. Around his neck hung a metal tablet, marked with the seal of the Great Khan. This was a Mongol messenger, part of the remarkable communication system called the Yam, that connected the largest land empire the world had ever seen, and with it created the greatest flourishing of the Silk Road in its long history. The rise of the Mongol Empire began with a boy named Temujin, born around 1162 CE, to a minor Mongol chieftain who was murdered when the boy was still young. From these humble and desperate beginnings, Temujin would rise to unite the warring Mongol tribes and take the title Genghis Khan, universal ruler, in 1206 CE. What followed was one of history's most extraordinary stories of conquest. Within his lifetime, Genghis Khan would build an empire stretching from the Pacific Ocean to Eastern Europe, and his descendants would extend it further still. The initial phase of Mongol expansion was driven by traditional steppe warfare, taken to new levels of organization and brutality. The Mongols were masters of cavalry tactics, able to coordinate complex maneuvers across vast distances, using a system of flags by day and torches by night. Their composite bows, shooting arrows that could penetrate armor at over 200 yards, gave them lethal striking power. Most importantly, they had a willingness to absorb and adapt the military technologies and administrative systems of conquered peoples. By 1227, when Genghis Khan died, the Mongols had conquered much of northern China, Central Asia, and parts of Persia. His sons and grandsons continued the expansion. Ogedai Khan took the rest of northern China and pushed into Russia and Eastern Möngke Khan Khan completed the conquest of Persia and began the campaign against the Song dynasty in southern China. Kublai Khan finished the conquest of China, establishing the Yuan dynasty and moving the capital to what is now Beijing. At its height in the late 13th century, the Mongol Empire covered approximately 24 million square kilometers, or about 17% of the Earth's land area. It encompassed all of modern Mongolia, China, Korea, Afghanistan, Iran, Iraq, and parts of Russia, Turkey, and Eastern Europe. More significantly for our story, it controlled virtually the entire length of the Silk Road from China to the Black Sea, creating a unified political space across Eurasia for the first time in history. The Mongol conquests were initially devastating for the peoples and cities along the Silk Road. The Mongols were known for offering enemies a simple choice: surrender and be spared, or resist and face annihilation. Cities that resisted, like Merv and Nishapur in Central Asia, were systematically destroyed, their populations massacred and their irrigation systems ruined. Scholars estimate that the Mongol conquests may have resulted in the deaths of 30 to 40 million people, perhaps as much as 10% of the world's population at that time. Yet from this destruction emerged a new order that would enable unprecedented movement and exchange across Eurasia. Once their control was established, the Mongols shifted from conquerors to administrators. They had little interest in imposing their nomadic lifestyle or shamanic religion on subject peoples. Instead, they focused on maintaining order, collecting taxes, and facilitating trade across their vast domains. The Mongols recognized that their empire was too large to be micromanaged from a single center. They divided it into 4 major khanates, each ruled by a branch of Genghis Khan's family: the Yuan dynasty in China, the Chagatai Khanate in Central Asia, the Ilkhanate in Persia and the Middle East, and the Golden Horde in Russia and Eastern Europe. Despite this division, the khanates maintained close relations and a sense of common purpose as part of the larger Mongol family. This political unity created ideal conditions for trade. For merchants traveling the Silk Road, the fragmentation of political authority had always been a major challenge. Each border crossing meant new taxes, regulations, languages, and potential dangers. Under Mongol rule, a merchant could travel from Beijing to the Black Sea under a single political authority, using a single passport called a paisa, and enjoying the protection of Mongol law throughout the journey. The yam system mentioned earlier was perhaps the Mongols' greatest contribution to Eurasian exchange. This network of post stations, spaced about a day's ride apart along major routes, provided fresh horses, food, shelter, and guides to those traveling on official business. Merchants with special permits could also use this system, dramatically increasing the speed and safety of their journeys. According to contemporary accounts, an urgent message could travel from Mongolia to Persia about 4,000 miles in just 2 weeks, an astonishing speed for the medieval world. The Mongols invested heavily in the infrastructure of trade. They repaired roads, built bridges, and constructed new caravanserais. They cleared the routes of bandits with a ruthless efficiency that became legendary. According to travelers' accounts, a maiden carrying a sack of gold could walk alone from one end of the empire to the other without being molested. An exaggeration, surely, but one that reflected the remarkable security of the roads under Mongol rule. The Mongols also created a new merchant class that transcended traditional cultural boundaries. The most famous of these were the Ortak associations of Muslim Central Asian merchants, who acted as commercial agents for the Mongol elite. These merchants received capital from Mongol nobles, enjoying their protection and political connections while handling the actual business of trade. Many became enormously wealthy, building magnificent homes and patronizing arts and scholarship in cities like Samarkand and Bukhara. The consequences of this new trading system were profound. The volume of goods moving along the Silk Road reached unprecedented levels. Luxury items like silk, porcelain, and spices flowed westward in greater quantities than ever before. Gold, silver, and furs moved eastward. New products found wider markets: Persian carpets in China, Chinese paper in Europe, Central Asian cotton in both directions. The greater security and reduced transaction costs allowed lower-value goods to be profitably traded over long distances for the first time. Cultural exchange accelerated alongside commerce. The Mongol elite, pragmatic and generally non-ideological, employed talented individuals regardless of their ethnic or religious background. Chinese administrators served in Persia. Persian physicians practiced in China. European silversmiths worked in Mongol court workshops. This mixture of talents and traditions produced remarkable innovations in fields from astronomy to cartography, medicine to metallurgy. Religious ideas continued to move along the routes as they had for centuries, but now with fewer barriers. Nestorian Christianity experienced its greatest expansion under Mongol rule, establishing churches from China to Iraq. Buddhism found new patrons among the Mongol elite in China and Mongolia. Islam spread more deeply into Central Asia and began to make inroads into Western China. The Mongols themselves, originally shamanists, experimented with various faiths. Some converted to Buddhism, others to Islam or Nestorian Christianity, while many maintained traditional practices alongside elements of these world religions. The most famous account of this golden age comes from Marco Polo, a Venetian merchant who traveled to China in the 1270s and allegedly spent 17 years in the service of Kublai Khan. His book, The Travels of Marco Polo, described the wonders of the East to an astonished European audience: the vast cities of China, the wealth of the great Khan, the curious customs of distant peoples, and the remarkable goods available in Eastern markets. Though modern scholars debate how much of the book reflects Polo's actual experiences, and indeed whether he reached China at all, it nevertheless captured the spirit of an age when Eurasia was more interconnected than ever before. Less famous but equally significant were travelers moving in the opposite direction. Rabben Soma, a Nestorian Christian monk born in Beijing to Turkic parents, traveled westward in the 1280s, eventually reaching Europe as an ambassador from the Ilkhanate of Persia. His journey mirrored Polo's, providing a fascinating Eastern perspective on the medieval West. Persian astronomers and physicians traveled to the Yuan court in China, bringing Islamic scientific knowledge eastward. The cultural impact of this exchange extended to the arts. Chinese motifs appeared in Persian miniature paintings. Central Asian musical instruments and melodies found audiences in China. A distinctive Mongol international style emerged in arts and crafts, blending elements from all the cultures of the empire. The blue and white porcelain that would become synonymous with Chinese ceramics worldwide was developed during this period. using cobalt pigments imported from Persia. Perhaps the most significant but least visible exchanges involve technologies and ideas. Printing with movable type spread from China westward. New crops moved along the routes, changing diets and agricultural practices across Eurasia. Medical knowledge was shared among Chinese, Indian, Persian, and eventually European physicians. Astronomical observations made in observatories from Maragay in Persia to Beijing were compiled and compared. The Pax Mongolica also had darker consequences. The very connections that facilitated trade and cultural exchange also allowed diseases to spread more easily. The Black Death, which devastated populations from China to Europe in the mid-14th century, likely began in Central or East Asia and followed the trade routes westward. Contemporary accounts describe Mongol armies catapulting plague-infected corpses over the walls of Crimean cities, an early form of biological warfare that may have helped spread the disease to Europe. The Mongol Empire's unity began to fragment in the late 13th century. Succession disputes, the adoption of different religions by different branches of the family, and the natural challenges of governing such vast territories all contributed to the gradual dissolution of the unified Mongol state. The Yuan dynasty in China faced increasing resistance from the Chinese population, eventually being overthrown in 1368 by the native Ming dynasty. The Ilkhanate in Persia declined after converting to Islam, losing its connections with the other Khanates. The Golden Horde in Russia split into several competing states. Yet even as the political unity of the Mongol Empire dissolved, the commercial networks and cultural connections it had fostered remained active. Cities like Samarkand, Bukhara, and Tabriz continued to thrive as international trade centers. Merchant associations maintained their cross-cultural operations. Diplomatic and commercial missions still traveled the length of the old Silk Road, albeit with more difficulty than during the height of Mongol power. The legacy of the Mongol period for the Silk Road was complex. On one hand, the Mongols had provided a brief but spectacular demonstration of how much commerce and exchange could flourish under a unified political authority that prioritized trade. On the other hand, their initial conquests had destroyed many cities and irrigation systems that would never fully recover. Their empire had facilitated unprecedented exchange, but also spread devastating diseases. In the shadows of World War II, while much of the world focused on rebuilding, a small group of brilliant minds began quietly laying the groundwork for what would become the most transformative technology of our time. This is the story of the Internet, a tale of human ingenuity, collaboration across borders, and a vision that would ultimately connect billions of people around the globe. The story begins not with cables or computers as we know them today, but with ideas, revolutionary theories that emerged in laboratories and university halls during the 1940s and 1950s. In those early days, computers were massive machines that filled entire rooms, humming and clicking, as they processed basic calculations. They stood alone, isolated islands of technology, with no way to communicate with each other. It was in this environment that a young British mathematician named Alan Turing began exploring the theoretical limits of computation. Having helped crack the German Enigma code during the war, Turing turned his brilliant mind toward understanding what machines could potentially accomplish. In 1936, even before practical computers existed, he described a theoretical device, later known as the Turing machine, that could simulate any computer algorithm. This conceptual breakthrough suggested something profound, that information and logical processes could be universal, transferable, and not limited to human minds. As Turing's ideas spread through academic circles, another pioneer emerged across the Atlantic. In 1948, a researcher at Bell Laboratories named Claude Shannon published A Mathematical Theory of Communication, a paper that would become the foundation of information theory. Shannon showed how all information, whether text, audio, or images, could be broken down into the simplest possible form, binary digits or bits. This insight was revolutionary. It meant that any type of information could be encoded in the same language that computers understood. Shannon introduced the concept of the bit as the basic unit of information and developed mathematical formulas, showing how information could be accurately transmitted even through noisy or imperfect channels. His work gave engineers a framework for thinking about how data could move between locations while maintaining its integrity, an essential concept for any future network. While Turing and Shannon worked on theoretical foundations, practical computing began taking shape. The 1940s saw the development of ENIAC, electronic numerical integrator and computer, one of the first general-purpose electronic computers, built to calculate artillery firing tables for the US Army. ENIAC weighed 30 tons and contained 18,000 vacuum tubes. Despite its size and limited capabilities by modern standards, it demonstrated that electronic computing was possible at a meaningful scale. In the following years, computers like UNIVAC made the leap from military to commercial applications, but these early machines were still primarily designed for batch processing, running one program at a time with results delivered hours or days later. The idea that computers might communicate with each other in real time remained distant. The Cold War, with all its tension and global anxiety, ironically helped push computer networking forward. In 1957, the Soviet Union launched Sputnik, the first artificial satellite, shocking the American scientific establishment. Government created the Advanced Research Projects Agency, ARPA, to regain technological superiority. This agency would later play a crucial role in the birth of the Internet. By the late 1950s, more voices began advocating for connected computer systems. JCR Licklider, a psychologist and computer scientist, wrote about his vision of an intergalactic computer network, where people could access data and programs from anywhere. When he joined ARPA in 1962, Licklider began funding research into computer networking, setting the stage for later breakthroughs. Meanwhile, an American engineer named Paul Baran was developing ideas that would solve a critical problem in networking: vulnerability. Working at the Rand Corporation, Baran was tasked with designing a communication system that could survive a nuclear attack. His solution was revolutionary: a distributed network with no central hub that could be targeted. If some connections were destroyed, messages could automatically find alternative paths to their destinations. Baran proposed breaking messages into standardized chunks, what we now call packets, that could travel independently through the network before being reassembled at their destination. This concept of packet switching would become fundamental to the Internet's design, though it faced resistance from established telecommunications companies who were invested in existing circuit switching technology. While these technological developments were brewing, cultural visionaries began imagining how interconnected information might change society. Vannevar Bush, who had coordinated much of America's scientific research during World War II, wrote an influential essay called As We May Think in 1945. He described a theoretical device called the Memex, a desk-sized machine that could store and recall information through associations, similar to how the human mind works. Though purely conceptual, the Memex foreshadowed hypertext, search engines, and personal knowledge management systems. By the 1960s, the pieces were falling into place. Computer time-sharing systems allowed multiple users to access a single computer simultaneously from different terminals, hinting at the collaborative potential of connected systems. Researchers were developing the practical applications of packet switching, and funding from ARPA was fueling ambitious networking projects at major universities. The theoretical groundwork had been laid. Information could be digitized, processed algorithmically, broken into packets, and potentially shared across distributed networks. The next step would be to put these theories into practice, to create an actual network connecting distant computers. As the decade came to a close, a small team began working on an experimental network that would connect 4 major research computers across the western United States. They couldn't have known they were about to change the world. The age of isolation was ending, and the age of connection was about to begin. The year was 1969. While the world watched in awe as humans first set foot on the moon, another giant leap for mankind was taking place with far less fanfare. In university labs across America, a small team of researchers was about to send the first message between 2 computers, hundreds of miles apart, a moment that would mark the birth of what we now call the Internet. The project was known as ARPANET, named after its funding agency, the Advanced Research Projects Agency, ARPA of the US Department of Defense. Unlike the space race, this technological breakthrough wasn't showcased on television or celebrated with parades. It happened quietly, in academic computer labs, led by scientists and engineers who were focused on solving practical problems rather than making history. By the late 1960s, ARPA had invested millions in university computer research, yet these expensive machines sat in isolation, unable to share resources or data. The vision for ARPANET was straightforward but revolutionary: create a network that would allow these computers to communicate, enabling researchers to share computing resources across long distances. The project was led by Larry Roberts, a soft-spoken but determined computer scientist who had been recruited from MIT to head ARPA's Information Processing Techniques Office. Roberts had the technical knowledge, the funding, and the authority to bring together the best minds in the field. He assembled a team that included institutions like UCLA, Stanford Research Institute, SRI, University of California, Santa Barbara, and the University of Utah. At the heart of ARPANET was packet switching, the concept Paul Barron and others had theorized years earlier. Unlike traditional telephone systems, which maintained a continuous open circuit during a call, packet switching broke data into small chunks that could find their own way through the network. If one path was congested or broken, the packets could reroute through another. This made the network both efficient and resilient. To make this work, the team needed to create special computers called interface message processors, IMPs. These refrigerator-sized machines would serve as gateways between the host computers and the network itself. Built by a company called Bolt Beranek and Newman, BBN, the first IMP was delivered to UCLA in late August 1969, accompanied by a 40-page instruction manual. On the evening of October 29, 1969, the moment of truth arrived. A small group gathered in a lab at UCLA, where graduate student Charlie Klein sat at a computer terminal. Miles away at Stanford Research Institute, programmer Bill Duvall waited at another terminal. The plan was simple. Klein would type login, and the system would echo these characters on Duvall's screen. Klein typed the letter lol and asked over the phone, "Do you see the L?" After a moment, Duvall confirmed he did. Next came the O. It also appeared successfully, but when Klein typed the G, the system crashed. The first message ever sent over what would become the internet was just 2 letters. Lol. As one researcher later joked, it was accidentally profound, like "Hello World" cut short. Despite this modest beginning, the importance of what had just happened was clear to those involved. Within an hour, the connection was restored, and the full login command was successfully transmitted. The first node-to-node communication on ARPANET was complete. By December 1969, all 4 of the initial sites were connected, creating the first true computer network. The original mapping of ARPANET looked like a diamond, with lines connecting UCLA to SRI, SRI to the University of Utah, Utah to UC Santa Barbara, and Santa Barbara back to UCLA. This simple diagram represented the beginning of a new era in human communication. Throughout 1970, the network grew. More MPs were installed at other universities and research centers, expanding ARPANET's reach. The engineers worked tirelessly to improve the reliability and functionality of the system. Sometimes they'd discover a problem only after a node went down at midnight, requiring emergency phone calls and late-night debugging sessions. This was uncharted territory. There were no instruction manuals for building a nationwide computer network. One of the key technical achievements came in 1970 when the Network Control Protocol (NCP) was finalized. This was the first standardized method for computers on ARPANET to communicate with each other. Before NCP, each computer might speak its own language, making communication difficult or impossible. The protocol established rules for how data should be formatted, transmitted, and received, creating a common language for the network. As the network grew, so did its capabilities. Scientists were no longer limited to the computing resources at their own institutions. A researcher at MIT could run a program on a specialized computer at UCLA without having to travel across the country. Data could be shared instantly, accelerating the pace of collaboration and discovery. In 1971, ARPANET took another giant step forward with the invention of electronic mail, or email. Ray Tomlinson, a programmer at BBN, created a simple program that allowed users to send messages to other users on the network. To separate the username from the host computer, Tomlinson chose the @ symbol, a character that was on the keyboard but rarely used in programming at that time. This seemingly minor decision created the username at host format still used in email addresses today. Email was not part of the original ARPANET plan. It was developed because Tomlinson thought it would be useful, yet it quickly became the network's most popular feature. Scientists who had been connected to share computing resources discovered they enjoyed communicating with each other even more. This pattern would repeat throughout the internet's history, the most transformative applications often came from unexpected directions. By 1972, ARPANET had grown to include 23 connected computers, or nodes. While this may seem tiny compared to today's billions of connected devices, it represented exponential growth in just 3 years. More importantly, it proved that large-scale networking was viable. The true coming-out party for ARPANET came in October 1972 at the International Conference on Computer Communications in Washington, D.C. Here, Roberts and his team conducted the first public demonstration of the network. Attendees could sit down at terminals and interact with computers hundreds of miles away in real time. They could run programs, transfer files, and send messages across the country as if the distant computers were in the next room. For many computer scientists attending the conference, this was the moment when the potential of networking became real. What had been theoretical or experimental was now a working system with practical applications. The demonstration generated excitement throughout the computer science community and inspired many to join the networking revolution. As 1972 drew to a close, ARPANET had evolved from an experimental project into a functioning network that was changing how research was conducted. The concept of the network began entering the vocabulary of computer scientists across America. The groundwork had been laid for an explosive period of growth and innovation in the coming years. The small team that had gathered in that UCLA lab in 1969 couldn't have fully imagined what their work would lead to. They were focused on connecting powerful research computers, not creating a global communication system. Yet the principles they established, decentralization, packet switching, open protocols, would shape the development of digital networking for decades to come. The successful public demonstration of R18 in 1972 marked the end of the beginning. What had started as an experiment connecting 4 computers at American research institutions was about to grow into something much larger. The 1970s would see the network expand, not just in size, but in purpose and reach, as more people recognized the transformative potential of connected computers. By 1973, R18 had grown beyond its initial cluster of Western American universities. New nodes appeared at research centers and universities across the United States. Each new connection brought more users, more resources, and more possibilities to the network. Computer scientists who had previously worked in isolation could now collaborate easily with colleagues across the country. The community of networked researchers was growing, and with it, a shared culture of open communication and cooperation began to emerge. What made this expansion possible was the continued refinement of the technical foundations. The original Network Control Protocol, NCP, had served R18 well in its early days, but as the network grew, limitations became apparent. The protocol had been designed for a small, trusted network of similar computers. It couldn't easily accommodate different types of networks or handle the growing complexity of connections. Enter 2 visionaries who would solve this problem, Vinton Cerf and Robert Kahn. Cerf, a computer scientist who had been involved with R18net since its UCLA origins, and Kahn, who had worked on the network's architecture at BBN, recognized the need for a more robust approach to networking. They set out to design a system that could connect not just individual computers, but entire networks of different types. In 1973, Cerf and Kahn began developing what would become the Transmission Control Protocol, Internet Protocol, or TCP/IP. Their insight was both technical and philosophical. Rather than forcing all networks to operate the same way, they created a method for different networks to communicate while maintaining their own internal structures. Their approach embodied a crucial principle that would define the Internet: decentralized design with common standards. The TCP/IP protocols were like creating a universal translator that could work between any computer systems, regardless of their hardware or software. This approach meant that no single entity would control the entire system. Networks could join the larger interconnected system or Internet while maintaining their independence. While the TCP/IP protocols were being developed, ARPANET itself was growing beyond American borders. In 1973, the first international connections were established, linking ARPANET to the University College of London in England and the NORSAR seismic detection system in Norway. These connections, traveling through satellite links and undersea cables, transformed what had been an American research project into the beginning of a global system. The Norwegian connection was particularly significant. It had been established to transmit seismic data as part of nuclear test monitoring during the Cold War. Yet this military purpose soon gave way to scientific collaboration, showing how the network could transcend its original defense-related mission. Researchers in Europe could now access American computing resources, and vice versa, fostering international collaboration in ways that had never before been possible. As ARPANET grew, new applications beyond the original file transfers and remote computing continued to emerge. Email, which had been introduced in 1971, became increasingly popular. By the mid-1970s, it accounted for the majority of traffic on the network. The ability to communicate quickly and informally with colleagues across institutions was changing how research collaboration happened. In 1976, Queen Elizabeth II of England became one of the first heads of state to send an email when she inaugurated a new programming language facility. Although the message was largely ceremonial and prepared by technical staff, it symbolized how this new form of communication was beginning to enter public awareness. Even if most people still had no direct access to the technology, the culture of the early network was markedly different from today's internet. The users were primarily researchers, engineers, and computer scientists, a relatively homogeneous group with shared professional interests. Commercial activity was prohibited on the government-funded ARPANET, and security concerns were minimal since users generally knew and trusted each other. This created an atmosphere of open collaboration that shaped many early internet traditions. By the mid-1970s, other networks began to appear alongside ARPANET. In 1976, UUCP, Unix to Unix copy, allowed Unix computers to connect and share data via regular phone lines. This was significant because it provided networking capabilities to institutions that weren't connected to ARPANET. Another major development came in 1979 with the creation of Usenet, a distributed discussion system created by graduate students at Duke University and the University of North Carolina. Usenet allowed users to post messages to news groups organized by topic. Unlike ARPANET, which required a dedicated connection, Usenet could operate over standard phone lines, making it accessible to a much wider audience, including home computer enthusiasts. These parallel networks reflected growing interest in computer communication beyond the original ARPANET community. People were finding ways to connect computers even without access to the expensive infrastructure of ARPANET. The desire to share information electronically was spreading beyond government-funded research projects. By 1979, ARPANET had grown to include more than 60 nodes, but it was still primarily a research network. However, its success was inspiring others to build similar systems. CompuServe, the first major commercial online service for the public, launched in 1979, offering email, technical support, and message boards to anyone with a computer and modem who could pay the hourly fees. As the 1970s turned into the 1980s, the concept of interconnecting these various networks gained momentum. The term Internet began to appear in technical documents around 1974, when Vint Cerf and Bob Kahn published their paper on TCP/IP titled A Protocol for Packet Network Intercommunication. However, it would take time for the term to enter common usage. The early 1980s saw the formation of BATnet because its time network, which connected academic mainframe computers primarily for email and file transfers. Unlike ARPANET, BATnet was not funded by the government but by the institutions that joined it. This marked an important shift in how networks were funded and governed, moving away from centralized government control. CSNet Computer Science Network was established in 1981 with National Science Foundation support to provide networking services to computer science departments that didn't have access to ARPANET. This further expanded the community of networked researchers and laid groundwork for later NSF involvement in Internet development. Throughout this period, the various networks existed as separate entities, though with growing connections between them. The adoption of TCP/IP would eventually allow them to function as parts of a unified network of networks, the true Internet. But in the early 1980s, this integration was still in progress. Despite these advances, the network remained largely unknown to the general public. In 1982, a typical American would never have heard of ARPANET or the emerging concept of an Internet. Computers themselves were still primarily found in businesses, universities, and government facilities, not in homes. The personal computer revolution was just beginning, with the introduction of machines like the Commodore 64 in 1982 making computers more accessible to ordinary people. As 1982 drew to a close, the stage was set for a pivotal moment in Internet history. ARPANET had proven the value of networked computing. Multiple networks existed and were growing. The technical foundations for connecting these networks had been developed with TCP/IP. What remained was to implement these protocols across the entire system. The researchers, engineers, and visionaries who had built these early networks were about to take the next critical step, one that would transform their collection of specialized research networks into the foundation of a global communication system. The true Internet was about to be born. The morning of January 1st, 1983, seemed like any other New Year's Day. While many Americans were recovering from celebrations or watching college football bowl games, something momentous was happening behind the scenes. On that day, with the flip of a digital switch, ARPANET officially transitioned from its original Network Control Protocol, NCP, to the new Transmission Control Protocol, Internet Protocol, TCP/C. This technical change, invisible to most of the world, would later be recognized as the true birth date of the Internet, as we know it today. The transition was years in the making. Vint Cerf, Bob Kahn, and their colleagues had developed TCP/C in the mid-1970s, but implementing it across an already functioning network was no simple task. John Postel and Joyce Reynolds at the University of Southern California's Information Sciences Institute led the massive effort to coordinate the switchover. For months, they had worked with network administrators across dozens of sites, preparing for what some called Flag Day, the moment when the old protocol would be permanently disabled. The change was not merely technical but philosophical. TCP/C was designed with a fundamentally different vision than the original ARPANET protocols. Where NCP had been created for a single closed network, TCP/C was built for an open system of interconnected networks, an internet. Any network could join this system if it implemented the standard protocols. No central authority would control who could connect or what they could do with their connection, as long as they followed the basic rules of the protocols. This design embodied what would later be called the end-to-end principle, the idea that the network itself should be as simple as possible, with intelligence residing in the devices at either end of a connection. The network's job was simply to carry packets from source to destination. What those packets contained, how they were used, and what happened to them when they arrived was not the network's concern. This principle would allow for tremendous innovation at the edges of the network without requiring changes to its core. The transition to TCP/C was not without challenges. Some computers weren't ready on January 1st and had to scramble to implement the new protocols. Others experienced temporary problems that required quick fixes. But remarkably, given the scale and complexity of the change, the transition was largely successful. By the end of January, the entire ARPANET was operating on TCP/IP. This change meant that ARPANET was now just one network among potentially many in the broader Internet. Other networks could connect to it as equals through gateways that spoke the common language of IP. The architecture was in place for the explosive growth that would follow. With the foundational protocol in place, other crucial elements of modern Internet infrastructure soon followed. One of the most important came later in 1983 with the introduction of the domain name system DNS. Before DNS, every computer on the network was identified by a numeric IP address, a string of numbers that computers could easily process but humans found difficult to remember. Host names existed, but they were managed through a single file called hosts.txt that had to be manually updated and distributed across the network. As the network grew, this centralized approach became increasingly unwieldy. Paul Mockapetris, working at USC's Information Sciences Institute, developed DNS as a distributed, hierarchical system for translating between human-readable domain names and machine-readable IP addresses. Instead of a single file containing all host information, DNS distributed this information across multiple servers organized in a tree-like structure. The DNS design introduced the now familiar domain suffixes like .com, commercial.edu, educationalinstitutions.org, organizations.gov, government, and .mil, military. These top-level domains created a logical organization for the growing network. Country-specific domains like UK for the United Kingdom or FR for France acknowledged the increasingly international nature of the Internet. The first domain ever registered under this new system was Symbolics.com, claimed by the Symbolics Computer Corporation in March 1985. While few could have predicted it at the time, domain names would eventually become valuable digital real estate, with some selling for millions of dollars decades later. Another significant development in 1983 was the split of ARPANET into two separate networks: eARPANET for research purposes and MULNET, military network for non-classified military communications. This division reflected the growing recognition that different user communities had different needs and security requirements. MILNET eventually became part of the Defense Data Network, while ARPANET continued as the backbone for civilian research. This splitting of networks was an early example of how the Internet would evolve, not as a single monolithic system, but as a diverse ecosystem of interconnected networks serving different purposes, yet able to communicate through common protocols. The academic community also expanded its networking presence in 1983. CSNet, Computer Science Network, which had been established in 1981, continued to grow, providing network services to computer science departments that didn't have access to ARPANET. BitNet, because its time network connected academic mainframe computers, primarily for email and file transfers. These networks, along with others like USNet, formed a patchwork of connectivity. They didn't all use TCP/IP initially, but the protocol's flexibility eventually allowed them to interoperate. The result was a growing network of networks, the literal meaning of the term Internet. For users of these early networks, the experience bore little resemblance to today's Internet. There was no World Wide Web, no browsers, no social media. The primary applications were email file transfers and remote login to other computers. Access was typically through text-based terminals, black screens with green or amber text, and a blinking cursor. Graphics, when they existed at all, were crude by modern standards. Despite these limitations, the impact on research and collaboration was profound. Scientists who had previously communicated through postal mail or occasional conferences could now exchange ideas daily. Software could be shared instantly across continents. Problems that might have taken months to solve through traditional correspondence could be addressed in days or hours. The physical infrastructure of this early Internet was also evolving. The original ARPANET had used dedicated phone lines leased from telephone companies, with data transmitted at speeds that would seem glacial today, typically 56 kilobits per second. By 1983, plans were already underway for faster backbone networks that would eventually reach speeds of 1.5 megabits per second, still slower than a modern home connection, but a massive improvement at the time. For all its technical advances, the Internet of 1983 remained largely unknown to the general public. Access was limited to those affiliated with participating research institutions, government agencies, or a handful of private companies involved in network research. Home computer ownership was growing with popular models like the Commodore 64 and Apple IIe, but these machines typically weren't connected to any network. Commercial online services like CompuServe and The Source offered some network features to consumers, but they were closed systems, not part of the open Internet. They provided email, chat rooms, forums, and access to certain databases, all for hourly fees that could quickly add up. Connecting typically required a telephone modem, a device that converted digital computer data into audio tones that could travel over standard phone lines, usually at speeds of 300 to 1200 bits per second. Despite being largely invisible to the public, the developments of 1983 made the Internet infinitely more scalable than it had been before. The combination of TCP/IP and DNS created a system that could theoretically grow to connect billions of devices, a possibility that few considered realistic at the time. What made these protocols so powerful was their simplicity and flexibility. TCP/IP didn't care what type of computer you were using, what operating system it ran, or what you wanted to do with your connection. It simply provided a standard way for packets of data to find their way from source to destination across multiple networks. This simplicity allowed for incredible diversity in both the devices that could connect and the applications they could run. As 1983 drew to a close, the foundations were firmly in place for what would become a global communications revolution. The technical community had created a system with the capacity to grow far beyond its current boundaries. What remained to be seen was how that growth would happen, who would drive it, and what new applications would emerge to harness the power of a truly global network. While engineers and scientists were building the technical infrastructure of the Internet, something equally important was happening on screens across America and beyond. In living rooms, college dorms, and small offices, people were discovering the magic of connecting with others through technology. The mid to late 1980s marked the rise of the first true online communities, digital gathering places where people came together, not just to share files or send messages, but to build relationships, exchange ideas, and create culture. These early online communities took many forms, but few were part of the official internet with its TCP/IP protocols. Instead, most existed on parallel systems that were more accessible to everyday computer enthusiasts. The most popular were bulletin board systems, or BBSs, electronic message boards run by hobbyists using personal computers and phone lines. To access a BBS, you needed a computer, a modem, and the phone number of the system you wanted to call. Your computer would dial the number, the modem on the other end would answer, and suddenly you were connected to another computer that might be across town or across the country. Unlike the internet, which allowed many users to connect simultaneously, most BBSes could host only one user at a time. When you connected, the phone line was busy for anyone else trying to call. Despite these limitations, BBSes fostered vibrant communities. A typical BBS might offer message boards, file sharing areas, and games. Users would leave messages for each other, upload and download software, and participate in ongoing discussions on topics ranging from computer programming to science fiction. Some BBSes specialized in particular topics or communities. There were boards dedicated to music, gaming, politics, religion, and countless other interests. The sysops system operators, who ran BBSes, were like digital community managers, maintaining the hardware and software, setting rules, and often creating a distinctive atmosphere for their electronic gathering places. Some BBSes charged fees, but many were passion projects run by enthusiasts eager to create digital spaces for like-minded people. As personal computing grew more popular, so did BBSes. By the late 1980s, thousands of these systems were operating across the United States alone, with many more internationally. They represented a grassroots telecommunications revolution, ordinary people creating their own networks, independent of major corporations or government agencies. For many users, BBSes provided their first experience of online community. The excitement of connecting with distant strangers who shared your interests was powerful. People formed friendships, fell in love, debated politics, and exchanged knowledge all through text on a screen, often at the glacial pace of 1200 or 2400 bits per second. While BBSes flourished in local communities, other systems were creating larger, more connected networks. One of the most influential was USNet, which had been established in 1979 but grew substantially in the late 1980s. Unlike BBSes, which were standalone systems, USNet was a distributed network of servers that exchanged messages, creating discussion forums called newsgroups. USNet was organized into hierarchies: Compi for computer topics, Sci for science, Rec for hobbies and recreation, Seg for social issues, and so on. Within these categories were thousands of specific newsgroups covering nearly every imaginable topic. Want to discuss Star Trek? Join rec.arts.startrek. Interested in artificial intelligence? Compife. I was the place for you. These newsgroups created global communities of interest long before social media platforms existed. The content on USNet reflected the demographics of early network users, predominantly college-educated, technically inclined, and based at universities or technology companies. Discussions could be scholarly and detailed, but USNet also had its share of arguments, jokes, and social bonding. It was here that many internet traditions began, including emoticons like the smiley face, to convey tone in text-only communications. Another significant development in this period was Internet Relay Chat, IRC, created in 1988 by Jarkko Okarinen, a Finnish student. Unlike the asynchronous communication of BBSes and USNet, IRC allowed users to chat in real time. Participants would join channels dedicated to various topics and converse as if they were in the same room, despite being scattered across the globe. IRC quickly became popular, especially among the technical community. During major world events like the Gulf War in 1991, IRC channels became improvised news networks, with participants sharing information and first-hand accounts faster than traditional media. This foreshadowed how social media would later transform news consumption and reporting. While these various systems were growing, a remarkable experiment in online community was unfolding in the San Francisco Bay Area. The Whole Earth Electronic Link, launched in 1985, became one of the most influential early online communities. Founded by Stuart Brand of Whole Earth Catalog fame and Larry Brilliant, The Well attracted an eclectic mix of technologists, journalists, Grateful Dead fans, and counterculture figures. The Well charged for access but fostered exceptionally thoughtful discussions through its conference system. It became famous for its sense of community and the quality of conversation. As journalist Howard Riesingold, a Well member, would later write in his book The Virtual Community, these online spaces were places where people gathered for intellectual fellowship, emotional support, companionship. What made The Well special was not its technology, which was relatively simple, but its community norms and the diversity of its participants. It demonstrated that online communities could foster meaningful relationships and substantive intellectual exchange. Many Well members formed real-world friendships, gathering at parties and events organized through the system. For businesses and organizations, email was becoming an essential tool during this period. By the late 1980s, email was no longer confined to research networks. Commercial email services allowed businesses to communicate electronically, both internally and with external partners. Companies like MCI Mail and CompuServe offered email addresses to paying customers, and gateways between different email systems were established. Email was transforming workplace communication, though not without resistance. Many executives initially viewed electronic messages as less important than paper memos or phone calls. Some refused to use computers altogether, having assistants print out emails for them and type their responses. Despite this resistance, the efficiency of electronic communication was undeniable, and email adoption steadily increased. The physical infrastructure connecting these various communities continued to evolve. By the late 1980s, modems had become faster and more reliable, with speeds reaching 9,600 bits per second in more advanced models. This was still painfully slow by modern standards. Downloading a single high-resolution photograph could take minutes, but it represented significant progress. For those lucky enough to be at major universities or research institutions, direct internet connections offered much higher speeds. The National Science Foundation Network (NSFNet) had been established in 1985 to connect university supercomputing centers, and by 1988 its backbone had been upgraded to T1 lines running at 1.5 megabits per second, roughly 50 times faster than the fastest consumer modems of the era. Throughout this period, the official internet remained largely a tool for research and education. Commercial use was still restricted by the National Science Foundation's acceptable use policy, which prohibited use for commercial activities by for-profit institutions. This policy reflected the internet's origins as a government-funded research network. However, these restrictions were increasingly at odds with the growing commercial interest in networking. Businesses were establishing private networks using the same TCP/IP technology, and entrepreneurs were beginning to see the potential for commercial services delivered over internet-like infrastructure. By 1990, the landscape of online communication was diverse and expanding. The official internet connected thousands of research institutions and universities. USNet reached tens of thousands of computers worldwide. Hundreds of thousands of people used commercial online services like CompuServe, Prodigy, and the rapidly growing America Online (AOL), and countless local communities formed around thousands of BBSEs. These various systems weren't yet integrated into a single seamless network. Moving information between them often required gateways or manual intervention. Each had its own interface, culture, and rules, but collectively they were teaching a generation of users the value of electronic communication and community. The users of these early systems were pioneering a new form of human interaction. They were learning how to express themselves through text alone, how to form relationships with people they might never meet in person, and how to collaborate across distance. They were creating the social norms and practices that would eventually shape life online for billions of people. As the 1980s came to a close, these online communities remained largely invisible to mainstream culture. Most Americans had never used a modem or sent an email. Newspapers and television rarely reported on developments in computer networking, except as occasional curiosities. But for those already participating in these digital spaces, it was clear that something transformative was happening. A new kind of public sphere was taking shape in the electronic ether. What none of these early online explorers could have predicted was how dramatically things would change in the coming decade. A new application was about to emerge that would make the internet accessible and appealing to the general public, transforming it from a specialized tool for researchers and enthusiasts into a mass medium with global reach. On a snowy day in December 1990, in a research laboratory near the Franco-Swiss border, a British computer scientist named Tim Berners-Lee completed work on a project that would transform the internet from a specialized tool for academics and researchers into a mass medium that would eventually touch every aspect of human life. His creation was deceptively simple, but its impact would be profound. He called it the World Wide Web. Berners-Lee had been working at CERN, the European Organization for Nuclear Research, one of the world's largest physics laboratories. CERN employed thousands of scientists from across Europe and beyond, generating enormous amounts of data and research papers. Keeping track of all this information was becoming increasingly difficult. Scientists would arrive at CERN for a few months, create new documents and data, then leave, often with critical knowledge and connections lost in the process. In March 1989, Berners-Lee had submitted a proposal to his managers titled Information Management. A proposal. In it, he suggested creating a hypertext system that would allow researchers to share and link documents across the CERN network. Initially, the proposal received a lukewarm response. His supervisor wrote vague but exciting on the cover, but Berners-Lee persisted, refining his ideas and eventually receiving permission to pursue the project. What made Berners-Lee's vision revolutionary wasn't the concept of hypertext itself, which had been around since the 1960s. Computer pioneers like Douglas Engelbart and Ted Nelson had long advocated for interconnected documents with clickable links. What Berners-Lee did was combine hypertext with the existing infrastructure of the internet, creating a system that could work across different computers and networks worldwide. By the end of 1990, Berners-Lee had developed the three fundamental technologies that still form the foundation of today's web: HTML, hypertext markup language, the formatting language for web pages; HTTP, hypertext transfer protocol, the rules for how information passes through the web; and URLs, uniform resource locators, the unique addresses that identify each resource on the web. He also created the first web browser and editor, which he called World Wide Web, later renamed Nexus to avoid confusion with the abstract space World Wide Web. The first web server ran on a NeXT computer in his office, with a handwritten sign taped to the front reading, "This machine is a server. Do not power down." On August 6, 1991, Berners-Lee publicly announced the World Wide Web project on several internet news groups and made his code available for anyone to use. This decision to release the web as open, non-proprietary technology was crucial to its rapid adoption. Had Berners-Lee or CERN attempted to patent or license the technology, the web's growth might have been significantly stunted. The first website, hosted at info.cern.ch, was simple by today's standards, mostly text with hyperlinks, explaining what the World Wide Web was and how to use it. There were no images, videos, or interactive elements, but the fundamental idea was revolutionary. Documents could be linked across the internet, creating a web of information that users could navigate by simply clicking. Initially, the web spread slowly, primarily among academic and research institutions. Early browsers were text-based and worked only on specific computer systems. For the web to truly transform the internet, it needed a more accessible, user-friendly browser that could work on common personal computers. That breakthrough came in 1993 with the release of Mosaic, developed by a team at the National Center for Supercomputing Applications, NCSA, at the University of Illinois. Led by Mark Andreessen and Eric Benner, the Mosaic team created a browser that could display images in line with text rather than in separate windows, featured a graphical interface, and ran on widely used operating systems like Windows and Macintosh. Mosaic made the web visually appealing and dramatically easier to use. No longer did you need to remember cryptic commands or navigate through text-only interfaces. With Mosaic, you could simply point and click your way through the web's growing information space. This accessibility helped the web extend beyond the technical community to everyday users. The impact was immediate and dramatic. In 1993, the web accounted for just 1% of internet traffic. By 1995, that figure had grown to 30%. Websites were proliferating at an astonishing rate. In June 1993, there were approximately 130 websites in existence. By January 1996, there would be more than 100,000. As the web's popularity exploded, Andreessen left NCSA to co-found Netscape Communications with Silicon Valley entrepreneur Jim Clark. Their Netscape Navigator browser, released in late 1994, quickly became the dominant way people access the web. By mid-1995, Netscape controlled around 80% of the browser market and became a symbol of the emerging internet economy. The early web was notably different from today's version. Pages were simpler, dominated by text with limited graphics. Backgrounds were often gray, not white. There were no streaming videos, complex JavaScript applications, or sophisticated e-commerce systems. Navigation was simpler too. Many sites featured home pages with lists of links organized by topic. Web surfing meant following these links from site to site, discovering new content along the way. With the web's growing popularity came new ways to find information online. The first search engines began to appear, including Webcrawler, Lycos, and Alta Vista. These early search tools were primitive by today's standards, but they provided essential navigation aids as the web expanded beyond what any human-curated directory could cover. In April 1994, two Stanford graduate students, David Philo and Jerry Yang, created Jerry and David's Guide to the World Wide Web, a hierarchically organized directory of websites. They soon renamed it Yahoo, and by the end of 1994, their site was receiving nearly 1 million hits per day. Unlike pure search engines, Yahoo combined human curation with search functionality, helping users make sense of the rapidly growing web. As the web became more accessible to non-technical users, commercial interest grew rapidly. The National Science Foundation, which had been operating the backbone of the US Internet since 1985, began transitioning control to commercial providers in 1993. By April 1995, the NSFNet backbone was decommissioned, marking the end of major US government control over the Internet's infrastructure. The Internet and the web were now open for business. Internet access for ordinary Americans was growing too. National services like America Online, AOL, CompuServe, and Prodigy, which had previously offered their own proprietary content and communication systems, began providing web access to their subscribers. Dedicated Internet service providers, ISPs, proliferated, offering dial-up connections in cities and towns across the country. The commercialization of the web happened remarkably quickly. In 1993, the first banner ads appeared. In 1994, Pizza Hut offered online ordering on its website. The first dedicated online merchant, Amazon.com, opened for business in July 1995, initially selling only books. eBay, founded in September 1995, originally as AuctionWeb, created a whole new way for individuals to buy and sell goods online. With commercialization came concerns about online security and privacy. The need to protect financial transactions led to the development of secure protocols like SSL, Secure Sockets Layer, introduced by Netscape in 1994. These technologies made it possible for users to share credit card information and other sensitive data with reasonable confidence that it wouldn't be intercepted by malicious actors. The mid-1990s also saw the beginning of what would become known as the domain name rush. As businesses recognized the importance of establishing an online presence, valuable domain names were quickly claimed. By 1995, companies were waking up to the value of having their brand name as a .com address. Some forward-thinking individuals registered generic domains like business.com and sex.com, which would eventually sell for millions of dollars. Behind the scenes, the web's infrastructure was evolving to handle its explosive growth. The initial protocol, HTTP Sales 09, was upgraded to HTTP Sales 1.0 in 1996, adding features needed for the increasingly sophisticated web. Tim Berners-Lee established the World Wide Web Consortium, DU3C, in 1994 to develop open standards for the web, ensuring its continued evolution as an open, accessible platform. As more people discovered the web, a new form of personal expression emerged, the personal homepage. Individuals created simple websites sharing their interests, experiences, and thoughts, the predecessors to blogs and social media profiles. Universities often provided web space for students and faculty, leading to URLs that typically ended with a tilde followed by a username. These personal pages reflected the democratic potential of the web. Anyone with internet access and basic HTML knowledge could publish content globally without needing permission from gatekeepers like publishers or broadcasters. This radically open publishing model would eventually transform media, politics, and culture. By 1995, the web had begun to enter mainstream awareness. Major newspapers and magazines launched online editions. Television shows started displaying URLs during credits. Companies added web addresses to their business cards and advertisements. The distinctive www prefix and .com suffix became part of everyday language. Yet even as the web grew in popularity, it remained unfamiliar to most Americans. A Pew Research survey in 1995 found that only 14% of US adults used the internet in any form. For many, the web was still something they had heard about but never experienced, a mysterious new technology covered in news stories, but not yet part of daily life. Those who did venture online often connected through painfully slow dial-up modems, typically running at 14.4 or 28.8 kilobits per second. At these speeds, a single image could take minutes to load. Users would start a download and then go make a sandwich while waiting for it to complete. The web's promise was evident, but the user experience remained constrained by the limitations of existing infrastructure. Despite these constraints, by the end of 1995, the foundation had been laid for a new era of communication, commerce, and culture. What had begun as a project to help physicists share research papers had evolved into a global information system accessible to anyone with a computer and a modem. The stage was set for the internet's transformation from a niche technology into a mainstream medium that would reshape modern life. In just 5 years, from 1990 to 1995, the web had gone from concept to cultural phenomenon. It had begun to fulfill the internet's long-promised potential to connect people and information across boundaries of geography and institution. But this was just the beginning. The coming years would bring even more rapid change, as investors, entrepreneurs, and the general public rushed to stake their claims in this new digital frontier. The morning sun cast long shadows across San Francisco's South Park as young entrepreneurs gathered at a local cafe. It was early 1996, and the air buzzed with excitement. Around tables scattered with napkin sketches and hastily scribbled business plans, 20-somethings in casual clothes discussed concepts that sounded more like science fiction than business. Online shopping malls, virtual communities, digital currencies. The words .com and IPO punctuated nearly every conversation. Money was flowing into the city at an unprecedented rate, all chasing the same dream, to stake a claim in the new digital frontier known as the World Wide Web. This scene played out daily across Silicon Valley as the internet entered its gold rush era. Between 1995 and 2000, the United States experienced one of the most remarkable investment booms in its history. Venture capital poured into internet startups at a staggering pace. Initial public offerings, IPOs of internet companies, routinely saw stock prices double or triple on their first day of trading. Young entrepreneurs became paper millionaires overnight. The internet had captured the imagination of Wall Street, and the resulting flow of capital would fundamentally transform the online landscape. The dot-com boom had its roots in the public recognition of the web's potential. Netscape's wildly successful IPO in August 1995 served as the opening bell. The company, barely 16 months old and not yet profitable, ended its first day of trading with a market value of $2.9 billion. This sent a clear message to investors and entrepreneurs alike. The internet represented an extraordinary financial opportunity. What followed was a period of intense innovation and competition, as companies raced to establish themselves in this new medium. Some of today's most recognized internet brands emerged during this era. Incorporated in 1995, rapidly evolved from a simple web directory into a major portal, offering news, email, and other services. Amazon, also founded in 1995, began selling books online with the ambitious vision of becoming Earth's biggest bookstore before expanding into other product categories. eBay transformed person-to-person commerce after its 1995 launch, creating a global marketplace where individuals could buy and sell directly to one another. In 1998, two Stanford PhD students named Larry Page and Sergey Brin incorporated a company called Google, offering a search engine that used a revolutionary algorithm to rank web pages by relevance and popularity. Not all significant players from this era survived in their original form. Companies like Excite, Lycos, and AltaVista were once dominant search engines that eventually lost out to Google. GeoCities, an early platform for personal websites organized into virtual neighborhoods, grew to become one of the most visited sites on the early web before its eventual decline. The rush to digitize traditional businesses led to experimentation with online versions of almost every service imaginable. Pets.com sold pet supplies online, complete with a sock puppet mascots that appeared in Super Bowl commercials. Webvan attempted to revolutionize grocery shopping with online ordering and home delivery. Cosmo.com promised 1-hour delivery of small items in major cities. These companies raised hundreds of millions of dollars despite unproven business models. The dot-com era was characterized by a business philosophy that prioritized growth and market share over profitability. The mantra was get big fast, acquire as many users as possible before competitors could establish themselves, then figure out how to monetize later. This approach was justified by references to network effects, the idea that certain online services become more valuable as more people use them. This strategy required enormous amounts of capital, which investors were eager to provide. Venture capital investments in internet companies rose from $250 million in 1995 to $10 billion in 1999. The Nasdaq Composite Stock Index, home to many technology stocks, rose from under 1,000 in 1995 to a peak of over 5,000 in March 2000, reflecting the market's exuberance for all things internet-related. Money flowed into advertising and marketing as companies competed for consumer attention. The 2000 Super Bowl featured commercials from 17 dot-com companies, each paying millions for 30-second spots. Lavish launch parties became standard, with companies spending hundreds of thousands of dollars on single events featuring celebrity performances and open bars. One infamous party for a now-defunct startup featured mist-spraying elephants and trapeze artists. The boom created a distinctive culture in technology hubs like Silicon Valley, Seattle, and New York City. Startups embraced casual dress codes, open office plans, and workplace perks like free food and games. 20-something programmers could command six-figure salaries plus stock options. The traditional boundaries between work and leisure blurred as employees worked long hours in pursuit of stock option, riches, and the thrill of building something revolutionary. For many Americans, this period marked their introduction to the internet. AOL America Online played a crucial role in bringing millions online through its user-friendly interface and aggressive marketing, including the ubiquitous free trial CD-ROMs that seemed to arrive weekly in mailboxes across the country. By 1997, AOL had more than 10 million subscribers, many accessing the internet for the first time through AOL's walled garden of content and services. Home internet access grew rapidly as dial-up service spread across the country. From 1995 to 2000, the percentage of US households with internet access jumped from about 14% to over 40%. Connection speeds improved too, as 56K modems replaced slower predecessors, though these dial-up connections still required tying up phone lines and produced the distinctive screeching sound of modems handshaking. The internet was becoming an everyday utility rather than a novelty. Email addresses began appearing on business cards alongside phone numbers. www prefixes showed up in television commercials and billboards. Schools started building computer labs with internet access. Public libraries installed web-connected computers for patrons. The internet was weaving itself into the fabric of daily life. New forms of online culture emerged. Chat rooms and instant messaging services like ICQ and AOL Instant Messenger created spaces for real-time conversation. Napster, launched in 1999, allowed users to share MP3 music files directly from their hard drives, attracting tens of millions of users before legal challenges from the recording industry shut it down. The open publishing model of the web enabled blogs, short for weblogs, to emerge as a new form of personal expression and alternative media. Behind the scenes, significant investments were being made in internet infrastructure. Telecommunications companies laid thousands of miles of fiber optic cable, greatly expanding network capacity. Data centers sprouted up to house the growing number of servers needed to power websites and services. Internet exchange points were established to handle the increasing flow of traffic between networks. As the 1990s drew to a close, the dot-com boom reached fever pitch. The fear of missing out drove investors to fund increasingly speculative ventures. Companies with little more than a business plan and a .com in their name could raise millions. Stock valuations became detached from traditional metrics like revenue and profit. Some observers warned of a bubble, but their cautions were largely dismissed as failure to understand the new economy. On March 10, 2000, the Nasdaq Composite Index reached its peak of 5,048.62 From there, it began a decline that would eventually erase nearly 80% of its value. The dot-com bubble had begun to burst. The collapse wasn't triggered by any single event, but rather a gradual recognition that many internet businesses weren't economically viable. As startup companies burned through their capital without achieving profitability, they returned to the market for additional funding. Investors, becoming more discerning, began to question business models that prioritized growth over revenue. When new funding dried up, many companies couldn't survive. The next 2 years saw a painful contraction across the internet economy. Pets.com, once valued at hundreds of millions of dollars, shut down just 9 months after its IPO. Webvan declared bankruptcy in July 2001 after burning through more than $800 million in funding. Thousands of other dot-coms disappeared, often with little to show for the millions invested in them. Major layoffs hit even the surviving companies. San Francisco office vacancy rates soared as once expanding startups downsized or disappeared. The streets of Silicon Valley, previously clogged with traffic, grew quieter. Countless six-figure jobs vanished. Used office furniture flooded the market as liquidated companies sold off their assets. The financial impact extended beyond the companies themselves. Venture capital firms took heavy losses. Individual investors who had bought into the hype saw their portfolios devastated. The Nasdaq wouldn't return to its 2000 peak for another 15 years. The crash contributed to the broader economic recession that began in 2001. The terrorist attacks of September 11, 2001, which occurred during this already difficult period, further dampened economic activity and highlighted the vulnerability of highly networked systems. In the somber months that followed, the exuberance of the dot-com era seemed not just financially unsustainable, but culturally out of step with a nation facing serious threats. And yet, amid the wreckage of failed startups and devalued stocks, the fundamental transformation brought by the internet continued. The crash weeded out unsustainable businesses but didn't reverse the internet's integration into daily life. Email remained essential. E-commerce continued to grow, albeit at a more measured pace. Search engines became more sophisticated. The percentage of Americans online continued to increase. Some of today's most successful technology companies emerged stronger from this period of correction. Amazon, which saw its stock fall from $107 to just $7 per share, continued expanding its product offerings and improving its logistics. Google refined its search technology and developed its advertising model. eBay remained profitable throughout the downturn. These companies had sustainable business models that could weather the storm. The dot-com crash taught valuable lessons about the economics of online businesses. Investors became more focused on clear paths to profitability rather than merely user growth. The phrase burn rate, how quickly a company spends its capital, took on new significance, as startups were expected to be more frugal. The ability to generate actual revenue became more important than abstract concepts like eyeballs or mindshare. By late 2001, as the dust settled from both the crash and the 9/11 attacks, the internet landscape had been fundamentally altered. Gone were many of the excesses of the boom years, the lavish parties, the absurd valuations, the companies with more marketing budget than actual product. What remained was a more sober approach to internet business, focused on creating sustainable value rather than quick exits. The survivors of this period would go on to build the foundation for the next phase of internet development. The crash hadn't killed the internet revolution, it had simply ended its wild adolescence. The technologies, business models, and cultural practices that would define the next era were already taking shape, though few could yet see their full potential. As one era ended, another was beginning. The rapid rise and fall of the first internet boom had demonstrated both the transformative potential of the technology and the need for sustainable approaches to harnessing that potential. The stage was set for a new phase of internet development, one that would be more participatory, more mobile, and more social than anything that had come before. In the quiet aftermath of the dot-com crash, with investment capital scarce and public enthusiasm dampened, something remarkable was happening to the internet. Rather than retreating, the web was undergoing a profound transformation. The static pages of the early internet were giving way to dynamic, interactive platforms where users didn't just consume content, they created it. This shift would eventually be called Web 2.0, and it would fundamentally change our relationship with technology and each other. The term Web 2.0 inches was coined in 2004 by publisher Tim O'Reilly to describe emerging trends in web development and business models. It wasn't a new version of technical specifications, but rather a new approach to what the web could be. At its core was a simple but revolutionary idea: the web as a platform for participation rather than just publication. In the first iteration of the web, sites were primarily created by professionals and organizations. Users were mostly passive consumers of content, much like readers of magazines or viewers of television. Web 2.0 flipped this model on its head. Now, platforms were being built that allowed ordinary users to create, share, and comment on content without needing technical skills or special resources. This transformation didn't happen overnight. It began with modest innovations that made the web more interactive. Comment sections allowed readers to respond directly to articles. Rating systems let users express opinions on products and content. Forums evolved into more sophisticated discussion platforms. Simple tools for creating personal websites became more accessible. One of the earliest and most influential Web 2.0 platforms was the blog. Short for weblog, blogs emerged in the late 1990s but gained mainstream traction in the early 2000s. Unlike traditional websites, blogs were chronological journals that could be easily updated without technical knowledge. Services like Blogger, acquired by Google in 2003, and WordPress launched in 2003, made it possible for anyone to become a publisher with just a few clicks. Blogs democratized media in unprecedented ways. Political bloggers challenged traditional news outlets. Personal bloggers shared their lives with growing audiences. Corporate bloggers gave organizations more human voices. A culture of linking and commenting connected these individual voices into what became known as the blogosphere, a distributed conversation across the internet that bypassed traditional media gatekeepers. Another cornerstone of Web 2.0 was the wiki, a website that could be edited by its users. The most famous example, Wikipedia, launched in January 2001 and grew rapidly through the decade. Initially viewed with skepticism by educators and researchers, Wikipedia's community-driven approach to knowledge creation proved remarkably effective. By 2007, it contained over 2 million English-language articles and had become one of the most visited sites on the internet. Wikipedia demonstrated the power of collective intelligence, the idea that large groups of people working together could create something more comprehensive than any individual or small team could achieve. This collaborative approach to content creation became a defining feature of Web 2.0. As important as blogs and wikis were, the true social revolution of Web 2.0 began with the rise of social networking sites. While early online communities had existed since the beginning of the internet, the social networks that emerged in the mid-2000s took the concept to a new level of popularity and functionality. Friendster, launched in 2002, was among the first to gain significant traction, allowing users to create profiles and connect with friends. MySpace, which followed in 2003, quickly surpassed it, becoming the most visited website in the United States by 2006. MySpace's customizable profiles and focus on music made it especially popular with teenagers and young adults. Then came Facebook. Founded by Mark Zuckerberg and his Harvard classmates in 2004, Facebook was initially limited to college students. The requirement of a university email address created an exclusive atmosphere that helped drive its early adoption. In September 2006, Facebook opened registration to anyone over 13 with an email address, beginning its expansion to a global audience. Facebook's clean design and focus on real identities distinguished it from competitors like MySpace. Its news feed, introduced in 2006, transformed how users experience the site, presenting a constantly updating stream of friends' activities. Despite initial privacy concerns, the news feed became one of Facebook's most engaging features, keeping users coming back multiple times daily to see new updates. While Facebook was building the dominant social network, other platforms were exploring different aspects of social sharing. In 2005, 3 former PayPal employees launched YouTube, a video sharing platform that allowed users to upload, share, and view videos. The site's simple interface and embeddable player made it easy to integrate videos across the web. YouTube's growth was explosive. By July 2006, users were uploading more than 65,000 videos and watching over 100 million videos per day. The platform became a cultural phenomenon, creating new celebrities, viral sensations, and forms of entertainment. Google recognized YouTube's potential, acquiring the company for $1.65 billion in October 2006, a price that seemed staggering at the time, but would later prove to be a bargain. The year 2006 also saw the launch of Twitter, originally conceived as a platform for sharing short status updates via SMS. Twitter's 140-character limit, derived from SMS text message constraints, forced users to be concise, creating a unique communication style. Initially dismissed by some as trivial, Twitter would eventually become a powerful tool for real-time news, public discourse, and direct communication between public figures and their audiences. These platforms weren't just adding new features to the internet, they were changing how people interacted with each other and consumed information. Before social media, most online activity happened in relative isolation. You might send emails, read websites, or shop online, but these were largely private activities. Social networks made online activity inherently social, with likes, comments, shares, and friend requests creating a continuous feedback loop of engagement. The impact on society was profound. Long-lost friends reconnected after decades. Family members separated by oceans could share daily updates. Communities formed around niche interests that might be too specialized to sustain in any physical location. The definition of friend expanded to include people we might never meet in person, but with whom we shared interests or connections. For businesses, Web 2.0 created both opportunities and challenges. Direct engagement with customers through social media offered new ways to build brand loyalty and gather feedback. However, it also meant that companies had less control over their public image, as customers could publicly share negative experiences that might previously have remained private complaints. The rise of user-generated content also created new business models. YouTube's partner program, launched in 2007, allowed popular creators to earn money from advertisements shown on their videos. This created a new category of content creators who could build careers producing videos, blogs, or social media content, often with production values that rivaled traditional media, but with far lower costs. Another key development during this period was the concept of tagging content with keywords. Sites like Flickr for photos and Delicious for bookmarks allowed users to assign their own tags to content, creating what became known as folksonomies, classification systems that emerged organically from user behavior rather than being imposed by experts. This approach to organizing information was more flexible and responsive than traditional hierarchical categories. The mid-2000s also saw the emergence of mashups, web applications that combine data or functionality from multiple sources. Google Maps, launched in 2005, was particularly important in this regard. When Google released an API, application programming interface for Maps, developers could integrate mapping functionality into their own sites and applications, creating services that showed everything from crime statistics to restaurant reviews on interactive maps. This openness to third-party development became another hallmark of Web 2.0. Major platforms began offering APIs that allowed developers to build applications on top of their services. Facebook's platform, launched in 2007, enabled the creation of thousands of third-party applications and games like Farmville, which at its peak had over 80 million active users. This created ecosystems around major platforms, increasing their value and user engagement. While social networks and user-generated content defined much of Web 2.0, the period also saw important advances in web technology. AJX, asynchronous JavaScript and XML, allowed web pages to update content without reloading the entire page, creating more responsive and app-like experiences. CSS improvements gave designers more control over web page appearance. These technical advances made the web feel more like software and less like static documents. Everything changed again in 2007 when Apple introduced the iPhone. This wasn't just a new phone but a paradigm shift in how people accessed the internet. The iPhone's full web browser, touch interface, and later its App Store would eventually transform the internet from something we visited on computers to something always with us, accessible with a tap or swipe. Mobile internet usage grew steadily after the iPhone's introduction. Social media platforms quickly adapted, with mobile apps that made sharing even more immediate. You could now post photos directly from where you took them, check in at locations you were visiting, and maintain continuous connection to your social networks throughout the day. The phone was becoming the primary internet device for many users. Cloud computing also gained significant traction during this period. Rather than storing data and running applications on local computers, users increasingly relied on servers accessed over the internet. Services like Google Docs, later Google Drive, allowed collaborative editing of documents, spreadsheets and presentations through a web browser. Dropbox, founded in 2007, made file storage and sharing simple and reliable. The cloud model reduced the importance of specific devices, as your data could be accessed from anywhere with an internet connection. By 2010, the transformation was well underway. Facebook had over 500 million active users. YouTube was streaming more than 2 billion videos daily. Twitter was processing 65 million tweets per day. The web had become deeply social, mobile, and participatory. User-generated content wasn't just a feature of the internet, it was becoming its primary purpose. This evolution reflected broader cultural shifts. Hierarchy and authority were giving way to networks and collaboration. The line between creators and consumers was blurring. Information was becoming more abundant, but also more filtered through social connections. Our digital and physical lives were increasingly intertwined. The Web 2.0 era fundamentally changed our relationship with information and each other. It democratized publishing, amplified individual voices, and created new forms of community. It made the internet more personal, more social, and more essential to daily life. These changes came with both benefits and costs: greater connection, but also distraction, more voices but also more noise, new opportunities, but also new vulnerabilities. As the decade ended, the foundation was being laid for even more significant changes. Smartphones were becoming ubiquitous. Social media was moving from novelty to necessity. Data collection was expanding exponentially. The internet was no longer just a technology or a medium. It was becoming the primary infrastructure of modern life, with implications that would unfold in the years to come. As the calendar turned to 2010, a young woman in Cairo pulled out her smartphone and opened Facebook. With a few taps, she joined a group called We Are All Colored Said, named after a man beaten to death by Egyptian police. Within months, this online community would help catalyze a revolution that toppled a government that had ruled for nearly 30 years. Halfway around the world, a college student streamed a movie on Netflix while ordering dinner through an app, never once leaving his dorm room. In a corporate office in London, security experts scrambled to contain a cyber attack that had breached their company's data servers, potentially exposing millions of customer records. These scenes, playing out simultaneously across the globe, represented the new reality of the internet in the 2010s. The network that began as a research project and evolved into a social platform had now become thoroughly embedded in the fabric of daily life, economic systems, and political structures worldwide. This deep integration brought unprecedented conveniences and connections, but also new vulnerabilities, challenges, and questions about the technology's impact on society. By 2010, the internet had achieved a level of penetration and importance that would have been hard to imagine in earlier decades. In developed nations, it had transformed from luxury to utility, as essential as electricity or running water. In the United States, internet access had reached 71% of households. Smartphones, led by Apple's iPhone and the growing number of Android devices, were putting the internet in people's pockets, making connectivity constant rather than occasional. This always-on connectivity changed patterns of daily life. Social media became a continuous presence, with the average user checking platforms like Facebook multiple times per day. Push notifications created a perpetual connection to online services, alerting users to new messages, updates, and content. The distinction between going online and the rest of life was fading. For many, being online was the default state. The smartphone revolution accelerated dramatically through the decade. In 2010, about 20% of Americans owned a smartphone. By 2019, that figure had risen to 81%. This shift made the internet more personal, more localized, and more integrated with physical reality. Mobile apps knew your location, recognized your face, measured your steps, and monitored your heart rate. The phone became a constant companion, mediating more and more human experiences. With smartphones came the rise of the app economy. Apple's App Store and Google's Play Store offered millions of applications that extended the functionality of mobile devices in countless ways. Apps emerged for everything from meditation to dating, from ordering food to hailing rides. These applications often provided more streamlined, focused experiences than websites, leading some to predict that apps would eventually replace the open web entirely. The app ecosystem also created new business models. The freemium approach, offering basic services for free while charging for premium features, became common. So did monetization through targeted advertising based on user data. These models allowed services to scale rapidly by removing upfront cost barriers, but they also created incentives for aggressive data collection and attention-grabbing design. Beyond social media, the 2010s saw the rise of other digital platforms that transformed traditional industries. Netflix, which had begun as a DVD-by-mail service, pivoted successfully to streaming video, eventually producing its own original content and challenging the traditional television and film industries. Spotify did the same for music, offering unlimited streaming for a monthly subscription fee, changing how people consumed and discovered music. The sharing economy emerged as another disruptive force. Airbnb, founded in 2008, grew explosively through the 2010s, allowing people to rent out their homes or spare rooms directly to travelers. Uber and Lyft transformed urban transportation by connecting passengers with drivers through mobile apps. These platforms operated in the spaces between established regulatory categories, often generating controversy as they disrupted existing industries and labor relationships. Cloud computing continued its rapid expansion, moving from a novel approach to the dominant paradigm for software and services. Companies increasingly shifted from selling software packages to offering software as a service SaaS applications accessed through the internet on a subscription basis. This model reduced upfront costs for users and allowed for continuous updates and improvements. For individuals, cloud storage became the norm for personal files, photos, and documents. Services like Google Drive, Dropbox, iCloud, and OneDrive made it possible to access personal data from any device with an internet connection. This convenience came with new dependencies. Your data was now stored on someone else's servers, subject to their terms of service and security practices. Social media platforms continued to grow and evolve throughout the decade. Facebook reached the milestone of 1 billion active users in 2012 and continued expanding globally. Twitter became an essential platform for breaking news, political discourse, and celebrity culture. Instagram, acquired by Facebook in 2012 for $1 billion, grew from a simple photo-sharing app to a cultural force that influenced fashion, travel, food, and retail through its visually focused approach. New platforms emerged to serve different needs and demographics. Snapchat, launched in 2011, pioneered ephemeral content that disappeared after viewing, attracting younger users looking for more spontaneous, less permanent forms of sharing. TikTok, which gained global popularity in the late 2010s, focused on short-form video content, often featuring music, comedy, and creative editing. These platforms reflected a shift toward more visual, immediate forms of communication. With the growing centrality of social media came increasing concerns about its effects. Studies began to examine links between heavy social media use and issues like anxiety, depression, and loneliness, particularly among young people. The design of these platforms, with their infinite scrolls, notification systems, and like buttons, came under scrutiny for intentionally maximizing engagement at the potential cost of user well-being. The business model of major internet platforms also faced growing criticism. Many operated on what Harvard professor Shoshana Zuboff termed surveillance capitalism, collecting vast amounts of user data to predict and influence behavior, primarily for advertising purposes. This approach raised questions about privacy, autonomy, and the concentration of power in the hands of a few dominant companies. Privacy concerns reached new heights in 2013 when former NSA contractor Edward Snowden leaked classified documents revealing extensive surveillance programs operated by U.S. intelligence agencies, often with the cooperation of major technology companies. The revelations sparked global debate about the balance between national security and privacy rights in the digital age. These concerns were amplified in 2018 with the Cambridge Analytica scandal, which revealed that the personal data of millions of Facebook users had been harvested without consent and used for political advertising. The incident brought issues of data privacy and political manipulation into mainstream conversation and led to congressional hearings, regulatory actions, and a #delete Facebook movement. As social media platforms grew more influential, they also became battlegrounds for larger social and political conflicts. The 2016 US presidential election highlighted how these platforms could be weaponized for disinformation campaigns. Russian-linked accounts created fake personas, established polarizing social media pages, and spread misleading content designed to amplify divisions in American society. The problem of misinformation extended beyond politics. Health misinformation, conspiracy theories, and extremist content found fertile ground on platforms designed to maximize engagement. Content that triggered strong emotional responses, whether outrage, fear, or vindication, often spread faster than more nuanced or factual material. Platform algorithms, optimized for engagement rather than accuracy or social benefit, sometimes amplified these problematic patterns. In response to these challenges, platforms introduced various forms of content moderation and fact-checking. These efforts, however, raised their own difficult questions about free speech, censorship, and who should have the power to determine acceptable discourse. The major platforms found themselves in the uncomfortable position of making consequential decisions about expression and information access on a global scale. Cybersecurity emerged as another critical challenge of the decade. As more sensitive activities moved online, from banking to healthcare to government services, the potential damage from security breaches increased dramatically. Major cyber attacks like the 2017 WannaCry ransomware incident, which affected computers in over 150 countries, demonstrated the vulnerability of digital systems. Data breaches became distressingly common. Incidents at companies like Equifax, Yahoo, and Marriott exposed the personal information of hundreds of millions of people. These breaches highlighted the vast amounts of sensitive data being collected and stored, often with inadequate security measures. They also revealed the limited recourse available to individuals whose data had been compromised. State-sponsored hacking grew more sophisticated and consequential. Nations like Russia, China, North Korea, and Iran developed advanced cyber capabilities for espionage, sabotage, and influence operations. Targets included government agencies, critical infrastructure, major corporations, and political organizations. The line between cybercrime, espionage, and warfare became increasingly blurred. Despite these challenges, the internet continued to transform the world in positive ways throughout the 2010s. Remote work became increasingly viable as collaboration tools improved and high-speed internet expanded. Access to education expanded through online courses and learning platforms. Telemedicine began to break down geographic barriers to healthcare. Creative communities flourished across platforms, creating new art forms and opportunities for expression. The decade also saw important efforts to expand internet access globally. By 2019, approximately 59% of the global population had internet access, up from about 29% in 2010. Mobile networks brought connectivity to regions that had never had fixed-line telecommunications. Projects like Facebook's Internet.org and Google's Project Loon attempted to extend access to underserved areas, though not without controversy about their approaches. Regulatory responses to digital challenges evolved throughout the decade. The European Union's General Data Protection Regulation, GDPR, implemented in 2018, established stronger privacy protections and gave users more control over their personal data. Antitrust investigations into major technology companies began in both the United States and Europe, examining whether their dominant market positions were harming competition and consumers. The net neutrality debate played out across the decade, particularly in the United States. This principle, that internet service providers should treat all online traffic equally, was established as FCC policy in 2015, then repealed in 2017, reflecting deeper political divisions about how the internet should be governed and regulated. By the end of the 2010s, the internet had become both a mirror and a driver of broader social dynamics. It reflected existing inequalities, with digital divides persisting along economic, geographic, and social lines. It amplified certain human tendencies toward connection but also tribalism, toward knowledge-seeking but also confirmation bias, and it concentrated tremendous power in the companies that controlled its most important platforms and services. As the decade drew to a close, there was growing recognition that the internet's evolution had reached a critical juncture. The early techno-optimism that had characterized previous eras had given way to a more nuanced understanding of both the technology's transformative potential and its problematic aspects. Questions about privacy, security, power, truth, and human well-being in digital contexts moved from the margins to the center of public discourse. The Internet of 2020 bore little resemblance to the ARPANET of 1969 or even the World Wide Web of 1995. It had evolved from an academic curiosity to a commercial space, to an essential and contested domain of human activity. What had begun as a technical project had become a social, economic, and political system, of incredible complexity. The challenges that emerged in the 2010s would shape its continuing evolution and humanity's relationship with digital technology for decades to come. The early months of 2020 brought a global crisis that would unexpectedly accelerate the internet's integration into daily life. As the COVID-19 pandemic spread across the world, billions of people found themselves suddenly isolated in their homes, dependent on digital connections for work, education, healthcare, shopping, and human contact. What had been a gradual digital transformation became, almost overnight, an urgent necessity. The internet, built over decades as a resilient communication system, faced its greatest test and revealed both its extraordinary capabilities and its persistent limitations. As offices closed worldwide, remote work went from a growing trend to an immediate reality for hundreds of millions of workers. Video conferencing platforms like Zoom, previously used primarily in business settings, became household names. Zoom went from 10 million daily meeting participants in December 2019 to over 300 million by April 2020. The platform hosted everything from corporate meetings to family gatherings, from elementary school classes to religious services. Schools and universities moved online with unprecedented speed, creating virtual classrooms for students from kindergarten through graduate school. Telemedicine appointments replaced many in-person doctor visits. Online shopping, already popular, became essential for obtaining everything from groceries to medications. Streaming entertainment services saw surging viewership as people sought distraction during lockdowns. This massive shift revealed the internet's remarkable capacity to adapt and scale. Core infrastructure largely withstood the dramatic increase in traffic. Video conferencing, often involving multiple simultaneous high-definition video streams, became commonplace even as networks handled record volumes of data. The internet's distributed design, created decades earlier to survive potential nuclear attacks, proved well-suited to weathering a different kind of global crisis. At the same time, the pandemic highlighted digital divides that had persisted despite the internet's expansion. Students without reliable home internet access or appropriate devices struggled to participate in remote learning. Workers in jobs that couldn't be performed remotely faced both economic hardship and greater health risks. Rural areas with limited broadband infrastructure found themselves further disadvantaged in accessing essential services that had moved online. The crisis also accelerated existing digital trends. E-commerce adoption leaped ahead by years in just a few months. Digital payment systems became more widespread as people sought contactless options. Subscription services for everything from meal kits to streaming content saw surging growth. Many of these changes appeared likely to outlast the pandemic itself, representing a permanent shift in how people interact with digital services. As life moved increasingly online, questions about the power of major technology companies gained new urgency. Companies like Amazon, Apple, Facebook, Google, and Microsoft had already achieved unprecedented scale and influence before the pandemic. The crisis only strengthened their positions, as their services became more essential and their market values soared while many traditional businesses struggled. This concentration of power drew increasing scrutiny from regulators and lawmakers worldwide. In the United States, a 16-month congressional investigation culminated in an October 2020 report concluding that Amazon, Apple, Facebook, and Google had exercised monopoly power. Multiple antitrust lawsuits followed. The European Union continued aggressive regulatory action, including significant fines and new legislative frameworks aimed at curbing the dominance of these digital giants. Even as these regulatory battles unfolded, major technology companies were investing heavily in emerging technologies that promised to reshape the internet yet again. Artificial intelligence and machine learning advanced rapidly, powering everything from voice assistants to content recommendation algorithms to automated translation services. The capabilities of AI systems expanded dramatically. OpenAI's GPT-3, released in 2020, demonstrated remarkable ability to generate human-like text, raising both excitement about AI's potential and concerns about its possible misuse. Computer vision systems achieved new levels of accuracy in tasks like facial recognition and object detection. AI began moving from research labs into everyday applications, from smartphone features to business analytics tools. These advances in AI intersected with long-standing questions about privacy, bias, and power in digital systems. Facial recognition technology faced particular scrutiny for its potential use in surveillance and its documented accuracy disparities across demographic groups. Automated decision systems in areas like hiring, lending, and criminal justice raised concerns about transparency, accountability, and fairness. Another emerging technology with potential to reshape the internet was augmented reality, AR, and virtual reality, VR. After years of development and several false starts, these technologies began showing signs of mainstream potential. Facebook, renamed Meta in 2021, made substantial investments in VR, positioning it as the gateway to what CEO Mark Zuckerberg described as the metaverse, a more immersive, embodied version of the internet, where people could interact in three-dimensional virtual spaces. Both established companies and startups explored applications ranging from virtual offices for remote collaboration to immersive social spaces to new forms of entertainment and education. While mass adoption remained in the future, the vision of an internet that extended beyond screens into more spatial, embodied experiences gained momentum. The rollout of 5G networks promised to support these new applications with dramatically faster wireless connections and reduced latency. Major telecommunications companies invested billions in building these next-generation networks, which offered speeds up to 100 times faster than 4G in ideal conditions. Beyond supporting mobile devices, 5G was positioned as critical infrastructure for the Internet of Things, IoT, the growing network of connected devices embedded in homes, cities, factories, and transportation systems. The IoT continued its rapid expansion throughout the 2020s. Smart home devices became increasingly common, with voice-controlled speakers acting as hubs for managing everything from lights and thermostats to security systems and entertainment. Connected sensors transformed industrial processes, enabling preventive maintenance and more efficient operations. Cities deployed smart infrastructure to monitor traffic, air quality, energy usage, and other urban systems. This proliferation of connected devices expanded the Internet's reach from the digital into the physical world. The line between online and offline blurred further as everyday objects gained network connections and the ability to collect and transmit data. This created new conveniences but also new security and privacy challenges, as the potential attack surface for hackers expanded dramatically and intimate spaces became increasingly monitored. Security concerns extended beyond consumer devices to critical infrastructure. The May 2021 ransomware attack on Colonial Pipeline, which disrupted fuel supplies across the eastern United States, demonstrated the potential real-world consequences of digital vulnerabilities. Similar attacks targeted hospitals, government agencies, and corporations worldwide, highlighting the need for improved cybersecurity practices and infrastructure. These security challenges were complicated by the evolving landscape of global internet governance. The vision of a single, open, global internet faced growing challenges, from efforts to create national or regional versions with different rules and restrictions. China's Great Firewall had long limited what content citizens could access. Russia took steps to create a sovereign internet that could operate independently from the global network. The European Union established distinct regulatory frameworks around privacy and content. Even in more open societies, debates intensified about appropriate limits on online speech and behavior. Social media platforms faced pressure from various stakeholders to address problems like harassment, hate speech, misinformation, and extremist content. Their responses, including content removal, labeling, and account suspensions, sparked debates about free expression, corporate power, and who should make consequential decisions about permissible speech in digital public spaces. The issue came to a head in January 2021, when major platforms suspended then-President Donald Trump's accounts following the Capitol riot, citing concerns that his statements might incite further violence. The unprecedented action against a sitting president highlighted the immense power these private companies wielded over public discourse and raised questions about their roles as de facto gatekeepers of the digital public sphere. These tensions reflected a broader realignment in thinking about the Internet's role in society. The techno-optimism that had characterized much of its history, the belief that connecting humanity through digital networks would naturally lead to greater freedom, knowledge, and progress, had given way to a more complex understanding of both its benefits and its harms. The Internet had indeed created extraordinary opportunities for connection, access to information, and new forms of expression and commerce. It had empowered movements for social change, democratized publishing, and created economic opportunities that transcended geographic limitations. Remote work during the pandemic had demonstrated how digital connectivity could provide flexibility and resilience in crisis. At the same time, the internet had enabled new forms of surveillance, manipulation, and harm. It had facilitated the spread of misinformation and conspiracy theories. It had created addictive products designed to maximize engagement at potential cost to well-being. It had concentrated tremendous economic power in a small number of companies, and it had often amplified social divisions rather than healing them. Addressing these challenges while preserving the internet's benefits emerged as one of the defining tasks for technologists, policymakers, and citizens in the 2020s. Approaches varied widely across countries and contexts, reflecting different values, priorities, and political systems. Some focused on regulatory solutions, creating new legal frameworks to address issues like data privacy, algorithmic transparency, and market concentration. Others emphasized technical fixes such as better security protocols, privacy-enhancing technologies, or alternative social media designs that didn't depend on engagement-maximizing algorithms. Still others looked to educational approaches, helping users better understand digital systems and develop critical media literacy. These discussions unfolded against the backdrop of broader societal challenges, including climate change, political polarization, and economic inequality. The internet's energy consumption, particularly from data centers and cryptocurrency mining, raised concerns about its environmental impact. Digital divides along economic, geographic, and social lines persisted despite expanded access, and questions about the future of work in an increasingly automated economy took on new urgency. Looking toward the future, several trends seemed likely to shape the internet's ongoing evolution. Artificial intelligence would continue to advance, becoming more capable and more integrated into digital systems of all kinds. The boundary between physical and digital would blur further as more objects and environments gained network connections and computational capabilities, and immersive technologies might eventually transform how we experience and interact with digital content and each other. At the same time, the internet's future would be shaped by human choices about values, governance, and design. Would privacy be preserved or further eroded? Would digital systems be designed primarily for engagement and profit, or for human well-being and social benefit? Would the internet remain relatively open and global, or become increasingly fragmented along national or ideological lines? Would its benefits be distributed equitably, or would digital divides persist and deepen? These questions had no predetermined answers. The internet, for all its technical complexity, remained fundamentally a human creation, reflecting human priorities, choices, and compromises. Its future would be determined not just by technological advancement, but by collective decisions about what kind of digital world we want to build. From the first message sent between two computers in a UCLA lab to the globe-spanning network of today, the internet has evolved in ways its creators could never have fully imagined. Each era of its development has brought new capabilities, challenges, and questions. The network that began as a military-funded research project has become an essential infrastructure for modern life, a commons, a marketplace, a public sphere, and an extension of human cognitive and social capacity. The history of the internet reminds us of both human ingenuity and human fallibility. It shows how technical decisions can have profound social implications, often unforeseen by their makers. It demonstrates how systems designed for one purpose can evolve to serve entirely different ones. And it reveals how the same technologies that connect us can also divide us, depending on how they're designed and deployed. As we navigate the internet's next chapter, this history offers valuable perspective. The challenges we face are complex but not insurmountable. The future remains unwritten, shaped by countless decisions made by developers, companies, policymakers, and users worldwide. Understanding where the internet came from, the visions that inspired it, the values embedded in its design, the human needs it serves, helps us make wiser choices about where it should go next. In the end, the internet is neither utopian nor dystopian. It is what we collectively make of it. Its story continues to unfold, a remarkable human achievement with chapters yet to be written. Picture yourself standing on the shores of a sun-drenched Mediterranean island. The year is roughly 2000 BCE. The sea stretches endlessly before you, its azure waters lapping against white stone harbours, where ships with colourful sails dock after long voyages. Behind you rise the walls of an intricate palace complex, a labyrinth of corridors, courtyards, and columns. This is Crete, home to Europe's first advanced civilization, the Minoans, and the cradle of what would become Greek civilization. The story of ancient Greece begins not on the mainland, but on these islands scattered across the Aegean Sea. The Minoans, named after their legendary king Minos, built a maritime empire based on trade rather than conquest. Their sailors navigated the Mediterranean, exchanging olive oil, wine, and exquisite pottery for metals, ivory, and exotic goods from Egypt and the Near East. In their palace at Knossos, walls were adorned with vibrant frescoes depicting dolphins, bulls, and elegant court figures. Women wore open-fronted dresses exposing their breasts, fashion choices that would shock later Greek societies. Unlike the warrior cultures that would follow, Minoan cities lacked defensive walls. The sea was their protection, their ships their strength. But around 1600 BCE, disaster struck. The massive volcano on the nearby island of Tira, modern Santorini, erupted with apocalyptic force. Ash darkened skies hundreds of miles away. Tsunamis battered coastal settlements. The Minoan civilization never fully recovered from this catastrophe, leaving them vulnerable to a new power rising on the Greek mainland, the Mycenaeans. The Mycenaeans were a warrior people, Indo-European speakers who had migrated into Greece around 2000 BCE, where Minoan palaces were open and airy. Mycenaean citadels perched on hilltops behind massive stone walls so impressive that later Greeks believed only the mythical Cyclops could have built them. From these fortresses, kings who called themselves Wainaks ruled over territories dotted with villages. Their tombs overflowed with gold masks, bronze weapons, and amber beads, testifying to their wealth and far-reaching connections. These Mycenaeans expanded throughout the Aegean, eventually taking control of Crete itself. Their powerful fleet dominated the eastern Mediterranean. Their merchants traded as far as Sicily and the Black Sea. Their warriors raided distant shores. Names of their kingdoms, Mycenae, Pylos, Thebes, Athens, would echo through Greek history for millennia to come. It was during this Mycenaean age that many of the stories later immortalized by Homer likely took place. The legendary Trojan War probably occurred around 1250 BCE, when a coalition of Mycenaean kings may have attacked the wealthy city of Troy on the coast of modern Turkey. Whether fought over trade routes, tribute, or a kidnapped queen named Helen, this conflict would be transformed by oral tradition into Greece's defining epic. But like the Minoans before them, the Mycenaeans faced their own collapse. Around 1200 BCE, a perfect storm of disasters struck the eastern Mediterranean. Drought, earthquakes, internal rebellions, and invasions by mysterious sea peoples unraveled the Bronze Age world. Mycenaean palaces burned. Their complex writing system, called Linear B, was forgotten. Trade networks shattered. Greece entered what scholars call a dark age, when population declined, villages shrank, and the art of writing disappeared. For nearly 4 centuries, Greece remained in this diminished state. Yet even in darkness, important developments were taking shape. Iron replaced bronze for tools and weapons. New peoples, including the Dorians, migrated into some regions, and most crucially, Greeks began to organize themselves around a new kind of community, the polis, or city-state. Unlike the palace-centered kingdoms of the Mycenaean age, these emerging city-states centered on a shared identity among their citizens. Each polis typically included an urban center with a fortified high point, the Acropolis, residential areas, public spaces, and surrounding countryside that provided food. Though small by modern standards, most had fewer than 10,000 citizens. These communities fostered intense loyalty and distinct local cultures. By the 8th century BCE, Greece was awakening from its long slumber. Population grew, farmers produced more food, craftsmen created new styles of pottery decorated with geometric patterns. Most significantly, Greeks adopted and adapted the Phoenician alphabet, creating the first truly accessible writing system in their history. No longer a specialized skill for palace scribes, writing could now be learned by merchants, aristocrats, and poets. This era of renewal also saw Greeks venturing outward again. Facing limited farmland and growing populations, Communities sent out groups of citizens to establish colonies around the Mediterranean. From Spain to the Black Sea, these colonial foundations spread Greek culture, language, and trade networks. Some, like Syracuse in Sicily or Byzantium on the Bosporus, would become powerful cities in their own right. Meanwhile, on the Greek mainland, competition between emerging city-states drove innovation and cultural development. In some regions, aristocratic families dominated, creating oligarchies where power rested with the wealthy few. In others, individual leaders called tyrants seized control, often with popular support against entrenched aristocrats. And in a few places, particularly Athens, experiments with broader citizen participation planted the seeds of democracy. This age of formation witnessed the birth of distinctly Greek art forms. Epic poetry, preserved through oral tradition since the Mycenaean collapse, was finally written down. Homer's Iliad and Odyssey achieved their final form around this time, preserving not just the legendary Trojan War but an entire worldview. Sculptors began creating distinctive Kouros figures, nude male statues with rigid poses and mysterious smiles that show Egyptian influence but uniquely Greek aesthetics. Religion bound these scattered Greek communities together, despite their political independence. They shared a common pantheon centered on the Olympian gods and a belief that divine forces shaped human destiny. Great sanctuaries like Delphi and Olympia became meeting grounds where Greeks from different city-states gathered for festivals, athletic competitions, and consultation with oracles. The Olympic Games, first recorded in 776 BCE, brought athletes from across the Greek world to compete for olive wreaths and glory. By 600 BCE, Greece had entered what historians call the Archaic period, a time of rapid development in art, architecture, economics, and politics. Black figure pottery depicted elaborate mythological scenes. Monumental stone temples replaced wooden shrines. Poets like Sappho and Archilochus explored personal emotions in their verses. And in Greek colonies in Ionia, western Turkey, thinkers began questioning traditional explanations about the natural world, seeking rational rather than mythological causes, the first stirrings of philosophy. Yet this cultural flourishing occurred against a backdrop of intensifying competition. City-states frequently warred with their neighbors over borders, water rights, and regional influence. Athens and Sparta emerged as particularly powerful, developing contrasting societies that would define much of later Greek history. Social tensions within cities increased as merchants and farmers demanded more rights from traditional aristocrats. The Greek world was about to face its greatest external challenge. To the east, the Persian Empire had risen to become the largest state the ancient world had ever seen. Stretching from India to Egypt, with unmatched wealth and armies, Persia began incorporating Greek cities along the Ionian coast into its vast domains. When these Greeks revolted in 499 BCE, Athens sent ships to support them, an act of defiance that would lead to the momentous Persian Wars and the dawn of Greece's Golden Age. As the 6th century BCE drew to a close, Greek civilization stood poised at a crucial moment. From humble beginnings on Aegean islands and mainland hilltops, through collapse and renewal, the Greeks had created a unique culture based on city-state independence, citizen participation, artistic innovation, and rational inquiry. Their greatest achievements and greatest conflicts still lay ahead. The Greek polis was far more than a dot on a map. It was a revolutionary concept that transformed human society. Unlike the vast empires of Persia or Egypt ruled by god-kings and sprawling bureaucracies, the Greek world fractured into hundreds of independent, self-governing communities. Each polis maintained its own government, laws, military forces, religious festivals, and fierce sense of identity. While sharing language, religion, and broader cultural practices, Greeks identified first and foremost as citizens of their particular city-state, as Athenians, Spartans, Corinthians, or Thebans. Most city-states followed a similar physical pattern, despite varying greatly in size and landscape. At the highest point stood the Acropolis, a fortified hilltop containing temples and religious sanctuaries, visible from miles around as the sacred heart of the community. Below stretched residential neighborhoods with narrow, winding streets and modest homes built around central courtyards for light and air. The Agora served as the civic center, a vibrant marketplace surrounded by government buildings, courts, and covered walkways called stoas where philosophers taught and citizens socialized. Beyond the urban core lay the countryside, the Chora, where farmers cultivated wheat, barley, olives, and grapes on terraced hillsides and fertile plains to feed the city. Yet the polis wasn't merely a physical space, but represented a profound political idea that a community should govern itself through the participation of its citizens rather than submit to the dictates of a distant monarch. This revolutionary concept of citizenship transformed those who held it. A citizen belonged to the polis, and the polis belonged to him, for it was almost exclusively men who held full political rights. This mutual relationship created obligations and privileges unlike anything in earlier societies. No two city-states exemplified the different possibilities of the polis system better than Athens and Sparta, rival powers whose contrasting societies would fascinate Greeks of their time and observers ever since. Athens, nestled between mountains and sea in the region of Attica, evolved the world's first democratic government through a series of reforms. The pivotal figure in this transformation was Cleisthenes, who in 508 BCE reorganized Athenian society to break the power of aristocratic clans. He created artificial tribes that mixed people from different regions and social backgrounds, forcing citizens to identify with the polis as a whole rather than traditional family networks. The resulting Athenian democracy operated through three main institutions. The Assembly Ecclesia met on the Pnyx Hill, where any citizen could speak and vote on policies, wars, and treaties. A council of 500 bulli, chosen by lot, prepared business for the assembly and handled day-to-day governance. Courts composed of citizen jurors, sometimes thousands for important cases, rendered verdicts without judges or lawyers. This system gave ordinary Athenians direct control over their city's destiny, though political rights remained limited to adult males born to Athenian parents, perhaps 30,000 men out of a total population of 300,000. Across the Peloponnesian Peninsula, Sparta developed a radically different society focused on military prowess. Following reforms attributed to the semi-legendary lawgiver Lycurgus, Sparta transformed itself into what historians call a garrison state. Male citizens, known as Spartiates, lived solely to fight. From age 7, boys were removed from their homes and subjected to a brutal training regimen called the agoge, where they learned warfare, endurance, and absolute obedience. They ate in communal messes, slept on reed mats, and received regular beatings to toughen them. At 20, they joined military barracks. Even after marriage, a Spartan man lived with his wife only occasionally until age 30. This extraordinary military focus required an unusual social structure. Sparta's agricultural land was divided among citizen families and worked by a subjugated population called helots, essentially state-owned serfs descended from conquered peoples. These helots vastly outnumbered their Spartan masters, creating constant fear of rebellion. Each year, Sparta's leaders formally declared war on the helots, allowing them to be killed without religious pollution. Young Spartans sometimes conducted night raids called the cryptia, murdering any helots found outside after dark to maintain terror and control. Between citizens and helots stood a middle class of perioikoi, dwellers around, who were free but lacked political rights. These craftsmen, merchants, and farmers provided essential economic services that citizen soldiers disdained. Sparta's government balanced elements of monarchy, 2 hereditary kings, oligarchy, a council of elders, and limited democracy, an assembly of citizens. 5 elected officials called ephors held extraordinary power, including authority over the kings themselves. While Athens celebrated artistic achievement, intellectual exploration, and the pleasures of private life, Sparta scorned luxury and individualism. When an Athenian noted that Sparta had no defensive walls, King Agesilaus pointed to his soldiers and replied, "These are the walls of Sparta." The great Athenian dramatist Euripides would never have flourished in Sparta, where poetry and music served only to glorify the state and inspire warriors. Even their currency, heavy iron spits rather than valuable silver, was designed to discourage commerce and accumulation of wealth. Between these extremes of Athens and Sparta, most Greek city-states developed mixed systems of government. Some remained under traditional aristocracies, where noble families dominated political life. Others experienced periods of tyranny, rule by individuals who seized power, often with popular support against entrenched elites. Though tyrant later acquired negative connotations, many early tyrants were reform-minded rulers who built public works, sponsored festivals, and expanded citizen rights. Regardless of government type, the economies of most city-states centered on agriculture. The typical citizen owned a small farm worked by his family and perhaps a few slaves. He grew grains for bread, olives for oil, and grapes for wine, the Mediterranean triad that sustained Greek life. Many households maintained modest flocks of sheep or goats for wool, milk, and occasional meat. On market days, farmers brought surplus produce to the agora, trading for pottery, tools, and other necessities. Greek terrain, with its mountains and limited arable land, could not support large populations. This scarcity drove competition between communities and spurred maritime trade. By the 5th century BCE, Athens in particular had developed elaborate commercial networks, importing grain from the Black Sea region, timber from Macedonia, and luxury goods from throughout the Mediterranean. Specialized craftsmen produced fine pottery, textiles, and metalwork for export. Banking systems developed to facilitate long-distance trade, with money changers and lenders operating from tables trapeza in the agora, the origin of our word bank. Beneath the political and economic structures of the polis lay a complex social hierarchy. At the top stood adult male citizens with rights to vote, own property, and speak in courts. Below them were resident foreigners called metics, who paid special taxes for the privilege of living and working in the city, but held no political rights, despite their often substantial economic contributions. At the lowest levels were slaves, comprising perhaps 1/3 of the population in cities like Athens. These enslaved people served as household servants, agricultural laborers, and workers in mines and workshops. Women in most city-states, Sparta being a notable exception, lived highly restricted lives. Though not technically slaves, Athenian women were legal minors throughout their lives, always under the guardianship of a male relative. They could not vote, attend the assembly, serve on juries, or own substantial property. Their primary roles centered on household management and childbearing, producing sons who would become citizens. Respectable women rarely appeared in public spaces, instead occupying the women's quarters, gynaikion, within their homes. Outside this domestic sphere, religious festivals provided their main opportunity for public participation. Yet despite these limitations, the household oikos remained central to polis identity and success. The ideal citizen managed his household prudently, raised children who respected tradition, participated actively in civic affairs, and fought bravely when called to war. This integration of private and public virtue distinguished Greek citizenship from modern conceptions that separate family life from political engagement. Daily life in the polis followed rhythms dictated by season and custom. Citizens rose with the sun and conducted business in the cool morning hours. At midday, many returned home for the main meal, often a simple fare of bread, olives, cheese, and wine, followed by an afternoon rest during the Mediterranean heat. Early evening might find them at the gymnasium, originally training grounds for military service that evolved into centers for athletic practice, intellectual discussion, and male socialization. There, citizens exercised naked. The word gymnasium derives from gymnos, meaning naked, conversed on politics and philosophy, and strengthened the homosocial bonds that undergirded polis life. The Greek calendar overflowed with festivals honoring various deities, transforming routine urban existence with processions, sacrifices, athletic competitions, and dramatic performances. During the Great Dionysia in Athens, normal activities paused for days while citizens gathered in the theatre of Dionysus to watch tragedies and comedies exploring human nature, divine will, and political tensions. Such communal experiences reinforced shared identity and values, even as they provided opportunities to question traditional assumptions. This intricate balance between individual liberty and collective identity made the polis a uniquely dynamic form of human organization. Though small by modern standards, Athens at its height contained perhaps 300,000 people, including slaves and foreigners, while many city-states numbered only a few thousand citizens. These communities produced cultural, artistic, and intellectual achievements far beyond their size. Yet the same independence that fueled their creativity also prevented Greeks from uniting against common threats, leaving them vulnerable to eventual conquest. As the 5th century BCE dawned, the diverse city-states of Greece faced an existential challenge from the mighty Persian Empire to the east. Their response would define the classical age and set the stage for Athens' brief but extraordinary golden era. The Persian threat loomed not just over territory and resources, but over the very concept of citizen self-governance that made the polis unique in human history. The coming conflict would test whether these small, quarrelsome communities could set aside their differences long enough to preserve their revolutionary experiment in freedom A lone traveler climbs the winding path toward Delphi, her sandals kicking up dust from the sacred way. She has journeyed for weeks to reach this place nestled on the slopes of Mount Parnassus, driven by questions only the oracle might answer. Will her family survive the drought? Should she arrange her daughter's marriage to the merchant's son? Might the persistent pain in her side eventually kill her? As she approaches the great temple of Apollo, she joins a line of fellow seekers, wealthy aristocrats, desperate farmers, curious philosophers, ambitious politicians, all awaiting their moment before the Pythia, Apollo's priestess, who will breathe in sacred vapors and transmit the god's cryptic wisdom. For the ancient Greeks, the gods were not distant abstractions but active participants in human affairs. Their presence permeated every aspect of daily life. Farmers made offerings to Demeter for bountiful harvests. Sailors prayed to Poseidon for safe passage. Women in childbirth called upon Artemis for protection. This intimate relationship between mortals and immortals formed the foundation of Greek religious experience. Gods might be powerful and unpredictable, but they were also accessible and deeply involved in human concerns. At the center of Greek religious belief stood the Olympian pantheon, 12 major deities who resided atop Mount Olympus, the highest peak in Greece. Zeus reigned as king of the gods, wielding thunderbolts and governing the order of the cosmos. His wife Hera presided over marriage and childbirth, though her own marital life was plagued by Zeus's countless infidelities. Their siblings and children comprised the divine family that ruled over nature and human institutions. Poseidon, Zeus's brother, commanded the seas with his trident, sending storms against those who offended him, and calm waters to his favorites. Another brother, Hades, ruled the underworld, not as an evil figure, but as the solemn administrator of the afterlife, where all souls eventually gathered. These three brothers had divided the world among themselves, after overthrowing their father Kronos, and the elder generation of gods known as Titans. Among Zeus's many children, several held prominent positions in the pantheon. Athena, born fully armed from her father's head, governed wisdom, strategic warfare, and crafts. Her city, Athens, took her name and built the magnificent Parthenon as her dwelling place. Apollo, radiant god of light, music, prophecy, and healing, spoke through oracles and inspired poets. His twin sister Artemis roamed mountain forests as goddess of the hunt, protecting wild creatures and young women. Ares embodied the brutal violence of war, while Aphrodite personified love, beauty, and passion. Hermes served as divine messenger, guide of souls to the underworld, and patron of travelers, merchants, and thieves. Two important Olympians maintained special connections to humanity. Hephaestus, the lame smith god, represented the transformative power of fire and the dignity of skilled craftsmanship. Dionysus, youngest of the Olympians, presided over wine, ecstatic revelry, and the dissolution of normal social boundaries. His worship often involved frenzied rituals where participants achieved temporary communion with the divine through music, dance, and intoxication. Beyond the Olympians, innumerable lesser divinities populated the Greek cosmos. Nymphs inhabited springs, groves, and mountains. Heroes occupied an intermediate status between gods and mortals. Primordial forces like night, ocean, and earth maintained their ancient power beneath the Olympian order. Even concepts like victory Nike, justice Dike, and strife Eris took divine form. This rich theological landscape reflected the Greeks' attempt to make sense of existence in all its complexity and contradiction. Unlike modern religions centered on sacred texts and fixed doctrines, Greek religion focused on proper practice rather than correct belief. What mattered was observing rituals correctly and maintaining reciprocal relationships with the gods through sacrifices and offerings. The Greeks had no religious hierarchy comparable to a priesthood. Religious officials were ordinary citizens who temporarily assumed sacred duties, while professional seers interpreted omens and oracles conveyed divine messages. No authority dictated what individuals must believe about cosmic matters. Religious practice involved both public and private dimensions. Each polis maintained official cults honoring its patron deities, with elaborate calendars of festivals and sacrifices performed on behalf of the entire community. Magnificent temples housed cult statues and treasuries, but weren't primarily places of worship. Most religious activities occurred at outdoor altars where animals were sacrificed and partially consumed in ritual feasts. Major sanctuaries like Delphi and Olympia served as pan-Hellenic centers where Greeks from all cities gathered to consult oracles, compete in games, and affirm their shared cultural identity. Within households, family members maintained small shrines honoring ancestral spirits, household gods, and Olympians with particular domestic connections. Daily prayers, libations, liquid offerings, and simple sacrifices marked meals and significant moments. Life cycle events, births, marriages, deaths, involved specific rituals, ensuring divine blessing and protection during vulnerable transitions. This integration of religion into everyday experience meant that ancient Greeks rarely distinguished between sacred and secular spheres of life. The gods revealed themselves to mortals through various channels. Dreams might carry divine messages, unusual natural phenomena, lightning strikes, sudden flights of birds, unexpected encounters with animals could indicate divine will. Professional seers examined the entrails of sacrificed animals for signs, while oracles at sacred sites provided cryptic prophecies requiring careful interpretation. These multiple avenues of communication reinforced the sense that divine presence suffused the world, available to those who paid proper attention. Greek mythology, the vast collection of narratives about gods, heroes, and primordial times, provided the framework for understanding this divine-human relationship. Unlike modern conceptions that might dismiss myths as mere fiction, these stories constituted a form of sacred history, explaining cosmic origins, divine hierarchies, and proper human conduct. Poets like Hesiod systematized this mythology in works like the Theogony, which traced divine genealogies from primordial chaos through successive generations of gods. According to these myths, the cosmos began in undifferentiated chaos, from which emerged Gaia, Earth, and other primordial entities. Gaia produced Uranus Sky, who became her mate. Their children, the Titans, overthrew Uranus when he imprisoned their monstrous siblings. Kronos, king of the Titans, later swallowed his own children to prevent them from overthrowing him. But his wife Rhea saved the youngest, Zeus, who eventually freed his siblings and led them in a 10-year war against the Titans. Victorious, the Olympians established the current cosmic order with Zeus as sovereign. Human beings entered this divine narrative through several contradictory creation accounts. Some myths described humans as springing from the earth itself. Others portrayed the Titan Prometheus shaping humans from clay and stealing fire from the gods to ensure their survival. Still others recounted successive races of humans, gold, silver, bronze, heroes, and finally the current iron race, each more debased than the last. These varied origin stories reflected the Greeks' ambivalent understanding of human nature as both godlike in potential yet fundamentally separate from divine perfection. The relationship between gods and mortals in Greek mythology was complex and often troubling. Gods might show favor to particular humans through gifts, protection, or divine offspring. Yet they also punished presumption and disrespect harshly. The beautiful weaver Arachne challenged Athena to a contest and was transformed into a spider for her arrogance. King Tantalus, invited to dine with the gods, attempted to serve them his own son and received eternal punishment in the underworld. Such stories warned against hubris, the dangerous pride that led mortals to forget their proper limitations. Despite these cautionary tales, Greek myths also celebrated human achievements and portrayed mortals occasionally outwitting divine powers. Prometheus tricked Zeus multiple times before stealing fire for humanity, an act of rebellion against divine authority that brought both advancement and suffering to the human condition. The clever Sisyphus twice escaped death before the gods finally confined him to his famous endless labor. This tension between submission to divine will and assertion of human agency ran throughout Greek culture, finding particular expression in tragic drama. Heroes occupied a special place in this mythological landscape. Born from unions between gods and mortals, figures like Heracles, Perseus, and Theseus embodied superhuman potential through their extraordinary deeds. Their adventures, slaying monsters, founding cities, establishing customs, formed a bridge between the age of gods and the historical present. Local communities traced their origins to these heroes and maintained cults at their supposed tombs. Hero worship provided another channel for divine interaction, with benefits more focused on specific locations than the universal cults of Olympian deities. The most elaborate cycle of heroic myths surrounded the Trojan War and its aftermath. Whether based on actual historical conflict or pure invention, this epic struggle between Greeks and Trojans provided a narrative canvas for exploring fundamental human questions. Why do we fight? What constitutes honor? How should we face fate? The wrath of Achilles, the wisdom of Odysseus, the tragic nobility of Hector, these characters expressed archetypes of human experience that transcended their specific stories. Greek mythology displayed remarkable flexibility, constantly evolving through local variations and poetic reinterpretations. The gods appeared differently in Homer's epics, Hesiod's theological works, tragic dramas, philosophical dialogues, and local cult practices. This adaptability allowed Greek religion to accommodate changing social conditions and intellectual developments without rigid orthodoxy. By the classical period, educated Greeks might simultaneously honor traditional rituals, enjoy mythological narratives as literary heritage, and speculate about divine nature in philosophical terms. As Greek culture matured, some thinkers began questioning traditional depictions of the gods as jealous, lustful, and capricious beings. The philosopher Xenophanes criticized anthropomorphic conceptions, noting that different cultures imagined gods in their own image and suggesting a single, more abstract divine principle. Plato argued that gods must be perfectly good and therefore could not be responsible for evil or immoral acts as portrayed in myths. These intellectual critiques coexisted with continued traditional worship. Most Greeks maintained conventional religious practices, even while entertaining more sophisticated theological concepts. The vast pantheon of Greek mythology reflected the culture's fundamental values and preoccupations. Zeus embodied political authority, but remained constrained by fate and cosmic justice. Athena represented the Greek ideal of balancing intelligence with practical skill. Apollo exemplified the harmony, proportion, and clarity Greeks celebrated in art and thought. Even troubling figures like Dionysus acknowledged the necessary role of ecstatic experience alongside rational order. Together, these divine personalities expressed the full range of human possibilities, elevated to immortal status. For ordinary Greeks, this mythology provided more than entertainment or abstract theology. It offered practical guidance for navigating a precarious world. Temple friezes depicting mythological scenes reminded viewers of proper behavior and potential consequences. Festival performances reinforced communal values through shared narratives. Even drinking songs and children's tales incorporated mythological references that transmitted cultural wisdom. The gods watched constantly, rewarding proper conduct and punishing transgression, thus providing divine sanction for social norms. When Greeks founded colonies across the Mediterranean, they carried their gods with them, establishing familiar cults in new lands. Contact with other cultures brought both conflict and syncretism, as Greek deities became associated with foreign gods possessing similar attributes. Egyptian Amun merged with Zeus, while Phoenician Astarte shared qualities with Aphrodite. This process accelerated dramatically following Alexander the Great's conquests, when Greek religion spread throughout the eastern Mediterranean and Middle East, blending with local traditions to create new hybrid forms of worship. The enduring power of Greek mythology extends far beyond its original religious context. These stories provided the foundation for Western literature, art, psychology, and even language. Renaissance painters depicted Zeus's affairs and Apollo's pursuits. Freud named psychological complexes after Oedipus and Electra. NASA missions bear names of Greek gods and heroes. This persistent influence testifies to how effectively these ancient narratives captured fundamental human experiences: love and hatred, ambition and fear, wonder and terror, in forms that continue to resonate across millennia. As Greek civilization moved toward its classical flowering, the relationship between mythology and rational inquiry grew increasingly complex. The same culture that maintained elaborate rituals honoring the Olympians also produced natural philosophers who sought material explanations for phenomena previously attributed to divine action. The tension between mythic and rational worldviews would become a defining feature of Greek intellectual life, generating both creative friction and profound insights into human understanding. Yet even as philosophical speculation advanced, the ancient gods maintained their hold on Greek imagination and daily practice, embodying truths about existence that transcended literal belief. Gather around as the blind poet begins his tale. His voice, weathered by years of wandering from court to court, still rings clear in the torchlit hall. Noble listeners recline on couches, wine cups in hand, as he invokes the muse to help him recall the ancient stories. His skilled fingers pluck the lyre, weaving melody with words. Tonight he will tell once more of godlike Achilles and his devastating wrath, of clever Odysseus struggling homeward across wine-dark seas. These are not mere entertainments but sacred cultural memories, chronicles of an age when heroes walked the earth and gods frequently intervened in human affairs. The epics attributed to Homer, the Iliad and the Odyssey, stand as the cornerstone of Greek literary tradition. Composed during the 8th century BCE, after centuries of oral transmission, they captured the collective memory of an earlier heroic age. For the ancient Greeks, these were not fictional fantasies, but semi-historical accounts of their ancestors from a time when men were mightier and closer to the gods. The heroes of these epics embodied both the highest virtues and the tragic flaws of human nature, providing models of conduct for later generations to admire, emulate, and sometimes question. The events described in Homeric epics supposedly occurred during the Late Bronze Age, around the 12th or 13th century BCE, when Mycenaean civilization dominated the Greek world. The Iliad tells the story of a few crucial weeks during the 10th and final year of the Trojan War. According to myth, this conflict began when Paris, Prince of Troy, abducted Helen, the extraordinarily beautiful wife of Menelaus, king of Sparta. Bound by an oath to defend Helen's marriage, the kings and princes of Greece launched a massive expedition against the wealthy city of Troy on the northwest coast of Asia Minor, modern Turkey. After 9 years of inconclusive fighting, the Iliad opens with a quarrel between the greatest Greek warrior, Achilles, and the expedition's leader, Agamemnon. When Agamemnon takes a captive woman from Achilles, the enraged hero withdraws from battle, bringing disaster upon the Greek forces. The poem explores the terrible consequences of Achilles' wrath as his closest friend Patroclus dies in combat, prompting Achilles to return to the battlefield with unstoppable fury. The Iliad culminates not in the fall of Troy but in a moment of profound humanity. Achilles meeting with the Trojan king Priam to return the body of his son Hector, whom Achilles had killed and dishonored in his grief-fueled rage. The Odyssey picks up after Troy's eventual defeat, following the 10-year journey of Odysseus, as he struggles to return home to Ithaca. Where the Iliad explores themes of war, honor, and mortality, the Odyssey examines homecoming, identity, and the reintegration of the warrior into society. Odysseus faces fantastic obstacles, one-eyed Cyclops, enchanting sirens, divine obstacles sent by the vengeful Poseidon, while his faithful wife Penelope fends off aggressive suitors who assume her husband dead. Through cunning, endurance, and occasional divine help, Odysseus finally reclaims his household, re-establishing order in both family and kingdom. Beyond their narrative power, these epics established fundamental values for Greek culture. They portrayed an aristocratic warrior society where excellence RET in battle brought glory Cleos that survived beyond physical death. The hero's highest goal was to win imperishable fame through great deeds that would be celebrated in song for generations. This pursuit of glory could lead to both magnificent achievement and catastrophic hubris. The epics acknowledged human greatness while recognizing its limitations against fate and divine power, a tension that would later find its fullest expression in Greek tragedy. The Homeric heroes operated according to a complex honor code. They competed intensely for status and recognition, but remained bound by mutual obligations and guest friendship, xenia. They expressed emotion openly, weeping without shame yet controlling their passions when duty required. They faced death with clear-eyed courage, knowing that even the greatest must eventually yield to mortality. These values, excellence, honor, emotional authenticity, and dignified acceptance of fate, became central to Greek self-understanding, persisting even as their society evolved beyond the aristocratic model depicted in the epics. While Homer's works dominated the Greek imagination, they represented only part of a broader cycle of poems called the epic cycle. These now lost works narrated the complete Trojan War saga from its divine origins through its aftermath. The Cypria described events leading to the conflict, including the judgment of Paris, when the Trojan prince chose Aphrodite over Hera and Athena, after the goddess of love promised him the most beautiful woman in the world. The Aethiopus told of events after Hector's death, including the arrival of Amazon warriors and Achilles' final battle. The Little Iliad and Sack of Troy recounted the famous stratagem of the wooden horse that finally breached Troy's impregnable walls. The Returns and Telegony described the troubled homecomings of various Greek heroes and Odysseus's final adventure. Beyond the Trojan cycle, other epic traditions preserved tales of earlier generations of heroes. The Theban cycle related the tragic story of Oedipus and the War of the Seven against Thebes. The voyage of Jason and the Argonauts, in search of the Golden Fleece, featured prominently in both poetry and visual art. Most ambitious was Hesiod's catalogue of women, which systematically traced the divine ancestry of heroic lineages throughout the Greek world, providing a mythological framework for understanding relationships between different communities. Heroes were not merely legendary figures in Greek culture, but objects of religious veneration. Many communities maintained shrines at supposed graves of heroes, making offerings to secure their favor and protection. Excavations have revealed that some of these hero shrines were established at actual Bronze Age tombs, suggesting the persistence of cultural memory across centuries. Great pan-Hellenic sanctuaries like Olympia contain numerous monuments honoring heroes alongside temples to the gods, reflecting the hero's intermediate status between the divine and human realms. Of all Greek heroes, none achieved greater renown than Heracles, known to Romans and modern audiences as Hercules. Son of Zeus and a mortal woman, Heracles embodied superhuman strength and endurance, alongside very human weaknesses. His celebrated 12 labors, including slaying the Nemean lion, capturing the Erymanthian boar, cleaning the Ogoaean stables, and stealing the golden apples of the Hesperides, demonstrated his mastery over monstrous forces threatening civilization. Yet this paragon of heroic virtue also experienced madness sent by Hera, during which he murdered his own family. This tragic counterpoint to his triumphs made Heracles a complex figure embodying both human potential and vulnerability. Perseus exemplified a different heroic archetype, the clever champion who prevails through intelligence and divine assistance rather than brute strength. Armed with gifts from the gods, including winged sandals and a cap of invisibility, Perseus beheaded the Gorgon Medusa, whose gaze turned men to stone. Using her severed head as a weapon, he rescued the Princess Andromeda from a sea monster and established a royal dynasty. His story illustrated how mortal heroes could overcome seemingly impossible challenges by combining courage with divine favor and strategic thinking. Theseus served as the mythical founding hero of Athens, embodying that city's ideals of intelligence, justice, and civic responsibility. His adventures paralleled those of Heracles but emphasized city building over raw physical prowess. After slaying the Minotaur in the Cretan labyrinth, Theseus returned to Athens, where he unified scattered settlements into a single polis, established democratic institutions, and created religious festivals. As Athens rose to prominence during the classical period, its citizens increasingly emphasized Theseus as their patron hero, commissioning artwork and performances celebrating his exploits. Female heroes, though less numerous, played significant roles in Greek mythology. Atalanta outawed male suitors until tricked by Hippomenes with golden apples from Aphrodite. The Amazon warriors, female fighters who governed themselves without men, featured in myths of Heracles, Theseus, and the Trojan War. Most complexly portrayed was Helen of Troy, whose extraordinary beauty made her both victim and instigator of the greatest conflict of the heroic age. Later Greek literature explored her character from multiple perspectives, debating her culpability and agency in the events that unfolded around her. The heroic stories contained in epic poetry became the common cultural inheritance of all Greeks, regardless of their city-state loyalties. Even communities frequently at war with each other shared reverence for these ancestral figures and their exploits. When Greeks colonized new territories around the Mediterranean, they often justified their claims by connecting local landscapes to episodes from heroic mythology, finding the cave where Odysseus met the Cyclops, identifying the island where Calypso detained him, or establishing the route taken by Jason's Argonauts. These mythological associations helped transform foreign shores into familiar Greek spaces. While originally transmitted through oral performance, heroic myths eventually appeared in every artistic medium. Vase paintings depicted key scenes from epic narratives, often adding details absent from surviving literary sources. Sculptural friezes on temples portrayed heroic exploits alongside divine activities. Tragedy adapted mythological material for dramatic performances exploring ethical dilemmas and political questions relevant to 5th century Athenian audiences. Even drinking vessels might be decorated with scenes from the Trojan War, bringing mythic exemplars into everyday social gatherings. The enduring influence of these hero tales extended beyond artistic representation to shape Greek conceptions of morality and conduct. When young Greeks asked how they should live, elders pointed to heroic examples: Achilles' courage, Odysseus's resourcefulness, Penelope's fidelity. Military commanders invoked heroic precedents to inspire troops before battle. Political leaders compared themselves to mythic founders and champions. The heroic paradigm provided a flexible ethical framework that encompassed seemingly contradictory virtues: competitive excellence alongside communal loyalty, clever deception alongside truthful speech, passionate intensity alongside stoic endurance. This heroic ideal underwent significant evolution as Greek society developed from the aristocratic world of the early Archaic period toward the democratic polis of the 5th century BCE. The intensely personal honor code of Homeric warriors gradually incorporated more civic elements, emphasizing duties to the community alongside individual achievement. Philosophers questioned whether traditional heroes always exemplified true virtue, suggesting alternative models of excellence based on wisdom and self-control rather than battlefield prowess. Tragic playwrights explored conflicts between heroic values and civic necessities, between family loyalty and public duty. Archaeological discoveries in the late 19th and 20th centuries revealed surprising historical foundations for some heroic legends. Heinrich Schliemann's excavations at Troy and Mycenae uncovered Bronze Age civilizations broadly consistent with the world described in Homeric epic, though differing in significant details. Massive fortifications, elaborate palaces, and rich grave goods confirmed that a wealthy warrior aristocracy had indeed ruled Greece before the Dark Age that followed the Mycenaean collapse. While this evidence didn't prove the historical reality of specific heroes like Agamemnon or Odysseus, it suggested that epic traditions preserved genuine memories of a vanished era, transmitted across centuries despite the loss of writing during the Greek Dark Age. This connection between myth and history highlights a crucial aspect of Greek heroic tradition: its role in bridging past and present. For classical Greeks, the Age of Heroes existed in an intermediate temporal space between the primordial time of the gods' origin myths and their own historical present. Heroes belonged to a past distant enough to possess supernatural qualities, yet recent enough to serve as ancestors for contemporary communities. This mythic historical dimension allowed Greeks to connect their present circumstances to sacred patterns established in ancestral times, lending divine significance to current conflicts and alliances. The heroic world depicted in epic provided not just role models, but cautionary tales. Alongside admirable qualities, heroes displayed dangerous flaws: Achilles' rage, Ajax's stubbornness, Agamemnon's arrogance. Their stories illustrated how even the greatest individuals remained vulnerable to fate, divine caprice, and their own weaknesses. When tragedy developed as a literary form in 5th century Athens, playwrights drew upon these inherent tensions in heroic mythology. Sophocles' Ajax portrayed the mental collapse of a mighty warrior unable to adapt to changing values. Euripides' Heracles showed the hero's devastating return home after completing his labors, culminating in madness and familial destruction. These complex explorations of heroic psychology transformed ancient legends into sophisticated examinations of human nature. By the classical period, Greek thinkers had developed multiple interpretive approaches to their heroic traditions. Some, like the logographer Hecataeus, attempted to rationalize mythic elements, suggesting that fantastic creatures and divine interventions were exaggerations of natural phenomena or misunderstood historical events. Others, like the tragedian Aeschylus, used heroic stories as vehicles for theological exploration, examining how divine justice operated across generations. Philosophers like Socrates questioned whether traditional heroes provided appropriate ethical models, while simultaneously employing heroic examples in their arguments. This interpretive multiplicity reflected the central but contested role heroic paradigms played in Greek cultural self-definition. As Greek civilization spread throughout the Mediterranean world following Alexander the Great's conquests, heroic traditions traveled alongside other cultural practices. Local elites from Egypt to Afghanistan adopted Greek heroic imagery and narratives, sometimes merging them with indigenous traditions. Roman culture enthusiastically embraced Greek heroic mythology, adapting the stories to reflect their own values, transforming clever Odysseus into the dutiful Aeneas, who embodied Roman pietas, devotion to family, gods, and state. Even as philosophical schools like Stoicism and Epicureanism proposed alternative ethical frameworks, heroes remained potent cultural symbols throughout the Hellenistic and Roman periods. The tales of Greek heroes have displayed remarkable resilience across 3 millennia, continuing to inspire art, literature, psychology, and popular culture into the present day. Hollywood films recreate the wrath of Achilles and the labors of Heracles for modern audiences. Contemporary novelists retell the Trojan War from previously marginalized perspectives. Psychological theorists draw upon figures like Oedipus and Narcissus to illuminate human development. This persistent relevance testifies to how effectively these ancient narratives captured fundamental patterns of human experience: the quest for identity, the struggle against limitations, the tension between individual greatness and social responsibility, the confrontation with mortality. For the ancient Greeks themselves, the Age of Heroes represented a lost golden era of greater possibilities and closer divine connection. Yet the stories also affirmed continuity between that mythic past and historical present. Heroic bloodlines flowed into contemporary aristocratic families. Heroic values, though evolved, still shaped civic ethics. Heroic achievements established patterns that current leaders might emulate, though never quite equal. As Greek civilization moved toward its classical flowering in the 5th century BCE, this rich heroic tradition provided both inspiration and material for its greatest intellectual achievements. The shaped philosophical investigations that would apply rational analysis to questions of virtue, knowledge, justice, and the good life previously addressed through mythic narratives. In the bustling port city of Miletus on the Ionian coast of Asia Minor, a man named Thales gazed at the world around him with questions burning in his mind. Unlike his predecessors who explained natural phenomena through myths of divine action, Thales sought explanations based on observation and reasoning. What fundamental substance, he wondered, might underlie the apparent diversity of nature? After careful consideration, he proposed water as the primal element from which all things derived. Though this conclusion may seem naive to modern minds, his approach, seeking natural rather than supernatural explanations, marked a revolutionary shift in human thought. With Thales and his intellectual heirs in 6th century BCE Aesonia, a new form of inquiry emerged that the Greeks would call philosophia, the love of wisdom. This novel approach to understanding reality would transform how humans conceived their place in the cosmos. By questioning traditional assumptions, proposing explanations based on observable evidence, and subjecting ideas to rational scrutiny, these early thinkers laid the foundations for both scientific investigation and abstract reasoning that continue to shape human knowledge today. What distinguished philosophical thinking from earlier modes of understanding? While myth explained the world through stories of divine beings acting from understandable motives, Zeus hurling thunderbolts in anger, Demeter withdrawing vegetation in grief, philosophy sought consistent principles operating independently of divine whim. Where religious tradition relied on ancient authority, philosophy demanded reasons and evidence. Where poetry evoked emotional response to life's mysteries, philosophy aimed for clarity through precise definition and logical argument. This critical, questioning stance toward received wisdom would become the hallmark of Greek intellectual culture. The earliest philosophers, known as pre-Socratics because they preceded Socrates, focused primarily on cosmological questions. What is the basic substance of reality? How did the ordered cosmos emerge? What causes natural phenomena like earthquakes, eclipses, or seasonal changes? Their theories, though often speculative, represented genuine attempts to discover regular patterns behind apparent chaos, the first steps toward what we would now recognize as scientific inquiry. Following Thales, his student Anaximander proposed an abstract principle called the apeiron, the boundless or indefinite, as the source of all things, suggesting that particular substances emerge from and return to this unlimited origin. Another Milesian, Anaximenes, identified air as the fundamental element, capable of transforming into other substances through condensation and rarefaction. These thinkers sought not only to identify basic materials, but to understand processes of change and stability in the natural world. In nearby Ephesus, the enigmatic Heraclitus emphasized constant flux as a universal principle, famously declaring that one cannot step into the same river twice. He spoke of cosmic fire as both the primary substance and the driving force behind perpetual transformation. Yet within this ceaseless change, Heraclitus discerned an underlying pattern or principle he called logos, a rational structure governing all existence. This concept of an intelligible order beneath apparent chaos would become central to Western philosophical tradition. Taking a radically different approach, Parmenides of Elea in southern Italy developed the first purely abstract metaphysical system, Through rigorous logical argument, he concluded that true reality must be eternal, unchanging, and indivisible. The world of multiplicity and change that we perceive, he argued, cannot be fundamentally real but must represent some form of illusion. This stark opposition between appearance and reality would become a persistent theme in Western philosophy, influencing thinkers from Plato to modern times. Responding to Parmenides' challenge, later pre-Socratics developed more sophisticated theories to reconcile the evidence of change with logical demands for continuity. Empedocles proposed four eternal elements: earth, air, fire, and water, mixed and separated by cosmic forces of love and strife. Anaxagoras suggested infinitely divisible seeds containing all qualities in different proportions. Most influentially, Democritus and Leucippus developed atomic theory, positing that reality consists of indivisible particles moving through empty space, forming different arrangements to create the objects we perceive. Beyond these cosmological speculations, pre-Socratic thinkers explored mathematics, astronomy, medicine, and other fields. Pythagoras and his followers discovered mathematical relationships in musical harmonies and geometric shapes, leading them to believe that numbers constituted the fundamental reality behind appearances. Alcmaeon conducted anatomical dissections, identifying the brain rather than the heart as the center of sensation and thought. These diverse investigations shared a commitment to explaining nature through discoverable principles rather than mythological narratives. As the 5th century BCE progressed, philosophical attention began shifting from questions about the cosmos toward human concerns, ethics, politics, language, and knowledge. This transition reflected changing social conditions as Greek cities developed more complex political structures and engaged in wider cultural interactions following the Persian Wars. A group of traveling teachers called sophists emerged, offering practical education in rhetoric, politics, and culture to ambitious young men in democratic cities, particularly Athens. Though diverse in their views, sophists shared certain intellectual tendencies that challenged traditional certainties. Protagoras famously declared, "Man is the measure of all things," suggesting that truth might be relative to human perception rather than absolute. Gorgias employed sophisticated arguments to claim that nothing exists, or if it does, it cannot be known, or if known, cannot be communicated. Antiphon questioned whether conventional justice truly aligned with natural advantage. These provocative positions stimulated intense debate about the foundations of knowledge, ethics, and social institutions. Against this intellectual backdrop emerged the figure who would transform philosophy's direction, Socrates of Athens. Born around 470 BCE to a stonemason and a midwife, Socrates became the central personality in Athens' intellectual life, despite never writing any philosophical works. Our knowledge of his thought comes primarily through the writings of his students, particularly Plato, whose dialogues present Socrates engaging fellow citizens in probing conversations about virtue, justice, knowledge, and the good life. Unlike both pre-Socratics preoccupied with cosmology and sophists teaching practical skills, Socrates focused relentlessly on ethical questions. The unexamined life is not worth living, he insisted, challenging people to scrutinize their most basic assumptions about right conduct and human excellence. His method, known as Elenchus, involved exposing contradictions in others' beliefs through persistent questioning, often leaving his conversation partners in a state of aporia, perplexity or confusion about concepts they had previously taken for granted. Socrates compared himself to a gadfly stimulating Athens, like a large but sluggish horse to greater awareness. He claimed to know only his own ignorance, distinguishing himself from those who believed themselves wise without justification. He described himself as a midwife of ideas, helping others give birth to their own insights rather than imposing doctrine. This Socratic approach, questioning rather than asserting, seeking clarity rather than victory in argument, acknowledging ignorance as the beginning of wisdom, would become a defining strand in Western philosophical tradition. Despite his intellectual brilliance and moral integrity, Socrates met a tragic end. In 399 BCE, following Athens' defeat in the Peloponnesian War and subsequent political turmoil, he was charged with impiety and corrupting the youth. Before a jury of 500 fellow citizens, he refused to compromise his principles or beg for mercy. Condemned by a narrow margin, he accepted the death sentence with philosophical composure, drinking hemlock while discussing the soul's immortality with friends. His execution represents one of history's most famous collisions between philosophical integrity and political authority. Socrates' death profoundly influenced his most brilliant student, Plato, who transformed his teacher's oral questioning into written dialogues of extraordinary literary and philosophical sophistication. Born to an aristocratic Athenian family around 428 BC, Plato established the Academy, history's first formal philosophical school, where students studied mathematics, astronomy, and dialectic as preparation for philosophical inquiry. During his long career, Plato developed complex theories about knowledge, reality, ethics, politics, and human psychology that would shape Western thought for millennia. Plato's most famous philosophical contribution, the theory of forms, responded to problems raised by both pre-Socratics and sophists. Against Heraclitus's flux and Protagoras' relativism, Plato posited unchanging, perfect forms or ideas as the ultimate reality behind physical appearances. The form of justice exists independently of particular just acts. The form of beauty transcends individual beautiful objects. These eternal forms provide both metaphysical stability and objective standards for knowledge and ethics. Our souls, Plato suggested, glimpse these forms before birth and can recollect them through philosophical reflection. This metaphysical vision informed Plato's political philosophy, developed most extensively in his dialogue Republic. Here Plato envisions an ideal city governed by philosopher kings whose education has lifted them from the cave of sensory illusion to contemplate eternal forms, particularly the form of the good. Such rulers would govern not from self-interest, but from genuine knowledge of justice and human flourishing. Though often misinterpreted as advocating totalitarianism, Plato's Republic actually explores the relationship between individual psychology and political order, suggesting that justice in both domains involves proper harmony among constituent parts. While Plato's philosophy emphasized abstract forms accessible to pure intellect, his greatest student took philosophy in a more empirical direction. Aristotle, born in 384 BCE in Stagira, joined Plato's academy as a young man, but eventually developed significantly different approaches to fundamental questions. After serving as tutor to Alexander the Great, Aristotle returned to Athens and established his own school, the Lyceum, where he conducted research across an astonishing range of fields including logic, physics, biology, ethics, politics, psychology, and literary theory. Unlike Plato, Aristotle located reality primarily in particular objects rather than transcendent forms. While recognizing universal principles, he insisted these existed only as embodied in specific instances. Horseness exists only in actual horses. Form for Aristotle represented the organizing principle within substances rather than separate entities in another realm. This approach, balancing attention to particulars with recognition of intelligible patterns, made Aristotle the ancient world's greatest empirical scientist as well as systematic philosopher. Aristotle's logical works established formal reasoning methods that remained unsurpassed until the 19th century. His ethical writings explored virtue as a mean between extremes, developed through practical wisdom and habitual action rather than abstract knowledge alone. His political theory classified regime types, analyzed constitutional structures, and proposed moderate constitutional government as most stable. His poetics examined how tragedy produces emotional catharsis by representing universal human patterns through particular stories. Across these diverse investigations, Aristotle displayed remarkable attention to concrete details while seeking underlying principles. By the late 4th century BCE, Athenian intellectual vitality was producing additional philosophical schools responding to post-Socratic developments. Epicurus established a community called the Garden, where followers pursued happiness, eudaimonia, through moderate pleasures, freedom from fear, and withdrawal from political turbulence. Contrary to later misrepresentations, Epicurean pleasure meant not indulgence but tranquility achieved through simple living, friendship, and philosophical contemplation. Their materialist physics, based on modified atomic theory, aimed to dispel fears of divine punishment or supernatural intervention. Meanwhile, Zeno of Citium taught in the painted colonnade Stoa Poikile that gave Stoicism its name. Stoics identified virtue alone as the sole good, viewing external circumstances, wealth, health, reputation, as ultimately indifferent to true happiness. Their ethics emphasized living according to nature, accepting what lies beyond personal control while taking responsible action where possible. Stoic psychology analyzed how mistaken judgments cause harmful emotions, developing techniques for maintaining rational tranquility amid life's vicissitudes. Their physics envisioned the cosmos as a living, rational organism, permeated by divine reason logos. Other significant schools included the Cynics, whose founder Diogenes famously lived in extreme simplicity, rejecting social conventions to pursue virtue through self-sufficiency. Skeptics following Pyrrho suspended judgment about all beliefs, finding peace by acknowledging the limitations of human knowledge. The academy itself evolved through several phases, eventually adopting skeptical methods under leaders like Arcesilaus and Carneades. This proliferation of philosophical approaches gave educated Greeks multiple options for intellectual allegiance and personal guidance. What united these diverse schools despite their differences? All inherited Socrates' focus on ethics as central to philosophical inquiry. All developed comprehensive worldviews integrating theories about reality, knowledge, and proper human conduct. All established continuing traditions where teachers passed methods and doctrines to students across generations, and all aimed at eudaimonia, flourishing or happiness, through philosophical understanding rather than conventional success. Philosophy had become not merely an intellectual exercise but a complete way of life. As Alexander's conquests spread Greek culture throughout the Eastern Mediterranean and beyond, philosophical schools established branches in new cultural centers like Alexandria, Antioch, and Rhodes. These institutions facilitated cross-cultural intellectual exchange, bringing Greek philosophical methods into contact with Egyptian, Persian, Jewish, and eventually Roman traditions. Philosophical ideas circulated through an increasingly cosmopolitan Mediterranean world, influencing religious developments and providing intellectual frameworks for understanding an expanded cultural horizon. The profound legacy of Greek philosophy extends far beyond antiquity. When Romans adopted Greek learning, they transmitted philosophical ideas into Western European tradition. Early Christian theologians employed Platonic and Aristotelian concepts to articulate doctrinal positions. Medieval Islamic philosophers preserved and extended Aristotelian traditions during Europe's darkest periods. Renaissance humanists rediscovered original Greek philosophical texts, sparking intellectual revolutions. Modern scientific method emerged partly from Greek philosophical commitments to rational explanation and empirical observation. Contemporary discussions of ethics, politics, knowledge, and reality continue engaging questions first formulated by Greek thinkers. What made ancient Greek philosophy so remarkably fertile? Several factors converged to create this intellectual flowering. Political fragmentation into competitive city-states fostered diverse approaches rather than enforced orthodoxy. Relative freedom of speech allowed challenges to traditional views, especially in democratic Athens. Cultural confidence following the Persian Wars encouraged bold intellectual ventures. Literacy and prosperity provided leisure for abstract thinking, and the Greek language itself, with its rich vocabulary and flexible syntax, proved exceptionally well-suited for expressing subtle distinctions and complex arguments. Perhaps most fundamentally, Greek philosophy embodied a distinctive attitude toward understanding, a conviction that reality is intelligible through human reason rather than accessible only through revelation or tradition. This confidence in rational inquiry coexisted with recognition of reason's limitations, creating productive tension between skeptical questioning and systematic theory building. The resulting tradition balanced critical examination of assumptions with constructive development of comprehensive worldviews, establishing philosophy as autonomous from both mythology and specialized sciences. As the classical Greek world gave way to Hellenistic kingdoms following Alexander's conquests, philosophy continued evolving in new directions. Schools became more institutionalized with formal succession of scholastics, head teachers, and established curricula. Technical vocabulary and specialized debates increasingly restricted philosophy to educated elites. Yet simultaneously, philosophical ideas spread more widely through popularizing literature, influencing broader cultural attitudes about cosmos, divinity, and human nature. This twin movement toward greater technical sophistication and wider cultural influence characterized philosophy's development during subsequent centuries. The revolutionary thinkers who first asked what is reality made of, and later what constitutes a good human life, initiated an intellectual tradition that continues generating insights across millennia. From Thales contemplating water to Socrates questioning Athenian citizens, from Plato's eternal forms to Aristotle's empirical investigations, from Epicurean tranquility to Stoic resilience, Greek philosophy explored fundamental questions with remarkable originality and rigor. Their insights into reality, knowledge, ethics, and politics continue providing frameworks for understanding ourselves and our world, demonstrating how thoroughly contemporary thought remains engaged with questions first articulated on the shores of the Aegean. The citizens of Athens have gathered at dawn, thousands streaming up the southern slope of the Acropolis to take their places on the stone benches curving around the circular orchestra of the Theatre of Dionysus. Below them stands the city, the harbours, and the distant sea. The festival of the great Dionysia has begun. For 3 days they will witness a succession of tragedies portraying the downfall of legendary heroes, the suffering of noble women, the unfathomable designs of the gods. These are not mere entertainments but civic rituals, religious observances, and philosophical explorations, all embedded in performances of extraordinary poetic power. Theatre as we understand it today was born in Athens during the late 6th and early 5th centuries BCE, emerging from religious celebrations honoring Dionysus, god of wine, ecstasy, and transformation. What began as ritual processions and choral hymns called dithyrambs gradually evolved into more complex performances, where actors portrayed specific characters engaged in dramatic conflicts. This innovation represented a profound cultural achievement, the creation of a new art form that combined poetry, music, dance, and visual spectacle to explore fundamental questions about human existence and social order. The traditional founder of tragedy was Thespis, who first separated an individual actor from the chorus to create dialogue, the essential ingredient of drama. By the early 5th century BCE, basic elements of Greek tragedy had coalesced. A chorus of singers who commented on the action through song and dance, actors wearing masks who portrayed heroes from myth and legend, and a formal structure alternating between choral odes and dramatic episodes. These performances took place during religious festivals, particularly the city Dionysia held each spring in Athens, where playwrights competed for civic honors by presenting trilogies of tragedies, followed by a satirical play. 3 tragedians stand as towering figures in this tradition: Aeschylus, Sophocles, and Euripides. Though only a fraction of their work survives, perhaps 30 plays from an original body of several hundred. These texts reveal the extraordinary depth and sophistication achieved within a relatively brief flowering of dramatic art. Each playwright brought distinct perspectives and innovations to the evolving form, while addressing perennial questions about justice, fate, religious obligation, and human suffering. Aeschylus, the earliest of the great tragedians, transformed theatre by introducing a second actor, allowing for true dramatic conflict rather than simply alternation between soloist and chorus. Born around 525 BCE, Aeschylus fought at Marathon against the Persians before turning to dramatic composition. His approach to tragedy emphasized cosmic justice operating across generations, with human characters caught in patterns of transgression and retribution that revealed divine purpose. His language employed bold metaphors and complex imagery, creating an atmosphere of solemn grandeur appropriate to his theological vision. Aeschylus's masterpiece, the Orestia trilogy, remains our only complete tragic trilogy from ancient Athens. It traces the curse afflicting the house of Atreus through 3 connected plays. Agamemnon portrays the king's murder by his wife Clytemnestra upon returning from Troy. The libation bearers follows their son Orestes as he avenges his father by killing his mother. And Eumenides resolves this cycle of bloodshed through divine intervention and the establishment of Athens' homicide court on the Areopagus. This progression from personal vengeance to civic justice reflected Athens' own evolution from tribal custom to legal institutions, suggesting that human suffering might ultimately serve the development of more just social arrangements. Sophocles, slightly younger than Aeschylus, introduced further innovations, including a third actor and more fully developed characters with complex psychological depth. Born around 496 BCE to a wealthy Athenian family, Sophocles held various public offices alongside his dramatic career, embodying the ideal of the citizen artist. His tragedies typically focus on heroic individuals whose exceptional qualities, strength of will, unwavering conviction, profound insight, ultimately lead to their isolation and destruction when these same traits become excessive or misapplied. Unlike Aeschylus's cosmic perspective, Sophocles concentrated on the tension between individual integrity and social necessity within the human realm. His most famous work, Oedipus Tyrannus, Oedipus the King, presents a protagonist whose determined pursuit of truth leads to devastating self-discovery. Ironically, the qualities that make Oedipus an effective ruler, intelligence, persistence, decisive action, drive him relentlessly toward recognition of his unwitting patricide and incest. The play masterfully builds dramatic tension by allowing the audience to recognize connections that remain hidden from characters themselves until the final catastrophic revelation. This tragic irony, where spectators understand implications unseen by characters, became a hallmark of Sophoclean dramaturgy. Sophocles often explored the conflict between divine law and human authority. In Antigone, his heroine defies King Creon's edict by performing funeral rites for her brother, declaring that unwritten divine laws take precedence over temporary human decrees. In this clash between family obligation and civic order, between religious tradition and political power, Sophocles dramatized tensions central to Athenian society without offering simple resolutions. His tragedies suggest that authentic human dignity might lie in maintaining personal integrity, even while acknowledging fundamental limitations on human understanding and control. The youngest of the great tragedians, Euripides, brought revolutionary changes to tragic form and content. Born around 480 BCE, he became notorious for questioning traditional religious and social values through his plays. Where Aeschylus emphasized divine purpose and Sophocles focused on human dignity within limitation, Euripides explored psychological extremity, social marginalization, and the destructive power of passion. His characters, particularly women, foreigners, and slaves, often speak with startling directness about their oppression, challenging conventional Athenian attitudes about status and gender. His theatrical innovations included more realistic dialogue, complex female protagonists, and dramatic prologues that established background information directly rather than revealing it gradually through the action. Euripides' Medea exemplifies his radical approach. Its protagonist, a foreign princess, abandoned by her Greek husband Jason, articulates the restricted position of women in Greek society before taking terrible revenge by killing her own children. Unlike earlier tragic heroes destroyed by cosmic forces or internal flaws, Medea acts with chilling rationality while fully aware of her actions' moral implications. Bacchae, one of Euripides' final works, depicts the destructive frenzy unleashed when King Pentheus attempts to suppress Dionysian worship. The play's shocking violence and ambiguous religious message reflect both fascination and anxiety about ecstatic states that suspend rational control, a theme particularly relevant to theatre itself as a Dionysian art form. The physical environment for these performances shaped their artistic possibilities. The Theatre of Dionysus, constructed on the southern slope of the Athenian Acropolis, accommodated perhaps 15,000 spectators on stone benches arranged in a semicircle around a circular orchestra where the chorus performed. Behind this space stood a scene, initially a simple structure for actors to change masks and costumes, eventually developing into an architectural backdrop representing palaces or temples. Performances occurred in daylight without artificial lighting, utilizing the natural acoustics of the hillside setting. This open-air arrangement created an expansive theatrical experience that encompassed both intimate character interactions and spectacular group movements. Technical elements enhanced these performances despite technological limitations. Actors wore masks that identified character types and amplified voices while enabling quick role changes with no more than 3 actors playing all speaking roles. Platform shoes called kothornoi increased actors' height and visibility. A crane device Mechane allowed actors portraying gods to fly into the performance area, famously satirized as Deus Ex Machina, Deogod from the machine, when used too conveniently to resolve plot complications. Wheeled platforms revealed interior scenes or displayed tableaux of violence that Greek theatrical convention avoided showing directly. Beyond these physical aspects, Greek tragedy operated within established conventions that shaped audience expectations. Plots typically drew from mythology, focusing on legendary heroes and royal households whose elevated status made their downfall particularly significant. Action usually observed unity of place and time, depicting events occurring in a single location during a single day. Violence happened off-stage, reported by messengers or revealed through tableau rather than enacted directly. The chorus remained present throughout, offering collective commentary that provided emotional, ethical, and theological perspectives on unfolding events. What made tragedy so central to Athenian civic life? These performances weren't simply entertainment but communal experiences with religious, political, and educational dimensions. They took place during festivals honoring Dionysus, maintaining sacred associations even as their content became increasingly secular. The city government funded productions through a system called corregia, where wealthy citizens served as producers handling expenses as part of their civic responsibility. Attendance itself constituted an act of citizenship, thousands gathering to witness stories exploring collective values, historical origins, and ethical dilemmas. Democracy and tragedy emerged simultaneously in Athens, developing as parallel expressions of the city's distinctive culture. While the assembly embodied direct political participation, theatre created a reflective space where citizens could contemplate the foundations and limitations of collective decision-making. Tragic heroes often exemplified qualities, pride, certainty, inflexibility, that democracy needed to regulate through institutions like courts and councils. By portraying the catastrophic consequences of unchecked individual will, tragedy implicitly affirmed democratic values of deliberation, compromise, and accountability. Yet simultaneously, tragic plots frequently depicted royal households, raising questions about democracy's relationship to its monarchical and aristocratic past. Tragedy's relationship to Athenian imperialism proved equally complex. Many plays were performed during the height of Athens' naval empire, when the city extracted tribute from subject states throughout the Aegean. Some tragedies, particularly by Aeschylus, celebrated Athens' special relationship with justice and divine favor, potentially justifying its dominance over other Greek cities. Yet others, especially by Euripides, portrayed the suffering of conquered peoples, the brutality of warfare, and the moral corruption accompanying power. This capacity to simultaneously affirm and question civic ideology made tragedy a uniquely valuable forum for collective self-examination. Women's position in Greek tragedy deserves special attention given their limited public roles in Athenian society. Female characters, Clytemnestra, Antigone, Medea, Phaedra, often drive tragic action through exceptional courage, passion, or intelligence. These powerful figures articulated perspectives and experiences largely excluded from political discourse, yet central to community survival. Though male actors portrayed these roles and male playwrights wrote their lines, tragic drama created space for exploring feminine subjectivity and challenging gender norms. Whether women physically attended tragic performances remains debated among scholars, but feminine perspectives certainly entered public consciousness through theatrical representation. While tragedy dominated dramatic competitions, ancient Greek theatre also developed a parallel tradition of comedy. Old comedy, exemplified by Aristophanes, employed fantastic plots, obscene humor, and explicit political satire to address contemporary issues and personalities. Works like Lysistrata, where women withhold sexual relations to force peace negotiations, or The Clouds satirizing Socrates and philosophical education, directly engaged current events rather than mythological material. Later comic traditions, Middle and New Comedy, moved toward more domestic plots involving stock characters, mistaken identities, and romantic complications, influencing subsequent European comic traditions. Beyond Athens, theatrical traditions spread throughout the Greek world. Other cities established festivals and built impressive theatres, some accommodating even larger audiences than Athens. The theatre at Epidaurus, renowned for its exceptional acoustics, seated approximately 14,000 spectators. During the Hellenistic period following Alexander's conquests, theatre became increasingly professionalized, with touring companies performing established classical works alongside new compositions. This broader dissemination transformed theatre from a specifically Athenian institution into a pan-Hellenic and eventually Mediterranean-wide cultural practice. The physical legacy of Greek theatre survives in dozens of ancient theatre structures scattered across the Mediterranean world. Their distinctive architectural form, semicircular seating facing a circular orchestra with scenic building beyond, established a pattern that Roman and subsequent European theatre would modify but never abandon. The ruins at Epidaurus, Syracuse, Delphi, Pergamon, and numerous other sites testify to theatre's central place in Greek civic and religious life, while continuing to host performances for modern audiences, connecting contemporary theatrical practice to its ancient origins. Textually, our understanding of Greek drama depends on manuscripts preserved through Byzantine scholarship and fortunate historical accidents. From an original corpus of perhaps several hundred tragedies, only 32 complete plays survive, 7 by Aeschylus, 7 by Sophocles, and 18 by Euripides. While representing just a fraction of ancient dramatic literature, these texts have exerted enormous influence on subsequent Western cultural traditions. Renaissance humanists rediscovered and translated these works, inspiring European dramatists from Shakespeare to Racine. Modern directors continue finding contemporary relevance in ancient material, reinterpreting these plays for new audiences facing their own political conflicts, ethical dilemmas, and social transformations. What gave Greek tragedy its enduring power? Beyond its formal innovations and poetic brilliance, tragedy explored tensions fundamental to human experience: individual desire versus social necessity, human agency versus divine determination, inherited guilt versus personal responsibility, rational understanding versus irrational emotion. By presenting characters of exceptional quality facing impossible choices, tragic drama examined both the heights of human possibility and the inescapable limitations of mortal existence. Through public performance, these explorations became collective experiences where communities confronted their deepest values and most troubling questions. Aristotle, analyzing tragedy in his Poetics a century after its golden age, identified catharsis, the purification or purgation of emotions, as tragedy's distinctive effect. By arousing pity and fear through witnessing noble figures suffer, tragedy allowed audiences to experience these emotions safely while achieving greater understanding of human vulnerability. This emotional engagement wasn't merely therapeutic, but potentially educational, developing emotional intelligence alongside intellectual comprehension. Tragedy thus served as both aesthetic experience and ethical training, cultivating the emotional discernment necessary for effective citizenship and meaningful human relationships. Modern interpretations have expanded upon Aristotle's analysis. Friedrich Nietzsche saw tragedy emerging from the creative tension between Apollonian order and Dionysian ecstasy, rational form containing and channeling irrational energy. Sigmund Freud found in Oedipus a mythic expression of universal psychological patterns, while Carl Jung interpreted tragic figures as archetypes of collective human experience. Feminist critics have examined tragedy's complex representation of gender relations, while post-colonial approaches investigate its treatment of foreigners and cultural others. These diverse readings testify to tragedy's rich interpretive possibilities and continued capacity to illuminate human experience across cultural boundaries. As Greek civilization moved toward its classical apogee in 5th century Athens, the development of tragic drama represented one of its most distinctive achievements, emerging from religious ritual yet addressing civic concerns, combining aesthetic sophistication with philosophical depth. Greek tragedy created a space where communities could contemplate their deepest uncertainties while affirming shared values. Through powerful poetry and embodied performance, these ancient plays explored human vulnerability, divine mystery, and social responsibility in ways that continue to resonate across millennia. A messenger runs the final stretch toward Athens, his legs trembling with exhaustion. He has covered nearly 26 miles from the coastal plain of Marathon, bearing news that will echo through millennia. As he reaches the city's assembly, he gasps out a single word before collapsing: victory. The year is 490 BCE, and against overwhelming odds, Athens has defeated the mighty Persian Empire on the battlefield. This astonishing triumph, and the even more remarkable Greek resistance that would follow a decade later, represents one of history's most consequential military struggles, a conflict that preserved Greek independence, with it the cultural and political experiments that would help shape Western civilization. The confrontation between the Persian Empire and the Greek city-states emerged from a complex web of political, cultural, and economic tensions that had been building for decades. By the early 5th century BCE, the Persian Empire stood as the world's dominant power, stretching from the Indus River to the Mediterranean, from Egypt to the Black Sea. Under rulers like Darius V, this vast state developed sophisticated administrative systems, imperial highways, standardized coinage, and efficient taxation, creating unprecedented wealth and military power. By contrast, the Greek world remained fragmented into fiercely independent city-states, united by language and culture, but politically divided and often engaged in bitter rivalries. Contact between these different worlds had increased steadily as Greeks established colonies along the Anatolian coast of modern Turkey, an area the Persians called Ionia. These Greek cities had fallen under Persian control by the mid-6th century BCE, becoming tribute-paying subjects of the empire while maintaining some internal autonomy. For a time, this arrangement proved mutually beneficial. Greek cities prospered through trade, while Persian governors maintained regional stability. Yet tensions simmered beneath the surface, particularly as Greek-speaking elites in these cities grew increasingly restive under foreign rule. The spark that ignited open conflict came in 499 BCE, when several Ionian Greek cities revolted against Persian control, encouraged by the ambitious Aristagoras of Miletus. Desperate for support, Aristagoras sailed to mainland Greece seeking allies. Sparta, the greatest military power among the Greek states, declined involvement in this distant conflict. Athens, however, voted to send 20 ships, while the small city of Eretria contributed 5 more. Though a modest force, this Athenian decision would have momentous consequences, marking the first direct military confrontation between Athens and Persia. Initially, the revolt achieved surprising success. Greek forces captured and burned Sardis, the administrative capital of Persian western provinces, but the rebellion's momentum proved short-lived. Persian military resources vastly outmatched those of the fragmented Greek cities. By 494 BCE, the imperial response had crushed the revolt decisively, culminating in the complete destruction of Miletus, a leading center of Greek culture and philosophy. Persian forces enslaved the surviving population and resettled the city with non-Greeks, sending a chilling message to any who might contemplate similar resistance. With the Ionian revolt suppressed, King Darius turned his attention to punishing those mainland Greeks who had supported the rebellion. In 492 BCE, he dispatched his son-in-law Mardonius with a substantial force to extend Persian control into the Balkans. Though this expedition secured Thrace and forced Macedonia to acknowledge Persian supremacy, a violent storm destroyed much of the Persian fleet off Mount Athos, forcing Mardonius to return to Asia. Undeterred, Darius prepared a more focused expedition, targeting specifically Athens and Eretria. In 490 BCE, a substantial Persian force under commanders Datis and Artaphernes sailed directly across the Aegean, bypassing the difficult land route through Thrace. After destroying Eretria and enslaving its population, the Persian armada landed at Marathon, a coastal plain about 26 miles from Athens. There they were met by an Athenian army, supported by a small contingent from Plataea, without significant help from other Greek states apart from these loyal Plataean allies. The resulting Battle of Marathon ranks among history's most significant military engagements, despite its relatively modest scale. Outnumbered perhaps 2-1, the Athenian forces under the general Miltiades employed innovative tactics to overcome Persian advantages. Rather than following conventional hoplite warfare practices, the Athenian commander thinned his center while strengthening his wings. When battle commenced, the Athenians charged at a run across the open ground, disrupting Persian archery. Though their center was pushed back as expected, their reinforced wings enveloped the Persian flanks. The resulting Greek victory was decisive. Persian forces suffered heavy casualties before retreating to their ships. This triumph at Marathon profoundly transformed Athenian self-perception. The victory demonstrated that Persian forces were not invincible, that Greek hoplite tactics could prevail against numerically superior opponents, and most importantly, that Athens possessed exceptional military capabilities independent of Spartan leadership. Marathon quickly achieved mythic status. The fallen were buried on the battlefield beneath a great mound that still stands today, while the courier who ran to Athens with news of victory inspired the modern marathon race. Darius planned another, larger expedition against Greece, but his death in 486 BCE temporarily halted Persian ambitions westward. His son and successor Xerxes spent his early reign suppressing revolts in Egypt and Babylon, before turning his attention back to the unfinished business with the Greeks. The campaign he eventually launched in 480 BCE dwarfed all previous Persian military undertakings. Ancient sources claim over 1 million men, though modern estimates suggest a more plausible yet still overwhelming force of perhaps 200,000 troops, plus supporting naval vessels. Unlike previous expeditions, Xerxes led this invasion personally, demonstrating its importance to imperial prestige. Preparations proved commensurate with the operation's scale. Engineers constructed a pontoon bridge across the Hellespont, modern Dardanelles, effectively linking Asia and Europe. Workers dug a canal through the peninsula containing Mount Athos to avoid the dangerous passage around its shores. Supply depots were established along the planned route. This methodical preparation highlighted Persian organizational capabilities that no individual Greek state could match. Faced with this existential threat, the Greek response proved remarkably disunited. Many northern and central Greek states, including Thessaly and Thebes, chose submission, sending earth and water to Xerxes as tokens of surrender. Others remained neutral, hoping to avoid Persian attention. Even among states committed to resistance, disagreements about strategy created dangerous delays. Only 31 city-states ultimately joined the Hellenic League, pledged to cooperative defense, a minority of the hundreds of polis throughout the Greek world. Leadership within this defensive alliance generated further tensions. Sparta held the prestigious command position both on land and sea, reflecting its military reputation, but Athens contributed the largest naval contingent, a newly built fleet of nearly 200 triremes representing an extraordinary mobilization of Athenian resources. This awkward power-sharing arrangement functioned despite persistent strains between the democratic Athenians and the oligarchic Spartans, united temporarily by their shared existential crisis. The first significant confrontation occurred at the narrow pass of Thermopylae, where a small Greek force under Spartan king Leonidas attempted to block the Persian advance, while the Greek fleet engaged Persian ships nearby at Artemisium. For 3 days, the heavily outnumbered Greeks held their position against repeated Persian assaults, when a local traitor revealed a mountain path allowing Persian forces to outflank the Greek position. Leonidas dismissed most contingents but remained with his 300 Spartans and some Thespians and the bands, fighting to the death in one of history's most famous last stands. Though militarily a defeat, Thermopylae achieved enormous symbolic importance. The Spartans' sacrifice demonstrated absolute commitment to resistance, establishing an inspirational example for other Greeks. Leonidas's reported response when told Persian arrows would blacken the sun, "Then we shall fight in the shade," exemplified the laconic wit and courage that made Sparta legendary. Even Xerxes grudgingly acknowledged the exceptional quality of these opponents, reportedly remarking that he had many men but few soldiers of such caliber. With Thermopylae fallen, the Persian army advanced into central Greece, capturing and burning Athens after its population evacuated to the nearby island of Salamis and other safe locations. This destruction of Greece's greatest city, including religious sanctuaries atop the Acropolis, represented both practical retribution for Athenian defiance and potent psychological warfare against remaining resistance. The Persian Empire had demonstrated its overwhelming power. Greek independence appeared doomed. At this darkest moment, however, the course of the war dramatically reversed through an extraordinary naval engagement in the strait between Salamis and the mainland. The Athenian leader, Themistocles, through both persuasion and strategic deception, convinced the allied Greek fleet to make its stand in these narrow waters rather than retreating to the Peloponnese as many commanders preferred. He then manipulated the Persians into attacking under unfavorable conditions where their numerical advantage became a liability. The resulting Battle of Salamis in late September 480 BCE demonstrated the effectiveness of Greek naval tactics when properly employed. Persian ships, crowded into the confined strait, found themselves unable to maneuver effectively against the more nimble Greek triremes operated by experienced crews. Greek ships, though fewer in number, could ram their opponents and withdraw in coordinated movements, while Persian vessels interfered with each other in the chaos. By day's end, perhaps 200 Persian ships had been destroyed or captured with minimal Greek losses. Salamis transformed the strategic situation entirely. Though Xerxes still commanded overwhelming land forces, his naval losses compromised his supply lines and communication with Asia. Fearing potential attacks against his bridges across the Hellespont, Xerxes retreated to Asia with most of his army, leaving his general Mardonius with a still formidable force to continue operations the following spring. This partial Persian withdrawal gave the Greeks crucial breathing space while boosting their confidence immeasurably. Divine favor seemed to have shifted toward their cause. The final decisive engagement came the following summer at Plataea in 479 BCE, where the largest hoplite army ever assembled, perhaps 40,000 Greeks including 5,000 Spartans, confronted Mardonius's remaining Persian forces. After nearly 2 weeks of cautious maneuvering, a series of misunderstandings triggered a disorganized battle that nevertheless ended in comprehensive Greek victory. Mardonius died in the fighting, and Persian survivors retreated from mainland Greece permanently. On the same day, According to tradition, Greek forces destroyed the remnants of the Persian fleet at Cape Mycale on the Anatolian coast, effectively ending Persian offensive capabilities in the Aegean. The Greek triumph against overwhelming odds ranks among history's most consequential military outcomes. Had the Persians succeeded in subjugating mainland Greece, Western cultural and political development would have followed radically different paths. Greek democracy, philosophy, drama, and scientific inquiry would likely have been subordinated to imperial priorities, as occurred in Ionia under Persian rule. The distinctive Greek path, characterized by political fragmentation, intense competition, and intellectual freedom, would have been dramatically altered or extinguished entirely. What explains this remarkable Greek success against the world's greatest empire? Several factors contributed to the outcome. Geography favored the defenders, with mountain passes like Thermopylae allowing small forces to impede much larger armies. Greek hoplite warfare, organized around heavily armored infantry, fighting in disciplined phalanx formation, proved highly effective against Persian troops, more lightly equipped for mobility across their vast empire. Greek ships designed specifically for ramming tactics in confined waters outperformed Persian vessels better suited to open seas and troop transport. Beyond these material factors, motivational differences played crucial roles. Greeks fought for their homes, families, and independence, especially the Athenians, whose cities' very existence hung in the balance. Many Persian troops, drawn from across the empire, had no personal stake in conquering distant Greece. The decentralized Greek command structure, though creating coordination challenges, allowed battlefield initiative and adaptation in ways the more hierarchical Persian systems sometimes prevented. The war's psychological impact on Greek self-understanding proved immense and long-lasting. Before the conflict, Greeks had viewed Persian culture with considerable admiration, adopting Eastern luxury goods, artistic motifs, and even political concepts. After their victory, Greek identity increasingly defined itself in opposition to barbarian Asia. The triumph validated distinctive Greek practices, citizen armies over imperial conscripts, participatory government over absolute monarchy, reasoned debate over unquestioning obedience. This self-definition, through contrast with the other, produced both creative energy and troubling prejudice. At its best, it encouraged critical examination of social institutions rather than passive acceptance of tradition. At its worst, it fostered dismissive attitudes toward non-Greek cultures regardless of their actual achievements. This complex legacy of cultural pride, mingled with ethnocentrism, would later shape Alexander's ambivalent relationship with Persian civilization and influence Greco-Roman attitudes toward the wider world. For individual Greek states, the war's outcome transformed both external relations and internal politics. Athens emerged with enormously enhanced prestige, having contributed decisively to victory through both strategic leadership and material resources. The seemingly divine validation of their recent democratic reforms strengthened popular government while connecting it to imperial ambition. Athens would soon transform the anti-Persian alliance into an Athenian-led naval empire, extracting tribute from fellow Greeks, a development Sparta watched with growing alarm. Sparta, though officially victorious as overall commander of Greek forces, experienced more ambiguous results. Their reputation for military excellence remained intact, but new questions arose about their willingness to operate beyond the Peloponnese. While Athens looked outward toward maritime opportunities following the war, Sparta turned increasingly inward, focusing on controlling its Helot population and managing its Peloponnesian alliance. These diverging trajectories would eventually lead to the devastating Peloponnesian War that ended Greece's classical golden age. The war left tangible memorials throughout the Greek world. Battlefield monuments commemorated the fallen, including the famous epitaph at Thermopylae, "Go tell the Spartans, stranger passing by, that here obedient to their laws we lie." Treasury buildings at Pan-Hellenic sanctuaries displayed spoils taken from Persian forces. In Athens, deliberate ruins on the Acropolis were preserved as reminders of Persian sacrilege. Visible for decades before the Periclean building program replaced them with the Parthenon and other classical structures, explicitly celebrating Athenian triumph and subsequent greatness. Literary and artistic responses to the conflict shaped cultural memory for generations. Aeschylus, who fought at Marathon, dramatized the Persian defeat at Salamis in his tragedy, The Persians, extraordinarily portraying the enemy's suffering with genuine compassion. Herodotus devoted his groundbreaking historical work primarily to explaining this momentous conflict, creating the first comprehensive narrative history in Western tradition. Painters decorated public buildings with scenes of Greeks vanquishing Persians, while sculptors incorporated Persian figures into temple friezes, transforming recent events into mythic expressions of civilization's victory over chaos. Direct conflict between Persia and the Greek mainland ended after Plataea and Mycale, but interaction between these civilizations continued along their frontiers. Greek cities in Ionia formally regained independence through the Peace of Calais in 449 BCE, though Persian cultural and economic influence remained strong in the region. Greek mercenaries increasingly served in Persian armies, while Persian gold frequently influenced Greek politics through strategic subsidies to different factions. The boundaries between Greek and Persian worlds remained permeable, despite the ideological emphasis on their differences. The Persian Wars exemplify how military outcomes, though shaped by material factors, often produce consequences far exceeding their immediate strategic results. What began as a punitive expedition against two minor cities that had supported a regional revolt ultimately transformed Mediterranean geopolitics, while establishing narratives about East-West conflict that would resonate through European history. The Greek victory preserved political and intellectual independence for developments that would fundamentally shape Western civilization, demonstrating how contingent historical moments can determine long-term cultural trajectories. As the mid-5th century BCE approached, Athens prepared to convert its new prestige and naval power into a maritime empire controlling the Aegean. Sparta retreated into increasingly rigid conservatism while watching Athenian ambitions with growing concern. The Persian threat had temporarily united these dissimilar societies, but their underlying differences in government, values, and interests would soon resurface with devastating consequences. The shared triumph over Persia thus contained seeds of the internal conflict that would eventually undermine Greek independence, demonstrating the fragility of unity achieved through external threat alone. Tonight, on Digging into History, we journey through the shadows of time to explore the twilight of empires and the dawn of a new era, the Middle Ages, a 1,000-year span that shaped the foundations of our modern world, beginning with one of history's most pivotal transitions, the collapse of the mighty Roman Empire and the uncertain birth of medieval Europe. Picture yourself standing on the stone walls of Rome in the year 410 CE. For nearly 8 centuries, Rome had stood undefeated, the eternal city at the heart of the greatest empire the Western world had ever known. Stretching from the misty hills of Britain to the sands of North Africa, from the Atlantic shores to the lands beyond the Euphrates, Roman power seemed as permanent as the marble columns of its forums and temples. But on this day, something unthinkable happens. The city gates open and the Visigoths, Germanic warriors led by their king Alaric, march through the streets of Rome. For the first time in 800 years, foreign invaders walk the Seven Hills. The psychological impact of this moment ripples across the Mediterranean world. How could Rome, the unconquerable, fall? The truth is that Rome's decline had been underway for generations. Like an ancient oak hollowed from within, the empire still cast an impressive shadow while its core weakened. The causes were numerous and complex. The empire had grown too vast to govern effectively. Economic troubles mounted as silver content in Roman coins was reduced, triggering inflation. Tax burdens crushed the working classes while wealthy landowners found ways to avoid paying their share. Military pressures intensified along the borders. Tribes and peoples that Romans dismissed as barbarians, the Goths, Vandals, Franks, Saxons, and Huns, were themselves being pushed westward by population movements in Central Asia. These peoples were not simply wild hordes as Roman writers portrayed them. They had their own sophisticated cultures, skilled metalworking, impressive martial traditions, and complex social systems. Many had served in Roman armies and knew Roman tactics well. By the late 300s CE, these external pressures coincided with internal Roman power struggles. Emperors rarely died peacefully in their beds. Most were assassinated or overthrown, and civil wars between rival claimants drained resources needed for border defense. The empire attempted a desperate reorganization under Emperor Diocletian, who split the realm into western and eastern halves for more efficient governance. While the eastern half, centered on Constantinople, would endure for another 1,000 years as the Byzantine Empire, the western half entered a spiral of decline. As central authority weakened, local Roman elites began making their own arrangements with incoming Germanic leaders. Rather than catastrophic destruction, many regions experienced a gradual transformation. Germanic kings often tried to preserve Roman administrative systems, adopted Roman titles, and sometimes even ruled in the name of the distant emperor. The end came not with a dramatic crash but a fading whisper. In 476 CE, the last Western Roman emperor, ironically named Romulus Augustulus, was deposed by the Germanic general Odoacer. This date is traditionally marked as the end of the Western Roman Empire, though to people living then, it might have seemed merely another political reshuffling in increasingly chaotic times. The title of emperor simply disappeared from the West, with power now held openly by Germanic kings. What followed was a profound transformation of European society. The sophisticated urban culture of Rome began to fade. Cities that had been bustling centers of commerce shrank dramatically or were abandoned altogether. The elaborate Roman system of roads, once maintaining rapid communication across the empire, fell into disrepair. Long-distance trade declined sharply. The complex economic web that had connected distant provinces unraveled. In this changing world, people sought new forms of security. Without the Roman legions to maintain order, local protection became paramount. Ordinary people increasingly attached themselves to powerful landowners who could offer safety. The seeds of feudalism were being planted. Though the fully developed feudal system was still centuries away, literacy rates plummeted as Roman educational institutions disappeared. While the Eastern Empire maintained centers of learning, in the West, the preservation of written knowledge became largely the domain of the Christian Church. In scattered monasteries, monks laboriously copied ancient texts, preserving fragments of classical knowledge through the darkening centuries. Yet it would be wrong to imagine this period as one of complete darkness or barbarism. The term Dark Ages itself has fallen out of favor with many historians who recognize the rich cultural developments occurring during this time. New artistic traditions emerged, blending Roman styles with Germanic, Celtic, and other influences. Brilliant illuminated manuscripts were created in monasteries. The foundations of Romanesque architecture were laid. For ordinary people, daily life changed, but not always for the worse. The crushing tax burdens of the late Roman Empire were lifted. While trade networks contracted, most communities developed more self-sufficient local economies. The collapse of central authority meant that in many regions, local customs and traditions that had been suppressed under Roman rule could re-emerge. The migration period brought new peoples, languages, and cultural practices to the former Roman territories. The map of Europe was being redrawn. In Britain, Anglo-Saxon settlers established kingdoms that would eventually form England. In Gaul, the Franks under Clovis created the foundation of what would become France. The Visigoths settled in Spain, while the Ostrogoths, and later the Lombards, ruled Italy. These new kingdoms maintained varying degrees of Roman influence. In some areas, Roman law continued to be followed alongside Germanic legal traditions. Latin remained the language of administration and the church, gradually evolving into the Romance languages we know today. Christianity, which had become the official religion of the empire in its final century, continued to spread, though often blending with local beliefs and practices. Perhaps most significantly, this period saw the emergence of a distinctly European identity separate from the Mediterranean world. As the political unity of the old empire fractured, three major cultural spheres began to take shape: the Byzantine East, preserving Greek traditions; the Islamic world, which would soon emerge from Arabia; and Western Christendom, developing its own unique synthesis of Roman, Christian, and Germanic elements. The story of this transition is not simply one of decline. It represents a crucial pivot in human history, the end of the ancient world, and the first steps toward medieval Europe. The institutions and ideas that would define European civilization for the next 1,000 years were taking root in this seemingly chaotic period. The old Roman elite, with their villas and urban lifestyles, gradually transformed into a new aristocracy based on landholding and military service. The Christian Church stepped into the vacuum left by imperial administration, becoming not just a religious institution, but a political and cultural force. Monasteries became centers of learning, agriculture, and technology. For those living through these tumultuous times, the changes must have seemed both frightening and full of possibility. Old certainties disappeared, but new opportunities emerged. The world was being remade, though none could have foreseen the distinctive civilization that would eventually arise from these foundations. As night falls on the Roman world, we see not just an ending but a beginning. The flickering torches of medieval Europe are being lit one by one, casting new shadows and illuminating new paths forward. The 1,000-year journey of the Middle Ages has begun, a journey that will take us through castle halls and monastery scriptoria, village fields and cathedral naves, to the eventual reawakening of the Renaissance. This twilight period between ancient and medieval worlds reminds us that history rarely makes clean breaks. Great transformations happen gradually, almost imperceptibly to those living through them. The fall of Rome and the birth of medieval Europe offers us a powerful lesson in how civilizations change, not always through dramatic collapse, but through adaptation, transformation, and the slow emergence of new ways of understanding and organizing human society. As we continue our journey through the Middle Ages in the coming episodes, we'll explore how the seeds planted during this transitional period grew into the rich and complex medieval world, a world much more vibrant and innovative than the term Dark Ages suggests. Medieval villages formed the backbone of European society throughout the Middle Ages, housing the vast majority of the population and producing the food that sustained the entire social order. These agricultural communities, typically home to between 50 and 300 people, represented the basic economic and social unit of medieval life from roughly the 5th to the 15th century. The manor system structured these rural communities, creating a framework of mutual obligations that defined daily existence. At the center of this system was the relationship between the lord, who owned the land, and the peasants who worked it. This relationship varied significantly across regions and time periods, but generally involved the exchange of labor and produce for protection and the right to farm a portion of land. Most peasants fell into one of two broad categories: free peasants who paid rent for their land, and serfs who were legally bound to the manor. Serfdom was not slavery. Serfs could not be bought and sold individually, but it severely restricted freedom of movement and choice. Serfs typically owed their lord labor services, often working 3 days a week on the lord's demesne, the land directly controlled by the lord, as well as additional services during critical periods like harvest time. They also paid various dues and fees, such as a portion of their crops, special payments when they inherited property, or payments to use essential facilities like the manor's mill, bread oven, or wine press. The physical layout of the village reflected this social and economic arrangement. The lord's manor house occupied a prominent position, often alongside or near the village church. Around these central structures clustered the peasant cottages. Beyond the village center stretched the agricultural fields, typically arranged in an open field system divided into strips. Each peasant family worked multiple strips scattered throughout the fields rather than a single consolidated plot. This system, though seemingly inefficient to modernize, distributed the varying quality of land more equitably and allowed for communal farming practices. Medieval agriculture operated on a rotating field system. In the simplest two-field system, half the arable land lay fallow each year to recover fertility. More advanced three-field systems emerged later, with fields rotating between winter crops, spring crops, and fallow. This approach maximized land use while maintaining soil productivity without chemical fertilizers. Surrounding these cultivated fields were communal meadows for haymaking, pastures for grazing animals, and woodlands that provided essential resources including firewood, building materials, and forage for pigs. The tools and techniques of medieval farming remained relatively unchanged for centuries. The heavy-wheeled plough pulled by oxen or horses represented the most significant technological investment for the community. Most villages owned ploughs communally or depended on the lord to provide them. Other common tools included wooden harrows for breaking up soil clumps, scythes and sickles for harvesting, and flails for threshing grain. Without mechanical power, almost all tasks required intensive human labor, often performed collectively by the village. Crop yields remained low by modern standards. A good harvest might return 3 to 4 times the seed grain planted, compared to yields 20 or 30 times higher in contemporary agriculture. This marginal productivity meant that a significant portion of the population needed to work the land, and even small disruptions in weather patterns could lead to food shortages or famine. The diet in medieval villages centered on grain products, particularly bread and porridge made from wheat, rye, barley, or oats depending on local growing conditions. Vegetables grew in small garden plots near cottages, with cabbage, onions, garlic, beans, and peas being common. Meat appeared infrequently on peasant tables, usually during winter when animals were slaughtered to avoid feeding them through the lean months. Fish provided an important protein source, especially during the numerous fast days prescribed by the church when meat was forbidden. Dairy products from cows, goats, and sheep supplemented the diet, along with eggs from chickens and other fowl. Ale and beer, safer to drink than potentially contaminated water, were dietary staples brewed in most households. Housing for medieval peasants was simple and functional. Typical cottages had wooden frames with walls of wattle and daub, a mixture of twigs, mud, and often animal dung or straw. Roofs consisted of thatch made from reeds or straw, requiring regular replacement. Most homes had packed earth floors covered with rushes or straw, a central hearth for cooking and warmth, and minimal furnishings. Windows, if present at all, remained small and covered with shutters or oiled cloth, as glass was prohibitively expensive for common people. These single-room dwellings often sheltered not just the human family but valuable livestock as well, particularly during winter months. Daily life followed the rhythm of daylight hours and seasonal changes. Work began at dawn and continued until dusk, with the specific tasks determined by the agricultural calendar. Spring meant ploughing and planting. Summer brought weeding and haymaking. Autumn was dominated by the critical harvest period, and winter focused on threshing grain, repairing tools and buildings, and textile production. The intensity of agricultural labor varied throughout the year, with harvest time demanding the longest hours in winter, allowing more time for crafts and household maintenance. Religion permeated every aspect of village life. The local parish church stood as both a spiritual center and community gathering place. The church calendar, with its cycle of holy days and seasonal festivals, provided structure to the year and offered welcome breaks from labor. Important life events, births, marriages, deaths, occurred within a religious framework. Village priests served not only as spiritual leaders, but often as the only literate members of the community, sometimes acting as record keepers and administrators. Social life in the village centered around collective work and celebrations. Important agricultural tasks like ploughing and harvesting often involved communal effort, followed by shared meals or festivities. Religious feast days provided opportunities for rare indulgences in food, drink, and entertainment. Villagers might host traveling performers occasionally, but more commonly created their own amusements through storytelling, music, dancing, and games. These collective activities reinforced community bonds essential for survival in a challenging environment. Village administration typically occurred through several overlapping systems. The manor court, presided over by the lord or his steward, handled matters related to agricultural obligations, land transfers, and minor disputes. Many villages also maintained their own customary decision-making bodies where senior male householders would address issues of common concern, such as the timing of planting or harvesting, maintenance of shared resources, and the resolution of conflicts. Women, while excluded from formal governance, exercised significant practical authority over household management, food processing, textile production, and certain agricultural tasks. Life expectancy remained short, with perhaps half of all children dying before reaching adulthood. Those who survived childhood might live into their 50s or 60s, though many succumbed earlier to accidents, disease, or complications from childbirth. Medical care came primarily from local healers using herbal remedies, with formal physicians available only to the wealthy. Against this backdrop of hardship, the village community provided crucial support networks, with neighbors assisting each other during illness, old age, or after the death of a provider. Despite its challenges, medieval village life maintained remarkably stable communities over centuries. The limited mobility of peasants, especially serfs, meant that families often remained in the same location for generations, creating deep connections to both place and community. This stability fostered strong local identities, distinctive dialects, and regional customs that contributed to the rich cultural tapestry of medieval Europe. The village economy operated primarily on a subsistence basis, with most production intended for local consumption. However, specialized crafts developed in many communities, with blacksmiths, carpenters, millers, brewers, and other artisans providing essential services. As the Middle Ages progressed, increasing specialization and trade expanded the economic horizons of village life, gradually connecting rural communities to wider regional markets. This manor-based village system began to transform in the later Middle Ages due to multiple factors. The catastrophic population decline following the Black Death of the 14th century created labor shortages that increased peasant bargaining power. Growing commerce and the rise of towns offered alternative livelihoods. Legal changes gradually undermined serfdom, with many peasants commuting their labor services to cash payments. By the end of the medieval period, the strictly manorial village had evolved significantly in many regions, though elements of the system persisted in some areas into early modern times. The medieval village represented far more than a simple economic arrangement for food production. It constituted a complete social world that shaped individual identity, provided security through mutual obligation, and created enduring cultural patterns. Many aspects of village life that emerged during the Middle Ages, from agricultural techniques to festivals and folk traditions, continued to influence rural European communities well into the industrial era and beyond. The village structure that developed following the collapse of Roman authority proved remarkably adaptive, sustaining European society through a millennium of profound change. Christianity transformed from a persecuted minority sect into the dominant religious and political force in Europe during the early Middle Ages. This remarkable evolution profoundly shaped medieval civilization, establishing the Church as an institution that would define European culture, politics, and daily life for centuries. The seeds of Christian dominance were planted during the later Roman Empire. In 313 CE, the Emperor Constantine issued the Edict of Milan, granting Christians legal tolerance after generations of intermittent persecution. By 380 CE, Emperor Theodosius I made Christianity the official religion of the empire through the Edict of Thessalonica. As Roman political structures weakened in the 5th century, the Church emerged as one of the few institutions with the organizational capability to fill the resulting power vacuum. The Church possessed several crucial advantages that enabled its rise to prominence. First, it maintained an effective hierarchical structure, modeled partly on Roman administrative systems. Bishops oversaw major cities and surrounding territories, with archbishops supervising larger regions. The Bishop of Rome, the Pope, gradually asserted primacy over the Western Church, though this authority developed unevenly and faced persistent challenges. Second, the Church preserved literacy and administrative expertise during a period when these skills were disappearing from secular society. As Roman educational institutions collapsed, cathedral schools and later monasteries became the primary centers for learning. Clerics formed a specialized class of literate administrators who could read, write, maintain records, and understand Roman law. These skills made churchmen indispensable to emerging kingdoms struggling to establish effective governance. Third, Christianity offered a unifying ideological framework for a fragmenting Europe. The universal message of Christianity transcended tribal and political boundaries, providing common religious practices and moral teachings across diverse regions. As Germanic kingdoms replaced Roman authority, many rulers recognized the political advantage of adopting Christianity, which could help legitimize their rule and connect them to Roman imperial traditions. The conversion of Clovis, king of the Franks, around 496 CE exemplifies this process. By adopting Catholic Christianity rather than the Arian version common among other Germanic peoples, Clovis aligned himself with the native Gallo-Roman population he ruled and secured the support of the church hierarchy. Similar conversions occurred across Europe, often beginning with royal courts and gradually spreading to the general population. Monasticism emerged as a particularly influential movement within the expanding church. The monastic ideal began with desert hermits in Egypt and Syria during the 3rd and 4th centuries, who sought spiritual perfection through asceticism and withdrawal from worldly concerns. This individual pursuit evolved into communal monasticism, where groups of monks or nuns lived together under formal rules governing all aspects of life. In Western Europe, Benedictine monasticism became the dominant form following the creation of the Rule of Saint Benedict in the 6th century. This practical guide for monastic communities emphasized moderation, communal worship, physical labor, and intellectual pursuits. Benedictine monasteries spread across Europe, often established through royal or noble patronage, becoming centers of religious devotion, agricultural innovation, and cultural preservation. Monasteries performed several vital functions in medieval society. They served as spiritual powerhouses, with monks and nuns engaged in constant prayer thought to benefit the broader Christian community. They operated as economic centers, managing large agricultural estates and introducing improved farming techniques. Perhaps most crucially for later cultural development, monasteries preserved and transmitted knowledge through their scriptoria, where monks painstakingly copied religious and secular texts. The Carolingian period, approximately 750–900 CE, marked a significant enhancement of church power and cultural influence. Charlemagne, crowned emperor by Pope Leo III in 800 CE, actively supported the church while using it to strengthen his governance. His educational reforms, implemented largely through monasteries and cathedral schools, stimulated what historians call the Carolingian Renaissance, a period of increased intellectual activity and manuscript production. Charlemagne's imperial project linked political authority directly to church support, establishing a pattern that would characterize medieval politics for centuries. Subsequent rulers found their legitimacy dependent on proper religious consecration, usually through coronation by high church officials. This arrangement created enduring tensions over the proper relationship between secular and religious authority, culminating in the dramatic investiture controversy of the 11th and 12th centuries. The church's power operated on multiple levels throughout medieval society. At the highest level, the papacy increasingly claimed authority over kings and emperors, asserting the supremacy of spiritual power over temporal rule. Pope Gregory VII's conflict with Emperor Henry IV in the late 11th century exemplifies this struggle, with Gregory temporarily forcing the emperor to humiliating penance at Canossa in 1077. While papal claims to universal authority were never fully realized in practice, they nevertheless required monarchs to negotiate with church leadership rather than simply dominate it. At regional levels, bishops functioned as major political figures, often controlling substantial territories as prince-bishops with both spiritual and temporal authority. Bishops frequently served as royal advisors, diplomats, and administrators, further blurring the line between church and state. Important cathedral towns developed into centers of learning, culture, and governance, where religious and secular activities intertwined. Monasteries constituted another layer of church influence, controlling vast landholdings and serving as economic hubs. By the High Middle Ages, monastic orders like the Cistercians operated international networks of monasteries that functioned as sophisticated agricultural enterprises and early financial institutions. The monastic exemption from episcopal control allowed many monasteries to develop direct relationships with the papacy, creating alternative power structures within the church. At the local level, parish priests represented the church's presence in virtually every community across Europe. The parish church stood at the physical and social center of villages, serving as the focal point for religious practice, community gatherings, and life cycle rituals. Local priests administered sacraments considered essential for salvation, giving them significant power over everyday religious experience. The parish tithe, typically 1/10 of agricultural production, provided substantial economic resources for the church, though its distribution among local priests, bishops, and monasteries varied by region. The church shaped medieval intellectual life through its near monopoly on formal education. Cathedral schools, typically attached to major churches and supervised by bishops, trained clergy and some laymen in subjects derived from classical learning. The traditional liberal arts curriculum consisted of the trivium, grammar, rhetoric, logic, and quadrivium, arithmetic, geometry, astronomy, music, providing a framework for understanding the world. By the 12th century, some cathedral schools evolved into the first universities, beginning with Bologna, specializing in law and Paris theology. Medieval intellectual activity operated within a Christian framework that sought to harmonize classical knowledge with religious truth. Scholars like Thomas Aquinas, 1225 to 1274, systematically incorporated Aristotelian philosophy into Catholic theology, demonstrating that faith and reason could complement rather than contradict each other. This scholastic method, characterized by logical analysis and systematic questioning, became the dominant intellectual approach in medieval universities. The church exercised control over cultural production beyond formal education. Religious themes dominated art, architecture, literature, and music, with the church serving as the primary patron for creative works. The great cathedrals represented the most ambitious architectural achievements of the age, combining technological innovation with religious symbolism to create awe-inspiring spaces for worship. Illuminated manuscripts, religious drama, liturgical music, and devotional literature similarly expressed Christian concepts through artistic means. Canon law, the church's legal system, extended the institution's influence into numerous aspects of daily life. Ecclesiastical courts claimed jurisdiction not only over clergy, but over matters concerning marriage, wills, contracts sworn on religious objects, and various moral offenses. These courts operated alongside secular legal systems, sometimes competing with them for jurisdiction. Canon law influenced the development of secular legal systems through its sophisticated procedural rules and emphasis on intent, rather than simply outcome, in determining guilt. The Church regulated moral behavior through the sacrament of confession and the system of penance. The Fourth Lateran Council in 1215 made annual confession mandatory for all adult Christians, giving priests regular opportunities to shape moral understanding and behavior. Penance assigned for sins could range from prayers to fasting to pilgrimage, creating mechanisms for both spiritual correction and social control. More serious cases might result in excommunication, exclusion from church sacraments and community, a punishment with severe social and political implications in a society where religious participation was central to identity. Religious practices structured both the calendar and daily routines in medieval society. The liturgical year, with its cycle of feasts and fasts, determined work patterns and celebrations. Major feast days like Christmas and Easter provided communal celebrations that reinforced both religious beliefs and social bonds. Saints' days, which varied by region, created localized religious identities and offered additional breaks from labor. Daily prayer cycles, most elaborate in monasteries, but observed in simpler forms by lay people, marked the passing of hours in an era before mechanical clocks became common. Popular devotion often centered on saints, who served as specialized intercessors with God and protectors of communities. Relics, physical remains or possessions of saints, attracted pilgrims and served as focal points for regional religious practices. Major pilgrimage sites like Santiago de Compostela in Spain, Canterbury in England, and Rome itself connected local communities to broader Christian networks through established pilgrimage routes that facilitated cultural exchange. The medieval church was not monolithic, despite its hierarchical structure. Reform movements regularly emerged to address perceived corruption or spiritual complacency. The Cluniac reforms beginning in the 10th century revitalized Benedictine monasticism by emphasizing stricter adherence to rules and independence from secular control. The Cistercian order, founded in 1098, sought to restore simplicity and manual labor to monastic life. Mendicant orders like the Franciscans and Dominicans, established in the early 13th century, broke from traditional monastic isolation to work directly among urban populations, combining preaching with voluntary poverty. Heretical movements also challenged church orthodoxy throughout the medieval period. Groups like the Cathars in southern France and the Lollards in England questioned fundamental church teachings and practices, often advocating simpler forms of Christianity closer to apostolic ideals. The church responded with persuasion through preaching campaigns, but also with force when necessary, developing inquisitorial procedures to identify and suppress heresy. The Albigensian Crusade, 1209 to 1229, against the Cathars demonstrated the church's willingness to use military power against internal religious threats. The church's economic power was substantial, derived from diverse sources including land ownership, tithes, fees for services, donations, and commercial activities. By some estimates, the church controlled between 1/5 and 1/3 of the land in Western Europe during the High Middle Ages. This economic base supported elaborate building projects, institutional maintenance, charitable activities, and provided income for clergy at all levels. While church teaching emphasized charity and criticized greed, economic practices often reflected pragmatic accommodation to financial realities. The church operated the period's largest charitable institutions, maintaining hospitals, hospices for travelers, almshouses for the poor, and orphanages. Monasteries in particular were obligated to provide hospitality to travelers and assistance to the needy. These charitable activities addressed social welfare needs in the absence of secular government programs, though their coverage was inevitably incomplete and unevenly distributed. By the later Middle Ages, the power and wealth of the church generated increasing criticism from both religious reformers and secular authorities. The Western Schism, 1378 to 1417, when rival popes simultaneously claimed authority, damaged church prestige, and intensified calls for structural reform. Renaissance humanism, encouraged critical examination of religious texts and traditions. These tensions, combined with political conflicts and theological disagreements, eventually contributed to the Protestant Reformation in the 16th century, which would fracture the religious unity of Western Europe. The medieval church thus stood as an institution of remarkable complexity and profound influence. It provided spiritual guidance and sacramental services while functioning as a political power, economic force, educational system, legal authority, and cultural patron. Despite numerous reforms, controversies, and challenges to its authority, the Church remained the most stable and far-reaching institution throughout the medieval period, fundamentally shaping European civilization in ways that continue to resonate in modern society. The transition from the classical world to the medieval period witnessed one of history's most significant intellectual transformations. As Roman political structures collapsed across Western Europe, vast repositories of ancient knowledge faced an uncertain fate. The story of what was lost, what survived, and how knowledge was preserved during the early Middle Ages reveals much about this pivotal historical transition and challenges simplistic narratives about a complete intellectual collapse. Roman civilization had developed sophisticated systems for creating, storing, and transmitting knowledge. Public libraries existed in major cities throughout the empire, with Rome itself housing nearly 30 public libraries by the 4th century CE. The most famous libraries of the ancient world, such as the Library of Alexandria in Egypt and the libraries of Pergamum in Asia Minor, contained hundreds of thousands of scrolls covering subjects from mathematics and astronomy to medicine, philosophy, and literature. These institutions served as centers of research and intellectual exchange, supporting a culture that valued learning and written knowledge. Education in the Roman world followed a structured progression, with elementary schools teaching basic literacy and numeracy, grammar schools providing instruction in literature and language, and rhetorical schools offering advanced training in public speaking and argumentation. This educational system produced a substantial literate class of administrators, lawyers, and cultured elites who consumed and sometimes created written works. In major urban centers, professional scribes copied texts for commercial distribution, while wealthy individuals maintained private libraries as symbols of status and learning. The crisis of the 3rd century, with its political instability, economic difficulties, and military pressures, began to strain this intellectual infrastructure. Urban decline reduced the population that could support specialized cultural institutions. Economic challenges made the luxury of education and book collection increasingly difficult to maintain. The gradual shift from papyrus scrolls to parchment codices, the ancestor of modern books, affected both the storage and production of written works, as parchment was more expensive but more durable than papyrus. As Western Roman authority fragmented in the 5th century, the fate of classical knowledge varied significantly by region and subject matter. In some areas, particularly those experiencing violent disruption, libraries were destroyed or abandoned. The maintenance of public libraries required stable governance and economic resources that were increasingly scarce. Without institutional support, the skilled personnel needed to catalog, preserve, and copy texts disappeared. The complex knowledge ecosystem that had sustained classical learning began to unravel. The decline in literacy accelerated the loss of knowledge. As formal educational institutions disappeared and governance shifted to Germanic rulers with different cultural traditions, the proportion of the population able to read Latin decreased dramatically. Even among the elite, the level of education became more basic and practically oriented. This shrinking literate audience reduced demand for texts, leading to fewer copies being made of many works. Without regular recopying, manuscripts would eventually deteriorate beyond use in the damp European climate. The content most vulnerable to loss was technical, scientific, and secular material that lacked immediate practical application or religious significance. Works of abstract philosophy, theoretical mathematics, experimental science, and non-Christian religious thought were copied less frequently than immediately useful or religiously acceptable texts. Much Greek scientific and philosophical material had already been lost to Latin readers in the Western Empire even before its fall, as knowledge of Greek declined among Western elites during the later imperial period. Some fields of knowledge experienced particularly profound disruption. Advanced theoretical mathematics largely disappeared from Western Europe, with even the works of Euclid becoming rare until their reintroduction centuries later. Medical knowledge regressed from the sophisticated empirical approaches of physicians like Galen to more limited and often superstition-based practices. Architectural techniques for constructing complex structures like domes and large span arches were partially lost, not to be fully recovered until the High Middle Ages. Yet the narrative of loss requires important qualifications. First, the Eastern Roman Empire, Byzantine Empire maintained much greater continuity with classical learning. Constantinople preserved functioning libraries, educational institutions, and a literate bureaucratic class. Greek scientific and philosophical works continued to be copied and studied in the Byzantine world, providing a reservoir of knowledge that would later flow back to Western Europe during the 12th century Renaissance, and again during the 15th century with the fall of Constantinople. Second, the Islamic world emerged as a major center for preserving and advancing classical knowledge. As Muslim armies conquered former Roman territories in North Africa, the Middle East, and parts of southern Europe, they encountered the remnants of classical learning. From the 8th century onward, a massive translation movement in centers like Baghdad and Cordoba rendered Greek scientific, medical, and philosophical texts into Arabic. Muslim scholars not only preserved these works but built upon them, making original contributions in mathematics, astronomy, optics, medicine, and philosophy. Third, within Western Europe itself, the process of knowledge transmission was complex and selective rather than representing a complete break. The Christian Church, particularly through monastic institutions, preserved significant portions of classical learning deemed compatible with Christian belief. Many monasteries maintained scriptoria where monks copied manuscripts, including some secular classical works alongside religious texts. Figures like Cassiodorus, c. 485-585 CE, and Isidore of Seville, ca. 560-636 CE, consciously worked to preserve elements of classical learning within a Christian framework. The survival of classical texts in the West followed patterns reflecting both practical needs and ideological considerations. Works directly useful for church administration and religious education received priority. Texts by Latin authors considered morally acceptable to Christian sensibilities, such as Virgil and Cicero, continued to be copied for their stylistic value in teaching Latin. Some philosophical works, particularly those by Plato and later Neoplatonists, whose ideas could be harmonized with Christian theology, maintained limited circulation. The educational curriculum narrowed but did not disappear entirely. The 7 liberal arts, grammar, rhetoric, logic, arithmetic, geometry, astronomy, and music, provided a framework derived from classical education that structured medieval learning. These subjects were increasingly approached through simplified compilations and handbooks rather than original classical texts. Works like Boethius's mathematical treatises served as imperfect conduits for some aspects of classical knowledge, presenting simplified versions of earlier achievements. The physical form of written works changed significantly during this transitional period. The shift from papyrus scrolls to parchment codices accelerated, completely transforming the material basis of written culture. Parchment, made from treated animal skins, was more expensive to produce but significantly more durable than papyrus. The codex format, with pages bound together like modern books, allowed easier reference and more efficient storage than scrolls. This technological transition, while eventually beneficial for knowledge preservation, may have contributed to short-term losses, as older works on deteriorating papyrus were not always transferred to the new medium. Writing itself transformed, with the development of new scripts optimized for different purposes. The Carolingian minuscule, developed during Charlemagne's educational reforms in the late 8th and early 9th centuries, provided a clear, standardized script that improved legibility and efficiency in book production. This script would later influence the development of our modern lowercase alphabet. The visual presentation of knowledge thus evolved alongside its content, with medieval manuscripts developing distinctive formats with decorated initials, marginal annotations, and eventually sophisticated illustration programs. The social context for intellectual activity changed dramatically as monastic communities and cathedral schools replaced the civic institutions of the Roman world. Learning became more explicitly connected to religious purposes, though pragmatic needs for administration and governance ensured some secular applications. The ideal of the broadly educated Roman gentleman gave way to more specialized roles, with literacy and advanced education increasingly concentrated among the clergy. Intellectual activities that had once been public and secular became largely religious and institutional. Despite these changes, important continuities existed even during the darkest periods. Legal codes maintained some Roman concepts, particularly in areas that had been more thoroughly Romanized. Administration required record-keeping skills that preserved basic literacy among some officials. Trade networks, though contracted, still facilitated limited cultural exchange. Rural villas sometimes maintained small libraries and educational activities for the offspring of aristocratic families. These threads of continuity provided channels through which fragments of classical knowledge could persist. The Carolingian Renaissance of the late 8th and early 9th centuries marked a crucial moment in the history of knowledge transmission. Charlemagne's court attracted scholars from across Western Europe and established a program for educational improvement and manuscript preservation. Scriptoria at monasteries like Tours, Corbie, and St. Gall produced numerous high-quality manuscripts of classical and patristic texts, significantly increasing the number of copies in circulation. This period of deliberate cultural renewal helped secure the survival of many texts that might otherwise have been lost. The relative stability of the Carolingian era also allowed for modest intellectual innovations alongside the preservation of older knowledge. Scholars like Alcuin of York systematized educational approaches, while others produced new commentaries on classical and religious texts. The Palace School at Aachen engaged with subjects ranging from theology to astronomy, attempting to revive a broader intellectual culture. While original scientific or philosophical contributions remained limited, the groundwork was laid for later intellectual developments. The fragmentation following the Carolingian period again threatened intellectual continuity, but by this time, the network of monasteries had become more robust. Centers like Fleury, Cluny, Monte Cassino, and St. Gall maintained important manuscript collections and intellectual traditions. Regional variations became more pronounced, with some areas experiencing greater disruption than others. Ireland and Anglo-Saxon England having developed distinctive scholarly traditions somewhat removed from continental upheavals, sometimes preserved texts that had disappeared elsewhere. The 10th century, once viewed as an especially dark period intellectually, has been reassessed by modern historians who recognize continued scholarly activity in monastic centers and emergent cathedral schools. Manuscripts continued to be copied, and some original works were composed, particularly in fields like music theory, where Guido of Arezzo developed the staff notation system that evolved into modern musical notation. Even in this challenging period, intellectual activity persisted, though on a reduced scale compared to either Roman or later medieval times. The 11th and 12th centuries witnessed a decisive intellectual turning point, driven by several converging factors. Increased political stability and economic growth provided resources for cultural pursuits. Urbanization created new contexts for learning outside traditional monastic settings. Contact with the Byzantine and Islamic worlds through trade, the Crusades, and the Christian reconquest of parts of Spain brought previously lost Greek scientific and philosophical works back into Western European circulation, often through Latin translations of Arabic versions. Cathedral schools expanded in cities like Chartres, Reims, Paris, and Bologna, providing more systematic education and eventually evolving into the first universities. These institutions fostered specialized study in areas including law, medicine, theology, and the liberal arts. The scholastic method, with its emphasis on logical analysis and reconciling apparent contradictions in authoritative texts, developed as an approach for handling the expanding corpus of available knowledge. Original intellectual contributions increased significantly as scholars built upon recovered classical foundations. By the High Middle Ages, approximately 1000 to 1300 CE, Western Europe had not only recovered significant portions of classical knowledge, but had begun to advance beyond it in certain areas. Gothic architecture surpassed Roman building techniques in creating soaring, light-filled structures. Universities produced original works in natural philosophy, theology, and logic. New literary forms emerged, distinct from classical models. The intellectual world of medieval Europe had evolved into something neither entirely classical nor primitively simple, but rather a complex synthesis with its own distinctive characteristics. The journey of knowledge through the early medieval period reveals important lessons about cultural transmission and the fragility of intellectual achievements. No simple narrative of either complete loss or seamless continuity adequately captures the complex reality. Knowledge was lost selectively, preserved partially, and transformed significantly according to the priorities and possibilities of a changing world. The institutions supporting intellectual activity proved more vulnerable than the desire for knowledge itself, which found new, if reduced, channels of expression. What emerged from this period of intellectual transformation was not simply a diminished version of classical learning, but the foundations of a new intellectual culture. Medieval scholars ultimately created frameworks for reconciling faith with reason, for organizing and extending knowledge, and for educating new generations that would eventually lead to the intellectual flowering of the High Middle Ages and lay groundwork for the Renaissance. The story of knowledge during the so-called Dark Ages thus represents not just loss and preservation, but also adaptation and gradual renewal, demonstrating both the vulnerability and the resilience of human intellectual traditions during periods of profound social change. Feudalism emerged as the dominant political, military, and social system of medieval Europe, creating a complex web of personal relationships, obligations, and power structures that defined the medieval world from roughly the 9th through the 15th centuries. At its center stood two powerful symbols: the castle, representing military power and local authority, and the king, embodying the principle of centralized governance. Together, these elements formed a social order fundamentally different from both the Roman administrative state that preceded it and the nation-states that would eventually replace it. The feudal system developed largely in response to the challenges of the early medieval period. As Carolingian authority fragmented following the death of Charlemagne and subsequent Viking, Magyar, and Saracen raids intensified across Europe, centralized government proved increasingly incapable of providing basic security. Local communities turned to powerful individuals who could offer protection, creating the conditions for a more decentralized political arrangement based on personal bonds rather than abstract state institutions. At its theoretical core, feudalism rested on a series of reciprocal relationships centered around land tenure and military service. Kings, claiming ultimate authority over their realms, granted large territories fiefs to great lords in exchange for military support, counsel, and various ceremonial obligations. These great lords, in turn, subdivided portions of their lands to lesser nobles who swore similar oaths of fealty to them. This cascade of land grants and personal loyalty created a pyramid-like structure with the king at its apex and layers of increasingly numerous but less powerful vassals below. The ceremony of homage formalized these relationships. A vassal would kneel before his lord, place his hands between the lord's hands, and swear an oath of fealty, promising military service, typically 40 days per year, attendance at the lord's court to provide counsel, and financial aid in certain circumstances, like the ransoming of the lord if captured in battle, the knighting of the lord's eldest son, or the marriage of the lord's eldest daughter. The lord in turn promised protection, justice, and maintenance of the vassal's rights to his lands. Land grants under this system took various forms. The most significant was the fief, also called a feudum or fee, an inheritable estate granted in return for specified services. While technically the lord retained ultimate ownership, in practice a vassal's rights to his fief became increasingly secure over time, passing from father to son with only ceremonial renewal of homage. Other forms of land tenure existed alongside this system, including allodial lands owned outright, rare but significant, and various arrangements for non-noble landholders. Castles served as the physical manifestation of feudal power, combining military, administrative, and symbolic functions. Early medieval fortifications were relatively simple structures, often wooden motte and bailey constructions, consisting of a raised earthwork motte topped with a wooden tower and surrounded by a larger enclosed courtyard, bailey protected by a wooden palisade, ditch. These fortifications could be constructed relatively quickly and provided effective defense against the limited siege technology of the era. By the 11th and 12th centuries, wooden castles gave way to stone constructions with increasingly sophisticated defensive features. Square stone keeps, thick curtain walls, projecting towers, and carefully designed gatehouses with drawbridges and portcullises created layered defenses that could withstand extended sieges. The development of concentric castle designs, with multiple rings of walls, represented the pinnacle of medieval defensive architecture, before the widespread adoption of gunpowder weapons rendered them obsolete. Beyond their military function, castles served as centers of local administration, where lords exercised jurisdiction, collected revenues, and maintained records. They functioned as economic hubs for surrounding territories, housing workshops, storage facilities, and sometimes markets. As residential complexes, they accommodated not just the lord's family, but an entire household, including servants, administrators, guards, and specialized workers. By the later Middle Ages, comfort and display increasingly balanced defensive considerations, with larger windows, more elaborate great halls, and private chambers reflecting the castle's evolution from pure fortification to aristocratic residence. Kings occupied a unique and often paradoxical position within this feudal framework. In theory, medieval kings held supreme authority over their realms as God's appointed rulers, with coronation ceremonies emphasizing their sacred status. In practice, early medieval kings often controlled directly only their personal domains, relying on the cooperation of powerful vassals to exercise authority throughout their theoretical realms. This tension between claimed universal authority and limited practical power defined medieval kingship. Royal power rested on several foundations. First, kings maintained special legal status as the ultimate source of justice and law. Royal courts heard cases involving major crimes or disputes between great lords, and kings periodically issued legal pronouncements that, when collected, formed the basis for emerging national legal systems. Second, kings possessed certain economic rights, including control of coinage, taxation of trade, and income from royal estates. Third, kings claimed leadership in warfare, with the right to summon vassals for military service and command combined forces. The reality of royal power varied dramatically across different regions and time periods. In areas like England following the Norman conquest of 1066, William the Conqueror established relatively strong central authority by claiming all land as ultimately belonging to the crown, and requiring even sub-vassals to swear loyalty directly to the king. This limited the development of independent power centers and facilitated administrative innovation. In contrast, the Holy Roman Empire saw imperial authority increasingly constrained by powerful territorial princes who functioned almost as independent rulers. The feudal relationship between kings and great lords generated persistent tension and occasional open conflict. When strong kings like Henry II of England, 1154 to 1189, attempted to assert greater control through administrative reforms, resistance often followed. Conversely, when weak kings like King John of England, 1199 to 1216, failed to fulfill their obligations as feudal overlords, vassals might demand formal recognition of their rights, as in the Magna Carta of 1215, or even rebel outright. This dynamic created a constant negotiation of power between monarchs and nobles that shaped medieval political development. Below the level of kings and great lords, the feudal hierarchy encompassed various ranks of nobility. Dukes and counts typically controlled large territories and might themselves have numerous vassals. Knights formed the backbone of feudal military power, owing service to their immediate lords in exchange for sufficient land to maintain their expensive equipment and training. By the 12th century, knighthood had developed from a purely military role into a distinct social class with its own codes of behavior, creating effectively a lower nobility that distinguished itself from non-noble free persons. The complexity of actual feudal relationships often diverged from the theoretical model. A single nobleman might be vassal to multiple lords for different territories, creating potential conflicts of loyalty. Fiefs could be divided among heirs or combined through marriage, gradually shifting patterns of landholding and power. Cash payments increasingly substituted for direct military service, especially as professional armies became more common. These variations and adaptations allowed the feudal system to persist while evolving to meet changing circumstances. The castle's role as a center of local power reflected the decentralized nature of feudal governance. Each lord exercised considerable autonomy within his territory, administering justice through manorial courts, collecting revenues from dependent peasants, and maintaining order through armed retainers. This localization of authority created a patchwork of jurisdictions with varying customs, taxes, and legal procedures, a stark contrast to the relative uniformity of Roman provincial administration. Feudal military organizations centered on the heavily armored mounted knight, supported by various infantry troops often drawn from peasant levies. Knights trained from childhood in martial skills, developing fighting techniques specifically adapted to their equipment and role. The expense of war horses, armor, weapons, and necessary support personnel meant that only those with substantial land revenues could maintain knightly status, directly linking military power to the feudal landholding system. By the 12th and 13th centuries, tournaments emerged as both training for war and elaborate social events, where knights displayed their skills and reinforced aristocratic group identity. Initially quite dangerous and sometimes barely distinguishable from actual warfare, tournaments gradually adopted more rules and ceremonial elements. These events, along with hunting and feasting, formed important contexts for building the social networks that underpinned feudal political relationships. The development of heraldry, systematic use of distinctive symbols on shields, banners, and seals reflected the needs of a society organized around personal relationships rather than abstract institutions. Heraldic identifiers helped distinguish heavily armored knights in battle and tournaments, while symbolizing family lineages and territorial claims. The increasingly elaborate system of heraldic rules and symbols demonstrated the feudal elite's concern with displaying social status and ancestral connections. Below the military aristocracy, the feudal social order encompassed various groups with different legal statuses and obligations. Free peasants held land in exchange for rent or services, but maintained personal liberty and certain legal rights. Serfs occupied an intermediate position between freedom and slavery, legally bound to their manorial lord and land, but possessing some customary protections. Townspeople operated somewhat outside the strictly agricultural feudal framework, developing their own governance structures and legal rights through charters granted by lords or kings in exchange for tax payments. The church functioned both within and alongside the feudal system. Bishops and abbots often held land as feudal lords, owing service to kings or great nobles, while exercising temporal authority over their territories. This dual role as spiritual leaders and secular lords created tensions, particularly when church officials prioritized their feudal obligations over religious responsibilities. The reform movements of the 11th and 12th centuries attempted to address these conflicts by asserting greater separation between spiritual and temporal authority. Women's place in feudal society reflected broader medieval gender roles, while including some distinctive features related to land tenure. Noble women could inherit fiefs in the absence of male heirs in many regions, though they typically could not perform military service personally. Instead, their husbands or male relatives would fulfill these obligations, creating complex situations where women held nominal title, while men exercised practical authority. Noble women also played crucial roles in managing estates, especially when male relatives were absent on crusade, pilgrimage, or royal service. The feudal system, as a comprehensive social and political order, reached its fullest development in the 12th and 13th centuries, particularly in regions like northern France, England, and the German territories. Other parts of Europe adopted feudal elements to varying degrees, adapting them to local conditions. The Byzantine Empire maintained more centralized administrative structures derived from Roman models. Italy's urban commercial centers developed alternative power structures based on wealth rather than landholding. Iberian kingdoms modified feudal arrangements to accommodate the military needs of the Reconquista against Muslim territories. By the 14th century, the classic feudal model began a long, uneven transformation. Several factors contributed to this change. The development of professional armies and increasing use of infantry and archery reduced the military significance of mounted knights. Growing royal bureaucracies expanded direct royal governance, bypassing feudal intermediaries. Commercial expansion and the monetization of the economy provided alternative sources of wealth and power beyond land control. The Black Death created demographic and economic conditions that undermined traditional labor and land arrangements. Royal centralization gradually eroded feudal decentralization. Innovative kings established more effective taxation systems, professional legal courts, and standing armies that reduced dependence on feudal levies. Figures like Philip II Augustus of France were 1180 to 1223, and Edward I of England were 1272 to 1307, expanded royal domain lands and administrative reach. By extending royal justice and protection more directly to common subjects, these monarchs began the long process of transforming feudal kingship into sovereign territorial rule. Castles reflected this changing political reality. Royal castles grew in size and sophistication, demonstrating the crown's increasing resources and authority. Conversely, Kings sometimes restricted private castle construction or required licensing, recognizing these fortifications as potential centers of opposition. The transition from medieval to early modern state formation often involved the deliberate destruction of noble castles to eliminate alternative power centers, as in Cardinal Richelieu's policy in 17th century France. Despite these changes, feudal concepts and institutions persisted well into the early modern period in modified forms. Land tenure continued to carry obligations of service in many regions. Noble privilege remained legally codified. The hierarchical personal relationships still shaped political interactions. Even as nation-states emerged with their more abstract conceptions of governance, they incorporated and adapted many feudal precedents rather than completely replacing them. The feudal experience left profound imprints on European political and social development. Concepts of mutual obligation between rulers and subjects influenced evolving theories of constitutional monarchy and eventually representative government. The decentralized nature of feudal power contributed to Europe's political fragmentation, but also fostered regional diversity and limited absolutism. Legal principles developed to regulate feudal relationships formed important precedents for later property and contract law. More broadly, the feudal period's emphasis on personal bonds and reciprocal duties created cultural values that outlasted the specific institutions that fostered them. Ideas about honor, loyalty, proper governance, and the relationship between privilege and responsibility continued to shape European aristocratic culture into the 19th century and beyond. The castle, even in ruins, remained a powerful symbol of authority and protection, continuing to capture the imagination long after its practical function had disappeared. Feudalism thus represented not simply a system of military organization or land tenure, but a comprehensive social order that encompassed political, economic, military, and cultural dimensions. Its development, regional variations, and gradual transformation illuminate the complex processes through which medieval society responded to profound challenges through institutional innovation. Neither a timeless structure nor a simple transitional phase, the feudal system embodied a distinctive approach to organizing human relationships and resources that shaped European development for centuries. Medieval knights represented far more than merely armored warriors on horseback. They embodied a complex social class, military profession, and cultural ideal that evolved significantly throughout the Middle Ages. As both fearsome combatants and aspirational symbols of nobility, knights occupied a pivotal position in medieval society, with their evolving code of chivalry ultimately influencing European values and self-conception well beyond the medieval period. The institution of knighthood emerged gradually between the 8th and 11th centuries as European warfare increasingly centered on heavily armored mounted warriors. The term knight derives from the Old English schnight, originally meaning simply boy or servant, reflecting the humble origins of many early knights as household warriors serving in a lord's retinue. The Latin term miles soldier underwent a similar transformation, originally referring to common foot soldiers before becoming associated specifically with mounted warriors of increasingly elevated social status. Several developments contributed to the knight's rise to prominence. The introduction of the stirrup from Asia improved riders' stability, allowing them to deliver powerful blows with lances without being dismounted. Advances in metallurgy permitted stronger, more protective armor. The fragmentation of centralized authority following the Carolingian period created conditions where local lords needed reliable military forces, leading them to grant land to warriors who could afford the increasingly expensive equipment and training required for mounted combat. The making of a knight involved a long, specialized training process, beginning in childhood. Around age 7, boys from noble or knightly families typically left their homes to serve as pages in the household of a lord or established knight. There they learned basic literacy, proper behavior, and rudimentary martial skills. By their early teens, they advanced to become squires, directly serving a knight, caring for his horses and equipment, and receiving more intensive combat training. This apprenticeship period, lasting typically until age 21, prepared them for the physical demands and social expectations of knighthood. The ceremony of knighthood, adoubement, marked the culmination of this training period. In its simplest early form, this consisted merely of presenting the new knight with his weapons and delivering the symbolic collé, a blow to the neck or shoulder, signifying the last strike the recipient would be expected to receive without returning it. As knighthood developed stronger religious associations, the ceremony grew more elaborate, often including ritual bathing, a night vigil in prayer before the altar, blessing of the sword, and the taking of oaths. By the High Middle Ages, dubbing had become a significant rite of passage, combining secular, religious, and military elements. Economically, knights required substantial resources to maintain their status. The expense of war horses, specially bred for strength and courage, armor, weapons, and necessary attendants, meant that only those with significant land revenues could sustain knightly status independently. A knight's equipment represented a major capital investment. By some estimates, the cost of a complete set of armor and weapons in the 12th century equaled the value of around 20 to 30 oxen, placing it far beyond the reach of common people. Knights typically needed income from land sufficient to support themselves and several attendants, creating a direct link between landholding and military service that defined feudal relationships. In battle, knights functioned as heavy shock cavalry, using the combined weight and momentum of horse and rider to break enemy formations with devastating charge attacks. Their primary offensive weapon, the couched lance, delivered tremendous force by essentially converting the combined mass of horse, rider, and weapon into a single projectile. When lances shattered or close quarters fighting developed, knights shifted to swords, maces, or warhammers. Their fighting techniques required not just strength but specialized skills developed through years of training, including horsemanship, weapons handling, and the ability to maneuver while wearing increasingly heavy armor. The development of plate armor in the 14th and 15th centuries represented both the pinnacle of the knight's protective equipment and a response to the growing effectiveness of infantry weapons like the longbow and crossbow. Contrary to popular misconception, a well-crafted suit of plate armor allowed considerable mobility while providing excellent protection. Knights trained to move, mount horses, and fight effectively despite wearing up to 60-70 pounds of armor. The substantial investment in such equipment further underscored the knight's elite status and the growing separation between heavily armored cavalry and other combatants. Beyond the battlefield, knights performed crucial roles in medieval governance and society. As local representatives of authority, they often served as administrators, tax collectors, and judges on behalf of greater lords or kings. Knights typically participated in their lord's court, providing counsel and witnessing legal transactions. Many royal administrative positions eventually drew their holders from the knightly class, creating paths for social advancement through service to the crown. This administrative function grew increasingly important as medieval governance became more complex and specialized. The social status of knights evolved significantly throughout the medieval period. Early knights were often of relatively humble birth, trusted warriors rewarded with land for their service. By the 12th and 13th centuries, knighthood had become more closely associated with nobility, forming effectively a lower tier of the aristocracy. The concept of gentle birth as a prerequisite for knighthood gained prominence, though exceptions remained for those who distinguished themselves through exceptional service. Eventually, in many regions, knighthood became less a functional military role and more a formal social distinction, with many eligible nobles choosing not to undergo the expensive ceremony of dubbing, while still claiming the social status of the knightly class. Tournaments emerged as crucial institutions for both maintaining knights' military skills and establishing their social identity. Initially dangerous free-for-all combats barely distinguishable from actual warfare, tournaments gradually adopted more rules and ceremonial elements. By the 13th century, they had evolved into elaborate social events combining athletic competition, pageantry, and opportunities for political networking. Success in tournaments could establish a knight's reputation, attract patronage from greater lords, and even facilitate advantageous marriages. These events reinforced group solidarity among the knightly class, while providing controlled outlets for competitive violence. Chivalry developed as both a practical ethical code for warriors and an increasingly elaborate cultural ideal. The term derives from the French chevalerie, horsemanship, initially referring simply to the techniques of mounted combat before expanding to encompass a broader set of values and behaviors expected of knights. In its earliest forms, chivalry focused primarily on military effectiveness and loyalty to one's lord, pragmatic virtues necessary for feudal military organization. By the 12th century, three main influences had begun to transform this basic warrior code into a more complex ethical system. The Church sought to channel and Christianize knightly violence through movements like the Peace of God and Truce of God, which protected non-combatants and limited warfare during holy periods. Religious elements increasingly emphasized the knight's role as a defender of the church and the weak. Second, royal courts promoted ideals of refined behavior and service to the crown, encouraging knights to demonstrate not just prowess, but also courtesy, generosity, and wisdom. Third, the emerging literature of courtly love, exemplified by the romances of Chrétien de Troyes, added new dimensions of service to ladies, refined emotions, and quest narratives to the chivalric ideal. The resulting chivalric code encompassed multiple, sometimes contradictory expectations. Military virtues remained central: prowess in combat, courage, loyalty to one's lord, and generosity to followers. Religious elements emphasized defending the church, protecting the weak, and maintaining justice. Courtly components stressed refined manners, eloquent speech, knowledge of music and poetry, and proper service to ladies. This multifaceted ideal created inherent tension, as knights were expected to be both fierce warriors and gentle courtiers, loyal vassals and independent heroes, devout Christians and ambitious competitors. Literary works played a crucial role in articulating and disseminating chivalric ideals. The Matter of Britain, Arthurian legends; The Matter of France, Charlemagne and his paladins; and The Matter of Rome, classical heroes, provided narrative frameworks exploring chivalric themes. Works like the Song of Roland emphasized martial prowess and sacrificial loyalty, while Arthurian romances added complex themes of love, spiritual quest, and internal conflict. These stories presented idealized models that real knights might aspire to emulate, though the literary ideal often diverged significantly from historical practice. The codification of chivalry reached its most developed form in works like Ramon Lull's Book of the Order of Chivalry, c. 1275, and Geoffroy de Charny's Book of Chivalry, c. 1350. These texts attempted to systematize chivalric values and provide practical guidance for knights. They emphasized the religious dimension of knighthood, presenting it as a sacred calling comparable to priesthood. Such works demonstrate how chivalry had evolved from a simple warrior code into a complex ethical system with religious, social, and cultural dimensions, serving as both a practical guide for behavior and an aspirational ideal. In practice, historical knights varied widely in their adherence to chivalric ideals. Chronicles and court records reveal numerous examples of knights engaging in banditry, extortion, and brutality towards civilians, despite chivalry's emphasis on protecting the weak. Even celebrated figures like William Marshall, 1146–1219, often considered an exemplar of chivalry, balanced idealism with pragmatic self-interest throughout his career. The gap between chivalric theory and practice remained substantial, with the code functioning more as an aspirational ideal than a consistently observed set of rules. The relationship between knights and women represents a particularly complex aspect of chivalric culture. The ideal of service to ladies, popularized through courtly literature, established a theoretical respect for noble women. However, this literary convention coexisted with legal and social systems that severely limited women's autonomy. Female characters in chivalric literature often functioned more as symbolic prizes or moral tests for male heroes than as fully developed individuals. Nevertheless, the cultural association between knighthood and protection of women did provide some noble women with limited means to claim protection and exercise influence within the constraints of medieval gender norms. The Crusades significantly impacted the development of knighthood and chivalric ideals. These religious military expeditions offered knights opportunities to fulfill both martial and spiritual aspects of their calling simultaneously. Military religious orders like the Knights Templar and Knights Hospitaller represented the most complete fusion of warrior and religious ideals, with members taking monastic vows while remaining active combatants. The cross-cultural encounters facilitated by the Crusades also influenced European knightly culture, with some elements of Eastern military practices, equipment, and even literary motifs being incorporated into Western chivalric traditions. Heraldry emerged as an important visual expression of knightly identity, originally serving the practical purpose of identifying heavily armored warriors in battle, Heraldic symbols gradually developed into complex systems encoding family lineage, political alliances, and personal achievements. The regulation of heraldic displays became increasingly formalized through the development of heralds' colleges and precise rules governing designs and claims to particular symbols. These visual identifiers reinforced the knight's sense of belonging to a distinct social group with its own traditions and standards. The economic and military foundations of traditional knighthood began to erode in the later Middle Ages. The growing effectiveness of infantry forces, particularly longbowmen, pikemen, and eventually gunpowder weapons, gradually diminished the battlefield dominance of heavy cavalry. The increasing expense of state-of-the-art equipment strained even wealthy knights' resources. Political centralization under strengthening monarchies reduced the independence of the knightly class. Economic changes, including the shift from land-based to monetary compensation for military service, further transformed the knight's role in society. In response to these challenges, knighthood evolved in several directions. Some knights became mercenary captains, leading companies of professional soldiers for pay. Others focused on administrative or courtly roles, leveraging their status to secure positions in expanding royal bureaucracies. In many regions, knighthood increasingly became a largely ceremonial honor rather than a functional military role. The elaborate tournaments and pageantry of the 15th century, with their complex allegories and artificial settings, reflected this shift from practical warfare to symbolic display. Chivalry similarly adapted to changing circumstances. As its military components became less directly relevant to actual warfare, its cultural and social elements gained prominence. Chivalric orders like the Order of the Garter, founded 1348, transformed what had been a warrior class into something more resembling a royal honor society, emphasizing loyalty to the crown over feudal bonds to individual lords. The elaborate rituals and insignia of these orders preserved chivalric traditions while redirecting them toward supporting state centralization rather than feudal decentralization. Despite these transformations, the cultural influence of knighthood and chivalry extended well beyond the medieval period. Early modern aristocratic values drew heavily on chivalric precedents, maintaining emphasis on honor, proper lineage, and distinctive codes of behavior. Military officers continued to see themselves as heirs to knightly traditions, even as practical warfare moved increasingly toward firearms and professional standing armies. Aristocratic military culture preserved elements of chivalric ethos regarding courage, honor, and proper conduct in combat. Literary and artistic representations perpetuated and transformed chivalric ideals for new audiences. Renaissance and early modern literature often revisited medieval chivalric themes, from Ariosto's Orlando Furioso to Cervantes' Don Quixote, the latter simultaneously celebrating and critiquing chivalric idealism. The 19th century witnessed a significant revival of interest in medieval knighthood through the Romantic movement and Gothic revival, which reinterpreted chivalry to address contemporary concerns about industrialization and changing social values. This Victorian reimagining of chivalry influenced everything from literature and art to educational philosophies and political rhetoric. Modern concepts of the gentleman, military honor codes, and even certain sporting ethics reflect the enduring influence of chivalric ideals. The notion that those with power have special obligations to exercise it responsibly and protect the vulnerable derives partly from chivalric concepts. The cultural association between masculinity and protective capacity similarly draws on medieval precedents. Even popular culture continues to recycle and reinvent chivalric narratives through film, television, and gaming, demonstrating the resilience of these medieval concepts. The history of knighthood and chivalry thus reveals not just a military institution or social class, but a complex cultural system that evolved continuously in response to changing conditions. From practical warrior code to elaborate ethical ideal, from actual combat role to symbolic status marker, knighthood demonstrated remarkable adaptability across centuries. The tensions inherent in chivalry, between violence and restraint, individualism and loyalty, worldly ambition and spiritual values, reflected broader contradictions within medieval society itself. These unresolved tensions helped make chivalry a fertile cultural concept capable of generating new interpretations and applications long after the armored knight had disappeared from European battlefields. The Black Death ranks among the most devastating pandemics in human history, a catastrophic outbreak of disease that swept through Europe between 1347 and 1351. killing an estimated 30 to 60% of the population. This demographic collapse triggered profound transformations in medieval society, economy, religion, and culture. The plague's impact extended far beyond its immediate mortality, reshaping fundamental aspects of European civilization and accelerating changes that would help bring the medieval period to a close. The disease originated in Central Asia, where plague bacteria Yersinia pestis circulated among wild rodent populations. Increased trade along the Silk Road and other Eurasian networks created pathways for the disease to spread westward. By 1346, plague had reached the Black Sea region, where Italian merchant vessels inadvertently transported infected rats and fleas to Mediterranean ports. The first documented European outbreak occurred in Sicily in October 1347. When Genoese ships arrived carrying sailors already sick with the disease. From these initial footholds, plague spread rapidly along maritime and overland trade routes, reaching most of Europe within 3 years. Contemporary accounts describe a disease of terrifying speed and virulence. The most common form, bubonic plague, manifested through painful swellings, buboes in the lymph nodes, particularly in the neck, armpit, and groin regions. These buboes could grow as large as apples, turning black or purple, likely contributing to the name Black Death, though this term actually emerged later. Victims typically suffered high fever, vomiting, delirium, and often died within 7 days of symptom onset. The pneumonic form, which infected the lungs, proved even deadlier, killing victims within 1-3 days and spreading directly from person to person through respiratory droplets. Medieval communities faced this catastrophe without understanding its true nature or transmission methods. The prevailing medical theory attributed disease to imbalances in the 4 bodily humors or to corrupted air miasma. Some physicians correctly observed the disease's contagious nature, but lacked knowledge of bacteria, fleas, or modern epidemiological concepts. Public health responses included quarantine measures for ships and travelers, the establishment of pest houses for the infected, and prohibitions on public gatherings. While some of these measures inadvertently reduced transmission, they proved insufficient to contain the rapidly spreading disease. The mortality rate varied significantly by region and community type, but few areas escaped completely. Urban centers typically suffered higher death rates due to population density and poorer sanitation. Florence lost approximately 60% of its population, while some villages in England disappeared entirely as survivors fled or succumbed. The clergy experienced particularly high mortality rates, estimated between 40 to 70% in some dioceses, as their duty to administer last rites to the dying placed them at high risk of infection. Overall, Europe's population declined from an estimated 80 million before the plague to roughly 50 million by 1400, a demographic catastrophe without precedent in recorded European history. For survivors, the immediate experience of the plague combined terror, grief, and profound social disruption. Daily life halted as markets closed, fields lay untended, and normal social functions broke down. Giovanni Boccaccio's Decameron, written shortly after the plague struck Florence, describes how this tribulation had instilled such terror into the hearts of men and women that brother abandoned brother, uncle nephew, sister brother, and often wife husband. Nay, what is more extraordinary and almost incredible, fathers and mothers refused to visit or tend their very children. While some communities rallied together, others fractured under the pressure, with the breakdown of normal burial practices, particularly traumatic as bodies accumulated faster than they could be properly interred. Medieval people struggled to comprehend why God would permit such devastation. Religious interpretations generally viewed the plague as divine punishment for human sin, leading to increased religious fervor expressed through public penances, donations to churches, and pilgrimages. The flagellant movement represented an extreme manifestation of this impulse, with groups traveling from town to town, publicly whipping themselves to atone for humanity's sins and appease divine wrath. Church authorities eventually condemned these unsanctioned displays, concerned about their challenge to ecclesiastical authority and sometimes violent anti-Semitism. Indeed, the plague triggered some of the worst persecution of minorities in medieval Europe. Jewish communities in particular faced horrific violence, as rumors spread accusing them of poisoning wells or otherwise causing the disease. Between 1348 and 1351, hundreds of Jewish communities were destroyed, with massacres occurring in cities across Germany, France, Spain, and other regions despite papal bulls condemning such violence and scientific impossibility of the accusations. These persecutions reflected pre-existing anti-Semitism, apocalyptic fears, and the human tendency to seek scapegoats during times of inexplicable disaster. The economic consequences of the Black Death proved far-reaching and complex. The immediate impact was severe disruption. Trade networks collapsed, agricultural production plummeted, and many specialized industries temporarily ceased functioning. Prices for food and basic goods initially spiked due to hoarding and supply chain disruptions. However, as the immediate crisis passed, the drastically reduced population created significant economic opportunities for survivors due to the sudden abundance of land and shortage of labor. For peasants and urban workers who survived, the labor shortage strengthened their bargaining position considerably. Wages rose dramatically, doubling or even tripling in some regions despite legislative attempts to cap them at pre-plague levels. Many serfs found themselves able to negotiate better terms with landlords desperate for agricultural workers, accelerating the decline of serfdom that had already begun in parts of Western Europe. Peasants increasingly commuted labor services to cash payments, gained greater freedom of movement, and accessed land that would have been unavailable to them before the population collapse. Landowners and nobles initially resisted these changes, persuading governments to enact labor legislation like England's Statute of Labourers 1351, which attempted to freeze wages and restrict worker mobility. These efforts largely failed in practice, as labourers could simply move to areas offering better conditions. Some landlords adapted by converting labour-intensive grain fields to sheep pasture, requiring fewer workers while producing valuable wool for the textile industry. Others leased their lands for cash rents rather than managing them directly. These adjustments gradually transformed agricultural organisation throughout Europe. The plague also significantly impacted patterns of consumption and production. With fewer people possessing greater per capita wealth, demand shifted toward higher quality goods and luxuries among those who survived. Industries producing fine textiles, metalwork, and other specialty items recovered relatively quickly. The urban cloth industry, particularly in Flanders and northern Italy, underwent technological innovations to address labor shortages. Construction initially collapsed but then rebounded to produce the ornate, late Gothic churches and civic buildings that still distinguish many European cities. The demographic disaster affected different social groups in varying ways. The aristocracy generally maintained their land holdings but faced declining revenues as they paid higher wages and accepted lower rents. Some noble families died out entirely due to plague mortality, leading to inheritance disputes and property consolidation. The urban patriciate, wealthy merchants and civic leaders, often increased their power as city governments had to fill positions left vacant by plague victims. Artisans with specialized skills could command premium wages, while many women temporarily gained access to trades and occupations normally restricted to men due to the labor shortage. Religious institutions experienced significant disruption beyond clergy mortality. Many monasteries lost so many members that they struggled to maintain their daily routines and economic activities. Donations for prayers and masses for the dead enriched some religious establishments, while others suffered from reduced income from their agricultural estates. The need to rapidly replace deceased priests led to the ordination of younger, less educated clergy, potentially reducing the overall quality of pastoral care. These challenges contributed to growing criticism of the Church in the late 14th and 15th centuries. Intellectual and cultural responses to the plague reflected attempts to comprehend its meaning and incorporate the traumatic experience into existing worldviews. Medical treatises sought to explain the disease through miasma theory or astrological influences. Religious texts emphasized preparation for death and proper spiritual attitudes towards suffering. The memento mori, you'll remember that you will die, theme became increasingly prominent in art and literature, with images of death personified as a skeleton or decomposing corpse, reminding viewers of mortality's inevitability. The dance of death, or danza macabre, emerged as a distinctive artistic genre, depicting death leading people from all social classes, pope, emperor, peasant, child, in a dance to the grave, emphasizing death's universality and the ultimate equality of all humans, despite worldly status. Similar themes appeared in morality plays and poetry. These works didn't merely express morbid fascination, but helped communities process collective trauma and reflect on proper priorities in life given its fragility. Psychological effects, though difficult to quantify, likely included widespread trauma, survivors' guilt, and shifts in religious sentiment. Some contemporary accounts describe increased hedonism, eating, drinking, and sexual license, as people faced uncertain futures. Others note intensified religious devotion through increased donations, church attendance, and the foundation of new charitable institutions. Both responses probably occurred simultaneously in different individuals and communities, reflecting diverse coping mechanisms for processing catastrophic loss. Over the longer term, the plague may have contributed to cultural shifts that anticipated Renaissance and early modern attitudes. The scarcity of skilled individuals meant that talent became more valuable and potentially more independent of traditional institutions. Some historians have suggested that the increased value of human capital contributed to greater emphasis on individual achievement. The reminder of life's brevity may have encouraged more immediate pursuit of worldly accomplishments, rather than exclusive focus on the afterlife, though this remains debated among scholars. The plague's political impact varied by region but generally accelerated existing trends towards state centralization. The immediate chaos sometimes strengthened rulers who could maintain order, while the longer-term fiscal changes from the demographic collapse forced innovations in governance and taxation. England and France, engaged in the 100 Years' War, developed more sophisticated administrative systems, partly in response to post-plague fiscal challenges. In the Holy Roman Empire, the plague contributed to political fragmentation as local authorities took stronger independent action during the crisis. Religious authority faced new challenges following the plague. The Church's inability to prevent or explain the catastrophe satisfactorily led some to question aspects of ecclesiastical teaching. The strain on church institutions from personnel losses and financial pressures reduced their effectiveness temporarily. The plague period witnessed growth in lay spiritual movements, emphasizing direct personal relationship with God, such as the Devotio Moderno in the Low Countries, which focused on practical piety and influenced later reformers. The medical profession emerged from the plague with mixed results. Physicians' evident helplessness against the disease damaged their credibility initially. However, the crisis ultimately stimulated greater interest in public health measures. Italian cities developed some of the first systematic quarantine systems, establishing isolation periods for travelers and ships from infected areas. Municipal governments took greater responsibility for sanitation and health regulations. These institutional responses, while based on flawed understanding of disease, nevertheless established important precedents for public health systems. Subsequent outbreaks of plague continued to affect Europe for centuries, though never again with the same intensity as the Black Death. Major epidemics recurred in 1361–62, 1369, 1374–75, 1390, and 1400, with additional outbreaks in each century through the 17th. These later plagues, sometimes called pestis secunda and pestis tertia, maintained demographic pressure and reinforced the cultural and economic changes initiated by the first wave. The cumulative effect kept European population below its pre-1347 level until the 16th century in most regions. Recent historical and scientific research has modified some traditional understandings of the Black Death. DNA analysis of skeletal remains from plague cemeteries has confirmed Yersinia pestis as the pathogen responsible, ending earlier debates about the disease's identity. Archaeological evidence has provided new insights into burial practices and community responses. Economic historians have developed more nuanced views of the plague's role in ending serfdom, seeing it as accelerating rather than causing this transition. Cultural historians have identified greater continuity in artistic and literary themes across the plague divide than previously recognized. The Black Death stands as a pivotal moment in European history, dramatically demonstrating human vulnerability to disease while revealing the resilience of social institutions and cultural frameworks in adapting to catastrophic change. Rather than simply destroying medieval civilization, the plague transformed it, accelerating some pre-existing trends while redirecting others. The resulting social mobility, economic reorganization, and cultural responses helped shape the late medieval world and influence developments that would characterize the transition to early modern Europe. Perhaps most significantly, the plague experience left an enduring imprint on European collective memory and cultural attitudes toward mortality, suffering, and social solidarity during crisis. The ways communities either fragmented or cohered under extreme pressure revealed both the fragility and strength of social bonds. The spiritual and philosophical questions raised by such vast, seemingly random mortality forced reconsideration of humanity's relationship with the divine and with nature. These profound reflections emerging from Europe's darkest hours contributed to cultural and intellectual developments that would help define subsequent centuries. Tonight on Digging into History, we explore the brutal beginnings of human conflict. Long before missiles and machine guns, our ancestors fought with stones and bronze, marking the first chapters in our long relationship with warfare. The story of combat begins not with armies, but with small bands of hunters. Picture a scene from 30,000 years ago. A group of early humans crouch in tall grass, gripping sharpened sticks and crude stone weapons. They are not hunting animals, but preparing to raid a neighbouring clan. This is warfare in its most primal form, motivated by territory, resources, and survival. Archaeological evidence tells us these early conflicts were small-scale but deadly. At sites like Jebel Sahaba in Sudan, archaeologists discovered a cemetery dating back 12,000 years with many skeletons showing clear signs of violent death. Stone projectiles embedded in bones and skulls crushed by blunt weapons. These findings paint a picture of regular organised violence long before written history began. As humans settled into agricultural communities around 10,000 years ago, the nature of conflict evolved. Now there were permanent settlements to attack and defend. The first walls appeared not as decorative boundaries but as protection against human threats. At Jericho, one of the oldest continually inhabited cities in the world, massive stone walls and a tower were constructed around 8000 BCE. These were not simple barriers, but sophisticated defences protecting stored food and water sources from rival groups. The weapons themselves tell a fascinating story of human ingenuity. Early stone tools were adapted for combat. Hand axes became weapons, and specialised hunting tools like spear throwers gave fighters greater range and power. The atlatl, a tool that effectively extended the human arms to throw spears with devastating force, could pierce animal hide and primitive armour alike. But the true revolution in early warfare came with the discovery of metalworking. The Bronze Age, beginning around 3300 BCE in the Near East, changed everything. For the first time, humans could create weapons designed specifically for fighting other humans. The bronze dagger, and later the sword, had no purpose other than combat. These weapons required specialized knowledge to create, leading to the first professional weapon makers and, by extension, warriors who dedicated their lives to fighting. In Mesopotamia, the cradle of civilization between the Tigris and Euphrates rivers, we find the first evidence of organized military units. Clay tablets from ancient Sumer describe soldiers using standardized equipment, spears, leather shields covered with metal, and bronze helmets. The Standard of Ur, a Sumerian artifact from around 2600 BCE, depicts rows of infantry in formation, suggesting a level of military discipline and organization. The introduction of bronze also created new social divides. Bronze weapons were expensive and required access to tin and copper, often sourced from distant lands. Those who controlled these trade routes could arm their followers, creating the first warrior elites. In graves across Europe and Asia, archaeologists find bronze weapons buried with individuals of apparent high status, suggesting that military power and social rank were becoming intertwined. Egypt provides some of our clearest images of early organized warfare. Temple walls show pharaohs leading troops into battle, armed with bronze weapons and protected by shields. The Battle of Kadesh in 1274 BCE, fought between the Egyptians under Ramesses II and the Hittite Empire, is the earliest battle for which we have detailed tactical information. Both sides fielded thousands of men in coordinated units, showing how far warfare had evolved from small tribal raids. The evolution of weapons drove changes in protective gear. The earliest armor was likely made from thick animal hides, but by the Bronze Age, warriors wore metal-reinforced leather armor and bronze helmets. These early arms races, better weapons leading to better armor, leading to even better weapons, would become a constant feature of military history. Siege warfare emerged as settlements grew more substantial and better defended. Early armies developed techniques to overcome walls, from simple ladders to more complex battering rams. The defenders responded with innovations of their own murder holes for dropping stones or hot oil on attackers, moats to keep enemies at a distance, and angled walls that were harder to climb or undermine. Beyond the physical evidence, we can glimpse the psychological aspects of early warfare through surviving artwork and burial practices. War trumpets made from animal horns appear in many early civilizations, used not just for signaling, but to intimidate enemies with their fearsome sound. Warriors painted their bodies or wore frightening masks into battle. The psychological element of combat was understood even then. Fear could defeat an enemy before the first blow was struck. The brutality of these early conflicts should not be understated. Without modern medical care, even minor wounds could be fatal through infection. Captured enemies often faced execution or sacrifice, as evidenced by mass graves discovered at sites of ancient battles. Yet there were also rules and rituals surrounding combat. Some societies practiced formal declarations of war or had specific seasons for raiding. With the development of writing came the first military manuals and battle accounts. The Epic of Gilgamesh, one of humanity's oldest written stories, contains descriptions of combat and sieges that help us understand how ancient people viewed warfare. In China, early bronze inscriptions commemorate military victories and describe battlefield tactics. By the late Bronze Age, around 1200 BCE, some Mediterranean and Near Eastern societies had developed sophisticated military organizations capable of fielding thousands of troops. The Mycenaean Greeks built massive fortifications at sites like Tiryns and Mycenae, with walls so impressive they were later believed to have been built by Cyclopes. These societies lived in a state of military readiness, with economies geared towards supporting warrior elites. The collapse of many Bronze Age civilizations around 1200 to 1150 BCE provides a sobering reminder of warfare's destructive potential. Cities across the eastern Mediterranean were destroyed in this period, possibly by invading sea peoples mentioned in Egyptian records. The exact causes remain debated, but military violence clearly played a role in this regional collapse that set back civilization for centuries. As the Bronze Age gave way to the Iron Age, weapons became cheaper and more effective. Iron was more abundant than the components of bronze, allowing larger armies to be equipped. The democratization of metal weapons changed the social dynamics of warfare, setting the stage for new types of military organization. Throughout this earliest period of combat history, we see patterns that would repeat throughout human experience with war. Technological innovations drove tactical changes. Economic factors determined who could fight and how. Fortifications and siegecraft evolved in response to each other. And through it all, the human cost remained devastatingly high. The stones and bronze weapons of our ancestors may seem primitive compared to modern arsenals, but they represent humanity's first steps down a path of organized violence that continues to this day. These earliest conflicts established patterns of attack and defense, of technological competition and psychological warfare that would echo through all subsequent military history. The legacy of this dawn of combat period extends beyond weapons and tactics. It marked the beginning of specialized warrior classes, of societies organized for war, and of cultural attitudes toward violence that continue to influence us. The first walls built around ancient settlements cast long shadows indeed, reaching all the way to the fortified borders and military installations of our modern world. As night fell on ancient battlefields, warriors might look up at the same stars we see today, nursing wounds, mourning fallen comrades, or celebrating victories. Though separated by thousands of years and vast technological change, their fundamental experience of combat misset, the fear, the courage, the camaraderie, and the horror remains recognizable to us. In studying these earliest conflicts, we study not just ancient history, but something fundamental about ourselves.